Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Students were standing near the university congratulating everyone on graduation. It was an ordinary sunny day. Two guys were walking down the street with a smile and smiling. One of the heroes stepped on the asphalt with his foot. After a while, his foot began to glow. The guy watched his friend in surprise. The hero turned into a ghost. All the people looked and shouted to the guy. The hero slowly sank into darkness. The transparent body glowed with blue light. The guy fell further and further into the abyss. So on the day before the high school graduation ceremony, without any foreshadowing and without any meaning, the guy ended up in hell. The hero sat frightened on the dry ground, looking at the red sky. The guy looked ahead, not understanding what it was. One of the monsters was biting the animals. The animals were killing everyone around. The monsters did not spare anyone. The guy watched what was happening around. The main character could not understand why he was here. 10 days had passed. The guy was holding his stomach, saying that he wanted to eat. In these places there was no day, no night, not even sunlight. The hero began to notice rotting meat left by the monsters. It was the only thing that could be eaten. The guy held onto the bones, eating the meat. The hero tried not to look at the meat, directing it to his mouth and telling himself that he cannot die of hunger, so he must eat it to survive. Someone's shadow began to appear next to the guy. A huge monster was stretching its paw to the meat. The frightened hero tried to quickly run away. The guy quickly took something in his hands. Dave threw a stone at the monster with all his might. The monster screamed, noticing how the stone was heading towards him. The hero continued throwing, trying to scare the monster. Dave cried, saying that he missed his mother. The 39th day was coming. The sword passed across the monster's face. Dave swung the weapon. All the hands with the sword were covered in blood. The hero clenched his teeth, looking forward and saying that he would kill everyone. The 51st day was coming. The entire territory of hell was filled with fire. Dave directed fried food into his mouth, saying that he must eat to survive. The guy sat near the fire in which meat was fried and said to himself that disgust was a luxury for him. A system window began to appear in the sky, in which it was written that the guy had increased his level to 3 strength. The surprised hero looked at this and thought that he had finally gone crazy. The guy's eyes carefully looked at all this data. Dave's hands accepted everything that the system window showed. The 7th year was coming. The guy fearlessly fought monsters. The hero's current level was level 24. The hero's strength killed the monster with 1 blow due to the increase in strength. It was the 24th year. Dave fought the monster calmly and fearlessly. The hero made himself a sword from the ore obtained from the Steel Knight. The hero swung his weapon, killing the monster. The 51st year was approaching. Dave beheaded the pathetic incarnation. The guy sat on the body of a huge dragon, telling himself that he had a very fruitful day. 79 years and 365 days passed. The hero stood on a cliff, looking into the distance at a huge castle. Dave looked into the distance with a calm and confident look. The hero's voice assistant was glad that the long-awaited audience with the Demon King would finally come. It was the one who dragged the guy to hell. The hero looked madly into the distance, telling the Demon King to wait for him. The guy swung his weapon in different directions. Dave confidently killed all the monsters. The wind from his strength rushed past the hero. One of the monsters began to look angrily at the guy, asking how he dared to attack him. The Demon King began to direct all his magic at the guy. The hero held a sword, asking the demon why he didn't just open the gate. Dave began to look at something with fear and surprise. The Demon King threw the guy back, saying that he was a fool. The hero's feet were trampled into the ground. The monster looked at the guy and loudly screamed that he was finished. The demon began to wave a fire weapon. Dave looked away carefully. The guy quickly kicked the demon. Dave's magic was directed at the Demon King's chest. The hero stood carefully on the ground. A yellow ball appeared in the sky. The voice assistant was next to the hero and said that he was a cruel guy and that he should be finished off immediately. The Demon King angrily watched the guy, screaming that he dared to challenge. The monster looked at the hero carefully, saying that he would not leave it like this. The Demon King looked at the hole in his chest in surprise. The sword passing through the monster's chest fell into the ground. Dave looked away confidently. The guy watched the king, saying that he was too noisy. The monster screamed loudly, looking up and saying that this was impossible. The guy looked away from afar. The voice assistant watched the Demon King and asked the guy what he planned to do now, since Dave killed the gate guard. The assistant looked at the hero carefully, asking if he was sure that he could kill the Demon King and become the absolute ruler. Dave replied that he was not interested. The assistant began to ask the guy in surprise why he was fighting against the Demon King. The hero looked ahead and said that 80 years had passed since he went to hell. Dave watched a huge hellish castle and said that he had fought many monsters to survive. The hero remembered all the trials and said that everyone has different stories and reasons why they got to this hell, so he has this question. Dave, with a smile on his face, told himself that he needs to find out why he was brought to this hell and why he is here at all. The voice assistant slowly walked behind the guy, saying that it is better not to do this, and it would be better to kneel and ask for forgiveness. Dave turned to the assistant with bewilderment, saying that everyone should have everything paid for and this will be the price for dragging him to hell and making him suffer. The hero began to take out the sword, looking at the hellish castle. His hands were tightly clutching the sword. Dave quickly ran to the castle, saying that they can begin, and 4 began to appear in the light. The frightened guy did not understand what happened. Dave looked ahead with bewilderment. There were IVs ahead. The hero looked and thought that this was a hospital. Dave was lying on the bed, saying that he hadn't dreamed about the earth in 30 years. The guy looked ahead exhausted, not understanding why this was a hospital. The hero began to look at his hands in fear because he couldn't move them. His fingers weren't moving. The tray with food fell to the floor. Dave's mom looked ahead in fear. Dave looked sideways at his mom in surprise. The heroine was crying loudly, glad that her boy had woken up. The guy looked in surprise as his mom hugged him and told himself that this was too much and that he should wake up right now. The hero listened to his mom with bewilderment. Dave looked at the ceiling in surprise, not understanding why he felt everything if this was a dream. The hero was still looking at the ceiling in bewilderment. Everything was as usual in hell. The guy's voice came from the hellish building, saying that he thought he was going to die. The voice assistant with a surprised look told the guy that he really killed the Demon King. Dave stood next to the huge body of the headless Demon King and said that he tried to deceive him, talking his ear off. The assistant began to ask the guy with interest what he would do now if he was the absolute ruler of hell. Dave looked away in surprise. The system window asked the guy if he wanted to return to Earth. The assistant asked the hero with bewilderment what this meant, and Dave, meanwhile, was stupefied about whether he should return after 80 years since he got to hell. The guy, looking away, listened to the assistant, who asked about this Earth being the place where he lived before he got to hell. The hero reached out with his hand to the system window and said that he prayed every day to be freed from this damned place, so there was no reason to worry. His hands reached for the yes button. The entire area began to glow. Dave looked ahead in surprise. The doctor shone a light into the hero's eyes and asked if he could hear him. The doctor smiled, looking at Dave's mother, and said that the guy had been in a vegetative state for a long time, so at first it would be difficult for him to move, but if he continued to receive rehabilitation treatment, he might get better. The mother held the doctor's hand and thanked him sweetly. Dave began to look at the ceiling, screaming loudly. The doctor looked at the guy with incomprehension, screaming for him to calm down. The hero screamed loudly and did not understand when he moved to reality and when he received the system's notification. 2 guys hugged their mother and fearfully talked about the fact that this guy could also become a monster. The doctor tried to approach Dave, but he did not let him do anything. The hero let the doctor's hand pass with great force. The doctor screamed loudly in pain. The doctor looked at his bloody hand. Dave's leg quickly pushed forward. The hero began to scream loudly about how he lived to see this. The doctor tried to calm the guy down, but Dave was screaming about how he had 80 years of fighting and after what he had been through, he would not die peacefully. The hero started screaming loudly about how he would never die and needed to go back. Several doctors came to the hero. The guys grabbed Dave, who was screaming to be left alone. Suddenly, the hero began to notice something. Dave looked to the side out of the corner of his eye. A yellow cloud of lightning appeared in the sky. The guys began to direct the hero back to the couch. The cloud of lightning shot at the buildings. Dave looked ahead in fear. The guy clenched his teeth and screamed loudly about how they couldn't do this. They began to grab Dave by the head and inject the guy into the neck. Everyone looked in fear at the hero, who was screaming that he would kill everyone. Their eyes began to buckle. The doctors blurred. Breaking news began. The TV was saying that the gate had opened and that a team of hunters was quickly dispatched to the scene to cover the area. The hero was lying calmly on his bed. A large number of people were walking around the wreckage and listening to the TV presenter, who was asking them to tell him about the current situation. There was a sword in the monster's head. One of the hunters was holding a phone in his hand and was saying that the mission was currently in the final stages of suppression. The hunter was telling the TV presenter that it could take an hour. Many people were waving their swords. The man was looking out the window and telling the hunter that he needed to report everything immediately after the mission was completed and take care of the rest. Chase was looking out the window with confidence. The TV presenter was saying on the news that he had heard the news that the consequences of the gate opening had been quickly eliminated thanks to the hunter's quick response, and then he himself closed his eyes. Dave was looking at the ceiling, saying that there was a team of hunters in the wormhole. A happy Chase was standing next to the hero. The guy watched his friend in surprise. Chase asked Dave in surprise that he really didn't know who it was. The hero asked in surprise that it was Chase. The guy smiled and said that it was him. Dave sat down and said that he was okay. Chase was glad that the hero finally after 10 long years. The hero thought about 10 years in surprise. On the day of high school graduation, Dave and his friend were walking down the street. The protagonist began to look forward in fear. Chase watched the guy in fear and said that he was full of strength, but suddenly fell for no reason. The friend began to scream at the guy, but nothing came of it, and since then, Dave has been lying in a hospital bed in a coma for 10 years. The guy closed his eyes and thought about how when he was in hell, it seemed to him that all 80 years had passed, but in reality only 10 had passed. Chase looked at the guy with incomprehension, who was mumbling something. His friend with a sad look began to say that his mother had to work 2 jobs to pay for all the expenses. Chase answered Dave that the most important thing now was for him to recover as soon as possible and return to his previous form. The guy said that he understood everything. The wheels were moving on the asphalt. Mom was pushing Dave in a stroller along the street and saying that today was very nice weather. The guy looked ahead and said that in hell he fought for a chance to return to his body and survive, and here he will have to take responsibility for his family and how he needs to help. The hero looked at his hands and feet, saying that at the moment he cannot walk on his own. Dave looked ahead, saying that all this could bring him a lot of trouble, and could also become a heavy burden for the family and in reality no less cruel than in hell. The hero's mother looked ahead in surprise. 2 bandits were standing near the mother. Dave looked at them carefully. The bandits were standing near the mother and asking her why they could not get through to her and why she did not return the money she lent them. The mother began to scream in fear and say that she would definitely prepare the money for the next month. One of the bandits asked the mother how many times she would repeat this. The heroine held the bandit's hand and screamed that this time she would really prepare the money and she needed a little more time. The man angrily raised his hand to the mother and asked how she dared to touch him. Dave looked at all this in fear. The bandit poked his mother in the head and said that when you lend money, you have to return it on time. The heroine began to cry and asked not to arrange a concert in front of the child and said that she would really return the money next month. The man angrily asked about the fact that the second year had already begun. The bandit slapped the mother, thinking that because of this she might listen to him. Dave watched what was happening with angry eyes. The guy, sitting in the stroller, clenched his teeth and called the bandits names. The men looked at the heroes with smiles on their faces. Dave angrily answered that they were weak and cowardly insects who could not do anything. The mother screamed in fear that she could not say that. The man began to grab the guy by the chest. The bandit held the hero, saying that since he was so brave, he could continue. The mother watched her son with tears and asked him to apologize. The woman looked at the man who was holding her son and said that Dave had nothing to do with it at all and that he was just a patient. The bandit was angry and said that this couldn't be happening because all the big sums of money were going towards his treatment. Dave looked down on the bandits, asking what else they were going to do to him. The man was shouting loudly and telling the guy that he was impudent and that he was probably in trouble for deciding to keep asking for trouble. The bandit was grinning and asking the guy who was the real pathetic animal here. The men were throwing Dave into the ground, saying that he couldn't do anything. The guy was quickly flying face down into the asphalt. The bandit was grinning and saying that the pathetic animal needed to be crushed properly. The hero was covering his head with both hands. The man was kicking the guy with great force, telling him to try calling him that again. Dave was covering his head and gritting his teeth, saying that if his body wasn't in such a deplorable state, none of this would have happened. The mother was asking with tears in her eyes for this to stop. The bandit continued to smirk and look down at the hero, asking him to call him that again. The hero looked at the man angrily and replied that if they were in hell, he would have dealt with him long ago. The system window began to tell Dave that a divine quest would soon begin and whether the hero wanted to join. The guy looked ahead carefully. Dave looked at the system window. The hero thought about this quest with fear. The window with a choice that suddenly appeared made the guy doubt for a long time, because these windows were the only thing that helped the hero survive all these 80 years in hell. Dave looked at the gray world in which everyone froze. The guy looked at all this and did not understand what was happening. The hero looked at the gray world in surprise, realizing that everything froze and time stopped. Dave looked ahead and thought that this was because he received a task. The system window began to show the advent task, which was called body restoration. The guy looked at the window in surprise and said that his body could be returned to its previous state. A tense triangle was appearing in the middle of the street. It was shining brightly, emitting lightning. The guy looked ahead, understanding that everything would happen if he reached this place. Dave began to smile, saying that he had to get there, even if he had to crawl. The hero began to crawl slowly to this place. The guy clenched his teeth and told himself that he could not believe that he was barely coping with such a trifle, despite the fact that he had conquered everyone in hell. Dave looked at the time in the system window and said that it was impossible to get there at such a speed in the allotted time, so he would not make it with such an effort and he had to think rationally. The guy continued to crawl, understanding that the system could not issue a mission that was impossible to complete. The system window continued to glow. The lines of the system window began to show the goal. Dave began to look ahead in fear. The hero watched the system window and said that there was no word written about needing to get there, so you can get there by any means. The hero continued to crawl. Dave watched the system window and was angry because he realized this only now. His hands began to touch something. The guy was holding onto the stroller. The hero, gritting his teeth, looked at the asphalt with anger. Dave began to slowly sit down in the stroller. The hero looked ahead, realizing that there was still time. The stroller was quickly rushing to the goal. There were 9 seconds left. Dave tried to rush faster and faster. There were 6 seconds left. Dave gritted his teeth in anger, trying to make it faster and faster. In the last seconds, the guy flew into the magic triangle. A bottle of power began to appear near the hero. The system window began to show that the hero was given a reward in the form of a medicine for body restoration. Dave directed all the liquid into his mouth. The guy looked forward in surprise. The hero looked at his hand, which he was squeezing, and said that the pain was gone and his body had regained strength. The bandits again began to look in surprise at the place where the guy had been. The man looked at his friend, not understanding where he had disappeared to. 2 police officers began to ask the bandits what they had done there. The mother screamed in fear to her son, who was calmly standing on the ground. One of the bandits looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding when he had managed to get there. The man's friend began to tell them to leave. The mother sat and looked at her son in the stroller. Dave watched the bandits. Night was falling, the hospital was glowing. Everyone was sleeping and resting peacefully. Only the hero could not understand how the window with the choice had appeared. Dave looked at the ceiling and said that he had tried to call him again several times, but there were no results, so the guy decided to give up. The hero calmly looked up. The guy was thinking about various thoughts in his head. Dave looked at the ceiling, telling himself that he needed to quickly restore his body before the bandits came again. Suddenly, from somewhere, they began to say that the Pantheon was expecting a visit from perfection. The hero thought with fear about what it was. Dave's body was flying in some space. His legs were in the sky. The system window began to say that perfection had arrived in the Pantheon, and now, based on all this information in the diaries, a virtual avatar had been created, and from now on it would be possible to speed up its implementation, so it was necessary to complete the implementation by completing tasks. The hero looked closely at the window and said that this was not a dream. The guy with a smile on his face decided to start going through all this. The window began to show the advent of the second body restoration. A monster stood around the hero. Dave closed his eyes and sighed, gaining strength. The guy angrily directed his fist. The power spread throughout the territory. The system window began to talk about the advent of the third body restoration. Dave began to look ahead tiredly. The guy quickly ran to the triangle, trying to make it. The system window began to show the task of the Advent 5 body recovery. Tired Dave looked ahead. The hero's body began to move quickly. The window began to load the current implementation, which was 55%. The guy looked at all this data indignantly, saying that he was kidding because the reward was just some kind of tonic. The hero looked at the floor, asking for a normal task. Dave looked closely at the system window. It contained the task of the Advent 10, which was training like a fight. The guy angrily looked ahead, thinking that it could be a crying demon. Sparks with lightning appeared in the sky. Magic absorbed Dave's territory. A huge monster was losing strength. The guy with a smile on his face told the monster that in hell he almost died because of him, but here he was glad to see him. The monster was heading towards the calmly standing hero. The animal began to open its mouth. The monster stood near the guy. The monster screamed at the hero. Dave quickly ran at the hero, saying that at this rate he would turn him into powder. The guy's feet were trampled into the ground. The monster's paws were heading towards the hero. Dave confidently ran forward. The hero's strength bounced in different directions. The hero, with blood in his mouth, coughed and looked at the monster. The guy smiled and said that being a cook for some crying demon was humiliating. The monster continued to wave its paws. The hero quickly ran in different directions. The monster continued to pester the hero. A huge paw began to grab Dave. The hero clenched his teeth in pain, not knowing what to do. The guy looked forward, remembering something. Dave smiled, saying that he remembered how he dealt with this monster in hell. The guy looked at the monster with wild eyes and said that he knew how to get rid of it. The monster was grabbing the hero tightly. Dave was swinging his weapon so fast that the monster's toes fell off. The monster was screaming, looking up. The guy was looking at the monster with a smile on his face, saying that he had completely forgotten that he could summon a sword. The monster was screaming louder and louder. Dave was touching his bloody mouth and saying that he should go back. The hero continued swinging his weapon, wounding the monster. The system window began to show that the mission was complete, and upon completion of the task they could see their progress. It was starting to get light outside. The hospital was working. Someone's hands were opening the window. The hero's mother was opening her eyes. The heroine was scratching her eyes, asking who it was. Someone's legs were standing near the bed. The mother was looking at her son in fear. The pumped-up guy was looking at his mother with a smile on his face. The hero was smiling sweetly. Dave was slowly walking through the hospital. The doctor began to examine the guy. The hero was being felt and touched. The mother asked the doctor in surprise if this was possible, since at the last examination everyone said that rehabilitation would take more than 6 months. The heroine asked the doctor in surprise how he suddenly started moving, as if nothing had happened. The head doctor began to say that now he could not say anything, because from a medical point of view the patient's condition was inexplicable. The mother looked at the floor in fear. The heroine began to ask the doctor in surprise that this was not what she thought. The doctor smiled sweetly, saying that usually some peculiarities are revealed, so the mother should not worry. The heroine was happy about this. Dave was angry, looking at the doctor, telling him to stop feeling him. The mother looked at all this with a sweet smile. The main character felt his hands, saying that this was better for him and that he needed to quickly return to his previous state. Dave pulled himself up. The guy began to look askance at his mother and the nurse. The heroine thanked her sister for her help. Kim held her mother's hand and told her that everything that was happening was nothing compared to what they had been through in 10 years. The heroine smiled, saying that it was a miracle. Dave looked ahead in fear, not understanding how hard it had been for his mother during this time. His mother continued to cry. Dave's hands clenched into fists. The guy looked ahead, saying that he would protect his mother. The hospital was slowly closing. The hero stood in the bathtub, calling the Pantheon. The system window began to tell the guy that he had entered the Pantheon. The hero's body was standing on the territory. Dave looked askance, asking if it was possible to somehow make the implementation faster. The system window said that in this arbitrary task you can choose the difficulty level at your discretion. The hero looked ahead carefully, understanding that he must finish everything the first time. The guy gritted his teeth, choosing Hell. The system window began to tell the hero that he had chosen the Hell difficulty level of the task. Dave began to watch the ball of lightning. It was becoming larger and larger. Lightning flew in different directions. Someone began to appear from the lightning. Dave held his ears, screaming that this only made more noise. The hero looked ahead with wild eyes. Dave looked at the silhouette in fear. The guy began to wonder with incomprehension who it was. Having carefully looked at the silhouette, the hero recognized himself in it. The system window began to say that Dave must defeat himself with a certain object. The main character stood opposite the enemy. Grinning, he declared that only he could be perfection from Hell. The guy rushed at him. Dave was taken aback by this. The guy dodged the main character's blow. He swung his sword. Dave blocked his blow. The guy bounced off him. The main character frowned at this. The guy rushed at him. He prepared for the blow. Dave managed to defend himself. Frowning, the protagonist cried out that he was a fake fool. There was a smirk on the guy's face. They began to strike each other many times. Cuts appeared on the protagonist's body. Swinging his blade, Dave thought that he would not be able to defeat him in either strength or speed in his current state, and the longer they fought, the more disadvantageous it was for him. The guy extended his palm. He hit Dave's chest with his hand. The protagonist flew back from this blow. Clouds of dust rose around him. He held onto his sword. Holding his chest, Dave declared that it turned out that the fake was much better than his real one and that he should not even be happy about it. The protagonist's eyes lit up red and he cried out that in any case, his opponent would die at his hands. He used the wrath of the Bloodseeker, after which a red aura began to emanate from him. The guy frowned at this. He rushed at the protagonist. He ran at him. The guy cut Dave. The protagonist was behind him. Dave grabbed him by the face. He knocked him down. He was pinning his head to the ground. The protagonist swung his blade. The guy managed to move his head away from the blow. He was able to get up from the ground. He was behind Dave. A grin appeared on his face. Black energy began to emanate from him. Dumbfounded, the protagonist mentally asked if this fool was also using the wrath of a Bloodseeker. The guy pointed his blade at him. He began to strike him with a series of blows. An angry Dave asked him to stop. He struck a powerful blow. The protagonist raised his head. The guy struck Dave in the back. Turning around, the protagonist said that he was a dog. The guy cut Dave's shoulder. The protagonist was taken aback by this. He stood in the toilet and trembled. A voice from outside asked if there was anyone inside. Dave's gaze went blank. The cleaning lady knocked on the door and asked why the door was closed. She put her hand in her pocket. She held out the key to the lock. The cleaning lady inserted the key into the door. The protagonist thought that it was pointless to even try in such a state. Dave was on one knee. He looked at the pool of blood and thought that if he lost now, then everything he had accumulated before would turn into nothing. The protagonist noted that he needed to think of something and find a way to kill this, that is, him from hell. Dave held his hand to his shoulder. Taken aback, he asked about the inventory. He asked the cleaning lady if she had heard that she had been forgotten on the 3rd floor. Holding the key, she replied that she had completely forgotten. She started to leave and said that she was already on her way. She walked away from the door. The protagonist looked at his hellish version. He saw a message that the inventory had opened. Dave looked at the blue portal. He stuck his hand in the portal. Keeping his hand in the portal, the protagonist asked the guy to wait. Grinning, Dave said that he had not completed this task yet. Looking at the green vial, the protagonist thought that this was the thing that he received for each completed task, and it was lying around in the inventory all this time, but now this is what he needed. Dave read the message that this is a medicine for restoring the body of a perfect being, and this medicine will help increase stamina by 20%. Drinking the potion, Dave noted that if this is true, then by drinking 5 such vials, he will be able to fight properly. The guy's eyes were glowing red. The protagonist watched him with a serious look. His hellish version swung his sword in front of him. Dave punched him in the face. The guy flew away from him. Looking at his fist, the protagonist declared that this was just what he needed. He stuck his hand into the portal. Dave thought that there was no point in wasting time and he would increase his stamina by 100. He began to drink the potion. The guy tried to kick him in the face. The protagonist dodged the blow. He drank the potion and noticed that this was the 3rd bottle. The guy rushed at him. Dave began to parry many blows. Frowning, he noted that he had drunk 5 bottles. They dealt a huge number of blows. The protagonist mentally noted that he seemed to have recovered, but it was still difficult to compete with him. Dave was suddenly taken aback. The guy stretched out his hand. He grabbed the protagonist by the throat. He held him by the neck. An evil grin appeared on the guy's face. He pointed his sword at Dave's stomach. The protagonist, with a serious look, screamed about inventory. He pierced the guy's body with a blade. His copy was taken aback by this. His sword entered the portal. Holding Dave by the throat, the guy began to breathe loudly. He fell in front of the protagonist. Watching the guy disappear, Dave said that it was good that the excitement in him did not disappear. He said that he finally completed this tedious task. Messages appeared in front of him that the perfect being completed the task flawlessly, and the state of the body in the real world will be returned to the original. He saw a notification that after the final restoration of the body in the real world, he can still use the system of hell. Dave's t-shirt was torn. Taken aback, he noted that it was good of course to get his powers back, but to get all the scars back was a slight reminder of the hard times in hell. The protagonist looked at his hands. Looking away, Dave asked the system to let him out. A projection appeared in front of him that he had an unread message. The protagonist, with a puzzled look, asked about the unread message. He clicked that he wanted to read the message. Messages appeared in front of him. Hell welcomed its new sovereign. Dave and the sovereign chose to return to Earth, and during the sovereign's absence, the heavenly space would be sealed. He saw a notice that the demons of the Pantheon would be awaiting the arrival of their sovereign. Standing in front of the projection, Dave said that he understood everything and asked if it meant that they needed help. Smirking, the protagonist clarified if they wanted him to help them after 80 years of suffering from them. He asked with a satisfied look if it was only because he became their sovereign. He showed the middle finger. The furious protagonist declared that he would not help them. The monsters watched as Dave asked the system to let him out of there. The monsters looked into the white portal. Daylight enveloped the building. The protagonist put his hand on the floor and counted in his mind. Dave did 1-arm push-ups and continued counting. His face was serious. His mother and the doctor watched him. They were standing in the hallway. The puzzled doctor suggested that her son was awakened. His mother noted that the doctor had said that he was not like them. The doctor looked at her and said that there were no specific symptoms of awakening yet, so she should not worry too much, but still, there was no other explanation. Dave's stunned mother asked how this could happen to him. The doctor crossed his arms and said that this was all they could do for her, and she should let association figure out the rest. The protagonist watched them. The blue sky surrounded the city. Dave was riding in a taxi and thinking about awakening and association. Holding his hand to his face, he noted that he was trying to pretend that he did not notice anything, worrying about the task, but there was still something there. He emphasized the fact that his mother was hiding something. The protagonist stared out the window. He wondered in his mind what had happened on Earth during his 10 years of absence. He saw destroyed buildings. A loud sound was coming from the loudspeakers. Mom smiled and asked Dave to come in and rest, noting that she would be there soon. Julie took money out of the drawer. The protagonist watched her. Frowning, he asked who it was. Julie was taken aback. Mom hugged him and suggested that he was hungry. His mother asked seriously where Julie had been all this time, noting that she had not answered the phone and that she had been worried. The dumbfounded protagonist mentally asked if it was Julie. She was holding the money in her hands. Taken aback, Mom asked if it was her again. Julie put her hands in her pockets. She started to walk away from them. He remembered how little Julie said that her brother was the best. Dave wondered how he could not recognize his own sister. Julie sadly said that he looked completely healthy and every day was hell for them. She left him. Looking out of the house, Mom asked where Julie was going. She looked at the door from which she heard a scream for her mother to open the door. Her mother was taken aback by this. Swinging his leg, the man screamed that if she did not open it by the count of 3, he would break the door down. He stood in the street and shouted loudly for the door to be opened. Dave's face was angry. It was daytime in the city. Two men stood in front of the gate of the house and one was hitting the door, shouting if they were going to open the door. The man was shouting that the girl really thought that they would not find her if she disappeared without a word. Dave looked out of the door to his mother, who was anxiously stopping Julie as she walked. The man was angrily kicking the door and shouting that he knew they were inside and that he should open it. Lloyd, putting his hands in his pockets, asked if this was really the right house, maybe she had hidden somewhere again, and the man offered to break the door down. Julie, putting her hand in her pocket, walked out of the gate. She frowned and said that they were unusually noisy fools. The men looked at her in surprise as she walked ahead. They looked after her and said that it was probably her daughter. They aggressively entered the yard and the man asked what was going on. She was at home. Lloyd grinned and looked away. The woman was frightened and taking money out of her wallet and apologizing for not being able to call them because she had just been discharged from the hospital that day. She took out the money and said that for now this was all she had, let them take this for now. The wallet and phone flew up. The protagonist frowned and called for his mother. The man hit her and knocked her to the ground, asking if she seriously thought they had come here for such a paltry amount. Mom was lying on the ground with her eyes closed with a wound on her cheek. Dave was very angry. Lloyd put his hands in his pockets and went through the gate. He looked in surprise as his colleague fell to the ground. He picked it up and the man pointed his finger forward in fear. They looked at the main character standing in front of him and Lloyd asked if it was him. Looking down, Dave said that he wanted to meet them too and they just stomped around on their own 2 feet. Lloyd frowned and asked if he was that stupid wheelchair user. Apparently there was some use in the money his mother took. The guy was walking towards them and asking if they knew how he stayed alive in hell. He grabbed the man by the face, who was saying that it was nonsense. The main character swung his hand and said that he returned everything to those who hit him. He hit the man in the face and said that he returned 10 and 100 times more. The guy aggressively hit the man in the face and blood flew. He threw him to the ground and told him to get up. He had not yet returned the entire debt. Lloyd was writhing in pain, bleeding. The man looked at the chair in front of him. He grabbed it and called the guy a dog. Lloyd swung the chair at the guy and asked if he was completely crazy. Dave punched the chair right through and hit the man in the face. The colleague stood up and watched in horror as the man flew to the ground. He pulled a knife out from under his jacket. The man held the blade in front of him and shouted at the guy to come to him. Now he was going to stab him right through. The protagonist calmly approached and he waved the knife. The guy grabbed his wrist. He held the surprised man's hand and asked if it was the same hand last time or not. Dave twisted the man's hand and asked if he had hit his mother with this hand. The knife fell to the ground. The guy stood in front of the beaten men, who were screaming in pain. Lloyd frowned and grinned, asking if he thought he would be able to live peacefully after this. The protagonist grabbed him by the collar and smilingly replied that there was one way in such cases, to kill him so that there would be no remains. Mom screamed for her son to stop. The men left, and the mother sat and said that this was not right, let him stop. They ran away down the street in fear. Cars drove around the city. Lloyd sat in the car with a colleague and asked if this was really the same fool who was in the hospital, and the man answered that he had certainly increased in size, but it was definitely him. The man sitting in the car asked how a person who had been in a coma for 10 years could change so quickly, and the second asked what they should do now. The boss said to at least get a receipt from her. Lloyd looked out the window where Julie was walking and said that it was not important now, it was important to figure out how to deal with the guy. He looked at the girl and told her to stop the car. The mother looked at the wallet on the ground and told that when Dave fell, she ran around so many hospitals. Not knowing what happened to him, then she sold the house and left their store. She sat in the yard next to her son and said that she thought he would wake up quickly. In the end, all the money they had flew away. On the recommendation of an acquaintance, she got a loan in the financial sector. She closed her eyes and wiped away tears, saying that it was not easy to repay the debt. Not only the loan amount itself grew, but also the interest on it. Dave, lowering his head, asked what was wrong with Julie. She was still in school. Why did she walk like this? Mom, putting her hand on her chest, cried and said that the year before last she was expelled, and last year she got hurt while working in a diner. She said that she would help. The woman held her sleeve tightly, saying that his little sister had also suffered. During the day she works at a gas station, at night she goes to work in a store. The boy turned to his mother and clenched his teeth and said that he should have stopped her, that she should have gone to school, and the mother replied that she had stopped her, but that he should have been watched too. The woman crossed her arms and looked away, saying that he didn't have any relatives, maybe something had happened months earlier. The boy hung his head and was angry, saying that he should have been left alone. The mother looked at him pitifully and replied that she shouldn't have done that, that they were a family. Dave looked down sadly. The phone on the ground rang. The mother and son leaned over to it. She was sitting on her knees with the phone, and the boy held out his hand when she said that these were those people. He brought the phone to his ear and asked what they wanted. The main character looked at her in surprise and asked what they had said. The boy was angry and grinning, insulting them. The men's car was parked in the city. The man was holding the tied-up Julie by the head and shouting into the phone that the fool had run into the wrong people, so he should run here skipping. Lloyd looked at the frightened girl and said that he was giving him a day to make 100 million and contact him. Considering his skills, it would not be difficult for him. The man grinned and said that there should be no tricks there if he wanted his sister to stay safe. Dave was angrily squeezing the phone in his hand. The mother looked worried and asked what happened. He turned around and walked away from the frightened mother and said that he would come now. The woman frowned and said that it was not necessary if it was something dangerous, if suddenly he went to prison, harming someone. She looked after her son leaving and said that she would not be able to live. The guy frowned and looked down and thought that of course he could not kill them. After all, this was not hell. A notification appeared in front of him. The mother silently watched as her son stopped. She put her hand on his legs and asked in surprise what was the matter. He turned to her and told her not to worry. Dave smiled and said that nothing would happen. The notification informed about the adaptation of the returned and the bonus reward, the release of basic skills. The protagonist pressed the screen and said that if they were going to give something like that, they should have done it faster. A list of the skills of poison, concealment, hellish chlorination, and shadow caster appeared in front of him. The guy put his hand to his chin and looked thoughtfully. He brought his hand to the screen, deciding that it sounded good. The plot moves us to the building. The men were leading the tied-up Julie and said that they hoped that this guy would not drag himself here. Lloyd turned to his colleague with the girl and said that even if he came, the hostage was with them. Lightning appeared on the ceiling and the light went out. The man put his hand in his pocket and looked up and asked what it was, what these glares could mean. A hood appeared from the lightning near his feet. The man looked down in surprise. He spread his arms in fear, seeing a person, and asked what it was. Dave looked at him angrily and asked how what. The guy smirked and said that he himself asked to bring money, so he came. The plot moves us to the past, when the guy chose the skill of the shadow caster. The main character looked at the flame in his hand. He looked down and said that first he would try with this, the shadow caster. The flame in his hand spread. He clenched his fist and drops flowed through his fingers. The liquid spread along the ground. Dave directed his fist and expanded the portal in the ground. The guy tore off his sleeve in blood, remembering how he beat the man and his blood flew onto his clothes. He crouched down and threw the cloth into the portal, asking to track him by the blood and open the way to him. Paused from the portal reached for the cloth. The man looked at the main character with them in the elevator in fear. The man swung his fist and shouted, insulting him. The guy dodged the blow. He grabbed the grinning man by the face. Dave looked at him angrily and pressed him into the floor. The beaten man lay powerless on the floor. Lloyd frowned and looked at him in fear. He clenched his teeth and asked if he was awake. Julie looked at him in fear with her mouth taped. The guy turned around and asked what it was. The man screamed not to touch him and not to beat him. The elevator doors opened. The guys turned around at the beaten Lloyd, who was running out and screaming that they had a guest. This fool turned out to be awake. Let them attack him at once. The main character hit the man in the neck from behind. He fell face down on the floor. A crowd of men with pipes in their hands ran and screamed that he needed to be killed. Dave, radiating energy, walked towards them. The lamp on the ceiling began to spark. The man swung and pierced the guy through and through. Slime remained in his place. They watched in surprise as he appeared in the middle of the crowd. Dave was kicking a man in the face and swinging a pipe at him with the other. The guy turned around. He hit him in the face with all his might. The guy's shadow flew up and he quickly beat up all the men. The lamp sparked again. Dave stood surrounded by lightning among the beaten men. He walked past the beaten man. The guy approached his sitting sister. He crouched down and took off his hood and asked the frightened Julie if she was okay. The protagonist unstuck the tape from her mouth. The collar fell to the floor and he told her to go home. The sister looked after him anxiously and asked what about him. The guy turned around and said that he would come later. He needed to see something. Julie looked through the closing elevator in surprise. The protagonist walked discontentedly and the lamp sparkled around him. He looked at the lamp. There were corpses of men lying in the corridor. The guy looked at the landing. He was climbing the steps. Dave walked up the stairs with his hands in his pockets. The men were smoking and looked at him in surprise. He put on his hood and, closing his eyes, asked what kind of fleas were there. The men with cigarettes looked at him indignantly. The guy scratched his head and frowned and said that all they could do was chat. They were annoying. A window in the building broke and shards flew. The phone rang in the couple. The man with tattoos took it. He was sitting in the bathhouse and, picking up the phone, said that he had told them not to disturb him when he was steaming, and they answered that they had big problems. It seemed that he urgently needed to come to the office. The man sat with his legs spread and shouted he was their errand dog or something, and the man answered that the matter was urgent, let him come faster. The man was angry and the veins on his face stood out. He squeezed the phone with all his might and broke it. The man crumpled the phone and poured crumbs down. The window was broken. A crowd of corpses lay on the landing. The door opened. The protagonist stood in front of a sitting, frightened man. He looked at Dave and asked him not to come closer. The man screamed in fear. The protagonist looked down at him aggressively. Someone broke through the wall and dust flew. The guy turned around in surprise. A muscular man was running at him furiously with his hand outstretched. He grabbed Dave by the face. The man slammed his head into the ground and swung. He frowned and grinned, saying that the guy had gone completely crazy. The protagonist was thinking that neither his mother nor Julie were surprised when he used his powers. The man held the guy by the face and asked where everyone else was. Dave took his hand and thought about how such types can now live here without problems. He didn't notice at all while getting used to this place. The paws of the shadow appeared and reached for the man's hand. He looked at them aggressively and surprised. The man tried to grab them with his hand. He stepped back from the approaching shadow. The protagonist and the shadow were walking towards the frightened man. He looked at his torn sleeve and decided that he was nimble. Dave waved his hand and bowed his head. He looked at the man and asked if he was also something like those awakened. The man looked at him in rage and smiled, saying that there was no need to pity him, he would send him to hell. The guy frowned and clarified what he had said. He pulled his fist back, and the man tensed his muscles and tore his clothes. The protagonist punched him in the nose. The man was surprised and blood and his tooth flew. The guy beat the man and asked if he thought it would not hurt if he took off his clothes. The beaten man sat leaning against the broken wall and wondered why he was beaten so easily. He smiled a crazy smile and decided that he would not accept it so easily. The protagonist kicked him in the face. He kicked him and asked what he even knew about hell. Dave grinned and said that it seemed like his family had suffered during his absence. The man looked in fear and thought that he was from a completely different category. He absolutely had to survive. He was crying and holding his hand out in front of him, telling him to stop. The man was bawling and begging for mercy, saying that if he wanted the money, he would give him everything. Dave raised his leg and asked where the money was. The man pointed with his hand and said that it was there, in the office, in the safe. The guy looked at the office. The protagonist turned around and said that since he was the one offering, how could he refuse? Dave went into the office. The man was running behind him. The guy turned around and saw him running away. He looked at the scared man at the table and said that if he didn't leave now, he would kick the bucket too. A scream of apologies was heard from the building. A car was driving away in the parking lot. The beaten, pumped-up man was sitting angrily and saying that he would kill them all outright, both his mother and himself. The protagonist appeared behind him and said that he had forgotten something, the safe combination. The man looked in the mirror in fear and asked how this was possible. The guy asked if it was important. Shadows appeared behind the man. They enveloped the screaming man's face, and the protagonist said that the important thing now was that he would know where he was and could find him at any moment. A scream was coming from the car. The guy was standing on the roof of the building in front of the notification portal. Stacks of money were flying out of the energy gate. The protagonist thought about the fact that there were only 500,003,201 there. He squatted and counted the money, asking how much he could live on that. He grabbed his head and thought with a smile that he could buy a couple of apartments in Seoul. It was clear outside. People were walking past an electronics store. Dave was examining a newly released phone model for which he was offered $2,991,000. He picked up a pink flip phone and asked how much it cost. The seller opposite him replied that this model was especially popular with girls for $1,991,000. Dave thoughtfully asked again if it was popular with girls, to which the seller smiled and offered the phone in installments. The guy immediately agreed, causing the seller to show genuine incomprehension. Dave asked for 2 such phones and put a stack of bills on the glass table. While he was examining the purchase, the seller turned away and could not believe his eyes. On the street where Dave was going out, there was a promotion for 80% installments. At the end, the seller thanked him for the purchase, calling him a respected customer. The multicolored roof tiles of the houses created a picture of saturation. Dave came home and put the bag with new phones on his desk. The room was completely empty except for the computer, which stood in proud solitude. From the hallway, he heard his mother's voice calling him to eat. Dave said that he needed to go out. Mom came into the room to ask the guy where he was going. The room was empty, Dave was not in it. It was getting dark. The street was covered in darkness, but the bright lights of the stores did not allow it to completely cover the streets. There was a cafe on one of the streets. The glass door was slightly open. Chase was waiting for Dave at one of the tables, calling him over. They greeted each other. Chase showed genuine surprise at Dave's changed appearance. The table smelled deliciously of dinner. The guys sat down opposite each other and handed each other glasses. Putting down his glass, Chase sighed heavily and asked Dave if he had decided what he was going to do. His friend, finishing his drink, replied that he did not know. Chase insisted that they were no longer stupid schoolchildren, which the guy did not like. Dave took a sausage and calmly asked how much real estate he could buy with his money. Chase was surprised to hear the amount. The guy continued to chew the sausage and smirk. Chase folded his arms and suggested finding an apartment outside of Seoul. Dave, choking from shock, asked the price of an apartment in Seoul. To which Chase, finishing his drink, named the price 2 billion won. He asked his friend to pull himself together because the world had changed a lot while he was away. Dave drank some more. He didn't expect the drink to be so strong and blushed, covered in beads of sweat. Chase took a sausage and asked his friend if his mother had told him about something. Chase made a serious face and said that he seemed to have awakened. Dave looked at him and said that he couldn't answer because he didn't even know what awakening was. His friend laughed and said that he might not have known, even if he had already awakened. It was night outside. The friends were standing outside the cafe, smoking, discussing Dave's fall and the appearance of portals. Chase said with apprehension that the authorities had been investigating this phenomenon. But then something went wrong, and the portals began to crack, releasing monsters from themselves. The monsters began to attack people, bring destruction, and create chaos. Human weapons had no effect on them. Many people died on the streets of the city. Dave asked with interest if nothing had any effect. Chase, exhaling cigarette smoke, replied that they were invulnerable to earthly weapons. In the background, a man standing with his back to him on fire, holding a sword. Only weapons made from themselves worked on the monsters. Only the awakened could use these weapons. Chase pointed at his friend, blowing away the tobacco smoke. Dave opened his phone and thoughtfully began typing something, drawing his friend's attention to the new phone. Chase turned away from his friend with a smirk and said that you can buy one like that for next to nothing now. Disappointment was on Dave's face. Chase looked at his friend and called him a klutz. Tobacco smoke rose into the sky while the friends talked about the awakened. Chase stared at his friend, talking about his quick recovery. Dave felt important and raised his head, asking if they give money to the awakened. Chase was shocked by the impudence of his friend. He got very angry and shouted at his quiet friend about his seriousness. Dave continued to hope for payment, watching his friend with a smirk. Suddenly, the sky was covered with something strange, and something black and red appeared in the distance, resembling a web. The guys turned their gaze to what was happening. It was a red portal. The passers-by were clearly perplexed. Then they saw something big in the portal. There were many of them. One of the monsters stepped on the ground with a thunder that broke the asphalt. It was a creature with a pumped-up body, large fangs, and some semblance of clothing below. There were more and more monsters. Their skin was blue and they were holding sticks in their hands. The passers-by were shocked and didn't know what to do. One of the monsters raised a club up and roared. After that, the whole crowd went at the people with clubs and axes. The passers-by screamed and ran, while the friends stood motionless. Chase, with fear on his face, asked Dave, without turning around, how the portal appeared here. The second one looked straight into the crowd of monsters. He bent down to the ground and picked up a stone. Chase stood with a scared face, while Dave tossed the stone, thinking about the battle. He swung the stone at the crowd. He threw the stone with a force he had never seen before. The stone flew at the monster, but it deflected it with its shield. Dave looked at the creature in surprise and asked what it was. The monster was angry. Its red eyes were burning with anger, and its teeth were clenched. Chase shouted with horror on his face that no earthly weapon worked on them. Dave agreed, not understanding how to defeat such an army of invulnerables. The monster started to run towards the guys. He swung his club and roared. Chase squinted, afraid of death. Suddenly, blood splashed on his face. He opened one eye to look. The monster was lying on the ground without a head, and blood was pouring out of its neck. Dave was standing next to him, turned away with a bloody fist, insisting that monsters can be dealt with bare hands. Chase stuttered that this could not be. The rest of the monsters ran to attack them. Dave swung and punched one monster in the face. Its head fell off, and it fell to the ground dead. Dave did not stop at one monster. He ran to kill the rest. Chase stood there in shock, wondering if his friend had become a B-level awakened monster. Chase turned around and saw a crowd. The street was not quiet. Suddenly, a new wave of monsters came towards them. The people were surrounded on all sides. Chase screamed at the top of his lungs that he knew the way to safety. He raised his hand and asked them to follow him. The monsters descended from the buildings and began to advance. The people were doomed. The main monster stepped forward and swung his scythe. The passers-by began to scream in horror. The creatures were getting closer. A girl began to call for her mother. People began to be cut up. The girl approached the main monster and asked for her mother. He swung his axe. The girl was terrified and cried loudly. The monster struck. Chase grabbed the girl and threw her to the ground, protecting her from the blow. The monster's head suddenly split open and its teeth flew out. Dave saved them both with his blow. Chase was glad his friend helped him. The monster fell dead. The guy looked back and told his friend to go away. He hugged the girl and looked at Dave, mentally thanking him. There was a call on the street to move faster towards the riverbed. There was a white car parked around the corner of the building. Someone was holding a camera on a tripod and showing what was happening live. The camera showed Dave smashing monsters with his bare hands. A discussion flared up in the chat. There was a guy in a cafe, holding a camera and looking at what was happening outside the window in surprise. He didn't believe what was happening. The monsters completely surrounded Dave. One of them swung a club. The guy from the cafe started shouting for him to run away as fast as possible. The monster struck a blow that the guy clearly didn't expect. Dave was thrown back to the car with incredible force. The guy in the cafe froze in amazement and excitement at what was happening. Dave was sitting by the broken car door. The chat decided that he died and already managed to wish him happiness in the afterlife. Dave bowed his head down. On the ground, a sewer hatch was open. Survivors were saved in the sewer system, including the girl's mother. She ran to her mother from her saviors. While the mother and daughter hugged, Chase was filled with happiness and pride in himself. One of the survivors asked him if he was going to go back upstairs. Chase remembered Dave and thought about it. Goblins surrounded the guy. Steam was coming off him. One of the goblins smiled furiously. The guy looked at his phone and noticed that it seemed like this guy was in great danger. The goblin swung his club. Then he hit the guy on the head. The boy closed his eyes. The goblin hit the ground hard. Then he clenched his teeth. The goblin looked at the place where the guy was sitting. Then the guy abruptly killed one of the goblins. The boy opened his mouth. The guy looked at his fist and noticed that thanks to it, it slightly recharged. Then he turned around and noted that he would kill them one by one without any pain. The guy ran forward. Then he started killing monsters. The boy hunched over and thought that they were completely crazy. They wanted him to kill himself. A notification appeared. Then the boy opened his mouth and thought that he received 10 million won. Then he bit his lip and added that no matter what the amount was, it was scary. The goblin swung and the streamer thought about how he should get there in their opinion. The main character dodged and the streamer noted that this was no joke for them. Dave raised his fist. Then he hit the goblin in the jaw. His head flew off. The streamer's hands shook after the notification. Then he looked closely at the message. The streamer smiled widely. Then he saw a bunch of notifications. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he was not going anywhere. The next notification appeared. The streamer opened his mouth and shouted that it was 20 million. A huge building stood in the middle of the street. The man looked at the stream and said that, as the leader said, he first transferred him 20 million and then offered 40 more. The man smiled and noted that now he would start moving, and the second noted that their people were also heading in that direction, so they would be able to grab him. After which the man raised his hand to his chin and said that it finally felt like they were scouts. That guy was just what they needed. The protagonist stepped on the monster's chest. Dave looked straight ahead. The goblins looked at him in horror, after which the protagonist smiled and noted that the bugs were scared. Dave suddenly jumped on the head of one of the monsters. Then he flew up. The goblin looked down carefully. The streamer opened his eyes and thought that the amount was too big to refuse. Let the protagonist turn around here once. After which he looked out from behind the car and added that this only happens once in a lifetime, sir. The leader pointed the goblins forward. Dave looked straight ahead and thought that they were all appearing out of nowhere, so his strength would soon run out. Chase suddenly appeared next to the streamer and asked what he was doing here. The streamer dropped the camera, after which Chase opened his mouth and shouted if he was in his right mind. Notifications appeared on the phone. Chase grabbed the guy and noted that it was necessary to at least go inside the building quickly. The streamer opened his eyes and remembered his money, after which he extended his hand towards the phone. The goblin kicked the ground. Chase opened his mouth. They saw the main goblin in front of them. Chase turned to the guy and asked what was wrong with him. The goblin raised his hand behind his back, after which his head flew off. The main character quickly flew over him. Chase opened his eyes, after which he looked at the protagonist. Dave smiled and noted that this was great. Chase turned to the side, heard why he came back, and answered because he was worried. Dave opened his mouth and asked if he could stay alive. He needed to go somewhere for about 20 minutes, and Chase replied that the clans should come here soon. Chase opened his mouth and noted that they needed to talk about it when he returned. They needed to go faster. A huge notification appeared. The protagonist chose a positive answer. A portal appeared in front of the protagonist. Chase closed his mouth and thought about what he could open portals, who he was anyway. The protagonist came out of the portal, after which he straightened up. Then he put his hand on his neck and said that his body was so sore, he had just knocked over a couple of bipods. Let him show how much magic power he had left. A notification appeared. Dave opened his mouth and noted that it was not about the weapon at all. What was the fastest way to increase the level of magic powers? A new notification appeared. Then the next one. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that this was the diary that he wrote every day in hell. He wrote it so as not to completely go crazy. A notification appeared. Dave looked straight ahead and answered positively. A notebook appeared. A notification appeared. Dave looked at the diary, after which dark energy flowed out of it. A notification appeared, after which memories began to appear in the protagonist's head. The notebook lit up, after which the notification noted that the seal was complete. Dave raised his hand to his head and noted that he could immediately go to when he received magical powers. The protagonist opened his mouth and added that on page 16 in the forest with a predator. A notification appeared. The protagonist looked at the fog. The city was silent. Chase and the streamer ran upstairs, after which the guy opened his mouth and thought that this guy was an acquaintance of the guy he was filming. The streamer smiled and asked where that cool guy went. Chase turned and asked if someone offered him money to reveal his face. The streamer hunched over and said nothing. A loud sound was suddenly heard. Chase opened his mouth and told him to go and keep quiet, maybe there were still surviving monsters on the roof. Chase felt a vibration. Then he looked at the screen. He saw a notification. Chase sweated and thought that Dave should come faster. The protagonist was standing in the middle of a storm. Then he saw a notification. Then he looked around and noticed that it was too quiet. A huge text appeared. Then a huge silhouette appeared. The monster's eyes lit up and he noted that an unknown invader had been detected and needed to be destroyed. Then he hit the protagonist with a powerful beam. Dave dodged sharply. The protagonist ran forward. Then he stopped abruptly. The monster looked at the protagonist furiously. A huge, fiery ring began to make a sound. Dave pressed his lips together and noticed that it was a heavenly inhabitant. The monster swung his hand. Then he powerfully hit the ground. Dave jumped to the side. Then he swung and thought that there was no time. He needed to finish him off quickly. Dave flew into the opponent's head. Cracks appeared on the monster's face. Then the opponent began to fall. Dave landed on the ground. Then the monster unclenched his fist. Then he began to extend his fingers. Dave looked at it carefully. Then he dodged and thought that he was so annoying, he had to overcome this. Dave ran forward. Then he dodged the blow. Huge fingers headed towards the protagonist. The protagonist swung. Then he powerfully hit the monster in the stomach. A crater formed behind the protagonist. The monster fell apart. Dust rose high up. Dave turned around and asked to move on. A red ball flew up above the dust. Then Dave opened his eyes. The light was on in the establishment. Chase opened the door slightly. Then he saw many corpses on the roof. The streamer opened his mouth, and the dark-haired guy thought. Chase looked at one survivor. The bloody guy lowered his head and coughed. The streamer opened his mouth and noticed that the man was alive. Chase ran towards him. Then he grabbed the guy and asked if he was okay. The guy slightly opened his lips and grunted. Chase opened his mouth and asked again. The wounded man opened his mouth and told them to run. Chase opened his eyes. Then a huge goblin appeared behind them. The goblin looked at them furiously. The streamer opened his mouth and told him to grab him faster, and Chase replied that it was too late and that he should not move until he told him to. The streamer grimaced and asked why. Then he opened his eyes wide. The goblin looked at them furiously with red eyes. Chase opened his mouth and told him to pull himself together and run to the door on command, and that he should come to his senses if he didn't want to kick the bucket here. The streamer clenched his teeth. Then the goblin screamed. Then he jumped forward. Chase opened his mouth and screamed at him to run now. Dave walked in the predator forest. Then he turned and asked what was that. The red ball flew up to him and noted that the rebirth had begun. Dave gritted his teeth and asked again. The ball began to connect with parts of the monster and noted that the analysis of the nature of attacks for destruction was complete, updating the efficiency of the body. Dave flew forward. Then he swung. The protagonist hit the red ball powerfully. The impact raised dust around. Dave flew back. Then he landed on the ball. Dave looked straight ahead and saw a notification. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he was annoying. Then he hit the ball again. The protagonist looked furiously. Then he saw a notification about rebirth. Dave hit the cracked ball again. Then the percentage increased. The ball was almost completely cracked. Then the percentage increased even more. Red lightning rose around in an error notification. The protagonist hit the ball again. Dave swung and shouted to stop. A beam flashed around sharply. The protagonist was hit in the shoulder. Dave turned his gaze. Then he saw 3 more monsters behind him. The monsters lowered their heads. Then another one directed his gaze at the protagonist. A huge beam flew at the protagonist. Then the next one flew at him. Dave jumped in place. Then he began to dodge the beams. The protagonist landed on the ground. Then he gritted his teeth and cursed. A notification about the percentage of rebirth appeared. Dave ran forward. The monsters released beams. The protagonist ran forward, dodging the beams. The ball began to emit energy. Dave gritted his teeth. Then he looked at the notification. The protagonist powerfully flew into the red ball. A bright flash appeared around. Dave landed and moved back. Then he raised his head and thought that he could not finish this matter in this way. He needed to find another way out. The protagonist looked straight ahead and added that he could try to search in his memory. Most likely the solution was in his memory. Dave put his hand to his head. Then he closed his eyes and thought that his brain was a complete mess, so unpleasant. Then the protagonist's eyes lit up brightly. Dave smiled and noted that he remembered. This should help. Chase opened his mouth and shouted for him to run to the door. The goblin swung his club. Then he hit an empty spot on the ground. Then he turned around abruptly. The goblin ran after the people. Chase hid around the corner. Then he covered himself with his hand from the goblin. Then they began to breathe nervously. The goblin slowly returned his hand. Chase nervously looked away. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he needed to go down. The monster hit the ground powerfully. Then he released his long fingers. Dave jumped into the sky. The protagonist dodged the long fingers. Then he stretched out his hand and noted in his head that just a little more. Dave jumped forward. Then he jumped away from the tree. The protagonist began to put into the core. Dave opened his mouth. Then he spread his arms and legs. The monster started to follow the protagonist. Dave suddenly stopped. Then he started to slowly get up. The monsters started to charge beams. The monsters were furiously trampling the ground. The crowd was going straight to the protagonist. The monster's eyes lit up brightly and he noticed that he had determined the radius of the object's location and was starting to attack. Dave smiled and noticed that it was too late. The ground under the celestial warriors cracked. They all looked at the ground. Dave smiled and noticed that they were in the forest near the predator. A moment later, a huge monster jumped out of the ground, after which he ate all the opponents. The swamp whale started to walk along the ground, and Dave noticed that the swamp whale still had the same appetite. Dave scratched his head and added that they should try to be reborn in his stomach. He would digest anything. A bright notification appeared. Then the next one. Energy began to flow into the protagonist. Dave looked at his hand and noticed that he really had more strength. A notification appeared. A blade appeared in front of the protagonist. Full information about it appeared. Dave took it and noted that he needed to try the remote control. Then he threw it to the side. The blade began to turn in the air. Dave caught it. Then he opened his mouth and noted that it was not bad. The protagonist put the knife down. Then he smiled and noted that now it would be time to go back. A portal appeared in front of the protagonist. The man looked at the other man and noted that another portal opening had recently occurred near Nangakdom, and the area was in chaos. He could not hide his emotions, because it seemed that the situation that happened in Daegu was repeating itself. What were his observations on this incident? And the professor replied that firstly, the problem is that this area is governed by a hunters association. Then the professor opened his mouth and added that how can people trust people who are slow in dealing with a problem, and also allow themselves a day off. Then he opened his mouth and noted that the portals open periodically, which means that they need to be on guard on any weekend or holiday, and the man replied that in such a case, the association should be held responsible. The car drove quickly along the road. The guy watched the news carefully. Then he clenched his teeth and asked if they were crazy or something. The hunters from the association cannot earn as much as the clan members. Then he opened his mouth and added that they were clairvoyants or something. How could they catch him if they could not find him even with the help of special equipment? Lucas put his hand to his mouth and replied that he should stop fidgeting. In any case, he did not know about them, but as a leader, he would definitely be fired if they could not cope. Silence hung in the car. Both of them quickly looked at the phone after the statement that information had been received that now in Nangakdom, a dubious hunter with injuries had appeared. The car stepped on the gas. Sam opened his eyes and asked if there was a way to get out of here. It was creepy to be here, remembering that dead man. Chase sat down at the counter and noted that he was also creepy. But they had no other choice. They had to wait for rescuers. Two people opened their mouths after the earthquake. Sam opened his mouth and asked if they were hunters. The whole building started shaking. Chase looked closely and thought that they were already here. A moment later, the ceiling collapsed. Sam and Chase covered themselves with their hands, after which the dark-haired guy wondered if they were monsters. Dave looked to the side and noticed that they were standing in front of a hungry man. Chase opened his mouth and greeted the protagonist. The protagonist smiled and asked if he was late. Chase opened his eyes and asked how he got here. The protagonist hunched over. Then he looked at the streamer and called him. Then he opened his mouth and asked him to turn on the fire to fry some meat. Dave was ready to eat an elephant now. Chase and Sam opened their eyes. A goblin corpse was lying near the establishment and Chase asked what he was going to eat in such a place. The protagonist sat down at the table. The protagonist looked at a piece of meat and asked if it was monster blood or something. Chase and Sam closed their mouths. Then they became gloomy. The soldier got out of the car and noticed that there was a survivor. The soldier went inside and asked if they were okay. Sam opened his mouth and shouted that they would live. Then he began to bow and thank the soldier. The soldier turned around and noted that he was eating in such a situation. Chase smiled and noted that he couldn't take cover in time. How good it was that they were here. Then Chase patted the protagonist on the shoulder and noted that this guy was too shocked. That's why he was acting like that. Then he hugged the protagonist and added that they should go to the hospital. The soldier looked at him and noted that they couldn't just leave. Chase reached into his pocket. Then he handed over the document and noted that if they had any questions, they could call this number. It seemed that their clan had some extra work. The soldier adjusted his helmet and noted that since he was also from the clan, then he would see them out. Chase looked outside and thanked the soldier. The soldiers were walking around the goblin corpses. Lucas adjusted his tie and asked what was wrong with him. Then he turned and shouted that he had found the time to puke. Let him go check on the survivors. The guy spread his arms and noted that he was a hunter from the association. They should go inside together. Lucas raised his hand and wondered what kind of guy he was, tougher and stronger than the monsters. The car was driving quickly through the city. Chase opened his mouth and noted that he should spend the night at his place. Dave folded his arms and replied that they were worried about him at home. The dark-haired guy turned and noted that it would be good if everything ended with only their worry. Now everyone wanted to catch him. Dave raised his hands and thought, after which Chase looked at the road and noted that he would call his mother himself, and in the meantime he would go to his place, take a shower, and at least eat chicken. A huge building stood in the middle of the city. Dave opened his mouth and was surprised. Chase began to take off his jacket and noted that he should go wash himself and he would order chicken. A moment later, there was a huge amount of food on the table. Dave opened his mouth and asked what was going on. Chase folded his arms and noted that he had been interrupted while he was eating meat. Let him eat properly. Dave closed his eyes and asked what happened last time. He had said that if you become a hunter, you can earn money. Chase smiled, remembered the moment with the protagonist, and answered that of course you can. Chase raised his drink and noted that now is the time when such people are valued. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked what he was going to become a hunter. The protagonist ate the chicken and answered positively. Chase smiled and replied that it was a great decision. If he went to the association and showed his abilities, he would definitely get level B. Then he smiled wider and added that if he tried, he could get A. He guaranteed it. Dave turned and asked what levels. Chase opened his mouth and replied that it was like ranks. If he was at level B, he would be able to join a large clan or become a member of the association. In any case, the salary would be serious. And at level A, so in general. Dave licked his fingers and asked that it was the highest. Chase imagined 5 silhouettes and replied that there were. Level S, there were only 5 of them. Out of 2 million awakened, there were only 5 of them. Chase smiled and asked that he was thinking about becoming the 6th. Let him stop. Then he began to shake his hand and added that there was no need for such ambitions. It would be good if you were at least accepted into A. It is not so easy to get into level A in Korea. Chase handed over a drink and asked if he really decided to become a hunter, then let him leave this matter to him. Then they clinked glasses and Chase shouted, for great success. The protagonist grimaced. A huge building towered under the sky. Light was burning from huge doors. A man was cutting a chicken, after which he put it in his mouth and noted what about the crazy debtor. The man sweated and heard him eat and listen. Then he pointed the knife at the protagonist's case and added that he would start over. This debtor was crazy. Didn't he think that he had destroyed his entire organization? The protagonist was in the photo. The man wiped his lips and noted that if that was the case, then he was in a difficult situation. After which he stood up and added that if they had survived, they could have escaped. The man stepped aside and asked why he had come to them and were telling them about this. The man opened his mouth and replied that he had nowhere else to turn. Flynn looked down and noted what else he could do. The bandit couldn't go to the police. After which he smirked and asked why he was shaking so much. Then he turned to the side and added that he was acting like this because of that bandit. The man was lying near the table without an arm. The man trembled and opened his mouth. Flynn froze with his hand on the man's shoulder. Then the man started crying and begged for his life. Flynn put his hand on his head and said that they would only take his money. Then he clenched his teeth and added that no matter how they were robbed, they probably had some savings hidden away, and the man replied that he had the lowest position, so he did not know about such a thing. Then he began to sob harder and added that it was true. Flynn raised his head. Then he smiled and said that he believed him. The man turned and thanked him. Flynn smiled and noted that they would end there. A moment later, the man's head exploded. Flynn held his hand out in front of him. Then he began to walk away. Then he adjusted his hair and sighed. Flynn put his hand on the protagonist's file. Then he picked up the paper and asked him to deal with this guy. The photo depicted the protagonist. Flynn turned his gaze and added that they should deal with it well. The dark silhouette lowered his head and said that he obeyed. The Korean Hunters Association was in a huge building. The logo was brightly lit by the sun. The protagonist stood in front of the building. Chase opened his mouth and noted that first he should go inside and tell the worker at the entrance that he came to get a certificate of his awakening. Then they themselves will show him everything there. The protagonist waved his hand, heard that he should not forget to use polite speech, otherwise he looks like a crazy person when he speaks informally, and replied that he knows everything. Dave smiled and heard Chase shout that he was going to work. Let him write when the results come. Chase straightened his shirt and noted that he was worried about something. The protagonist approached the entrance. Dave looked at the security. Then he looked at the other people and thought that these people, apparently, also came to get a certificate. The guy looked down and noted that it was embarrassing. Dave scratched his head and thought that, as Chase said, he would get the money here, of course, but everything was so confusing. The protagonist approached the third ward for examination. Dave was sitting in line. Then he looked at the ticket with the number. Then he thought that hunters are a pretty popular position. He hopes they will quickly get to number 9. Dave turned his gaze sharply. Then he read the message from his mother. Then he looked at the phone and thought that it would be better for his mother not to know what he was going to do. Dave began to quickly type a message. Then dark energy emanated from him and he replied that he was still with Chase, wanted to take a leisurely shower and go home. Then he read the next message. Dave smiled and thought that he should go faster. A girl came out of the ward. Then she opened her mouth and noted that number 9 was next in line. The girl turned sharply and heard what the hell he was telling him. That he was not awakened. He definitely felt that this happened to him. The man lowered his head and replied that he was very sorry, but if the device did not recognize. The old man opened his mouth and shouted that their device was not working. What had happened to the work of the association lately? The line twisted their faces from loud screams. The old man began to sob and added how he could not be awakened if he had gone so bald overnight. He woke up bald. The whole line began to laugh. Dave twisted his face and wondered why he was messing around there for so long. After all, they were waiting for him with soup. The old man opened his mouth and shouted that if so, then he would not go anywhere. He would declare himself directly to their boss. The main character grabbed the old man by the head, after which the old man clenched his teeth and asked who was so brave. Dave looked at him furiously and noted that there was a line standing and waiting. The old man twisted his face and looked frightened, after which he sat down and noted that their equipment here was simply useless. After all, he was definitely awakened. Dave looked up and asked if the machine was definitely broken. The man looked at the old man and noted that he was awake. He could check. Then he approached the device. He put his hand on the ball, after which the device began to emit current. A moment later, the ball lit up. The man turned around and noted that the green color was level C. As you can see, everything is fine. The old man clenched his teeth. The girl pointed to the exit with her hand and noted that there was a line there. The old man opened his mouth and shouted that the device could be wrong. The girl adjusted her glasses and apologized for this incident. He could come in. The protagonist walked on, after which the girl approached her colleague and noted that it seemed that he would have a high level. The man twirled his hand on his head and noted that she should go to work and not make eyes. The girl remembered how the protagonist looked furiously and thought that he caused a feeling of fear. If he was awake, he would definitely be above level B. Dave closed his eyes. Sunny day, KHA agency. The door of the manager's office was locked. Someone was speaking from behind the wall. In a large office, the boss was sitting at a computer desk and talking on the phone. The line asked to go down to the 6th floor. The boss was confused and asked what had happened, but he was told that it would be better for him to see it for himself. The elevator passed the 16th floor. The boss was riding in the elevator and did not understand what was happening. He assumed that an awakened level 5 had appeared. He also assumed that one of the subjects was behaving badly, but these were only speculations. Finally, the elevator went down to the 6th floor. Coming out of the elevator, the boss saw a crowd of people. He walked firmly to the scene of the incident. With a determined look, he pushed aside the guy standing in front of him and walked forward. The boss looked up and saw something that surprised him. The device on the stand was broken into pieces. The entire machine was out of order. The boss asked what it was. A man in a beige jacket standing next to him turned to him. The boss asked him what had happened to the device. The man said hesitantly that there was a problem with the machine. The boss continued to watch what was happening, not taking his eyes off it. A voice from the crowd was heard blaming Dave for the breakdown. The guy stood there at a loss and did not know how to justify himself. A little earlier, the machine in the ward started to blink. Dave put his hand on it. He looked at the machine in bewilderment and asked if it was supposed to work like that. A worker standing next to him said that sometimes this happens. The sphere cracked. The worker was very scared by what was happening. Dave did not understand anything. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from their ward and everyone around rushed to see what had happened. Smoke began to come out of the ward. There was so much of it that it was difficult to see anything. The workers ran out and Dave was still standing by the machine. One of the workers looked at the guy. He asked about his condition. Dave could not think of anything. The boss chuckled and slapped his face, saying that the device was broken. The worker interrupted him and asked in surprise, "Were all three?" The boss objected. All three could have broken. Dave realized what was going on and asked if he was in danger of getting a fine. He turned around and asked when the results of the examination would be in. The boss didn't know how to answer this question, so he decided to think it over. He thought, wiping sweat from his face, if we continue testing, we'll break all the devices. The boss asked the guy's name. He thought for a moment, putting his hand to his face. This is the first time we've encountered something like this. The manager couldn't take responsibility for the choice and entrusted it to the border guards. Dave asked in surprise because he didn't know who they were. The device was still lying there broken. The boss gained confidence and told Dave that all problems with the device were decided by judges. Dave didn't fully understand whether this test would be fair. The worker came closer and explained to the guy that the evaluation would be based on the established criteria. Dave, wiping sweat from his face, resigned himself. The guy said goodbye to the manager, turned around and walked away, guilty. The other workers watched him. The boss breathed a sigh of relief and asked the workers why they couldn't live in peace. The worker approached the boss and asked if it was true that the ball only reacted to the foreign energy of the awakened. The boss immediately agreed. The worker looked after Dave with suspicion. She assumed that the guy's energy had crossed the permissible threshold. The worker standing next to him barely held back his laughter, covering his face with his hand. The worker glanced at him, and he apologized. The boss asked in bewilderment if Dave could be higher than level S again. The worker interrupted him and calmed everyone down because the world is now full of science fiction. Everyone looked at the ball. Skyscrapers towered over the rest of the city. Dave was asked if he had passed the test. Dave stood and quietly listened to the man on the other line. People were going about their business on the street. The guy told his interlocutor about the breakdown of the device. The endless questions got on his nerves, and he switched to an impolite tone. After boring questions, Dave lowered his head, resigned to the impossibility of changing anything. The guy shifted from foot to foot in confusion, waiting for the conversation to end. Having finished the boring call, he decided to go home. Dave was already ready to go. He felt someone's gaze on him, not giving him peace. With a tired look, he turned around. A glare was visible under the roof of an unfinished building. It was a sniper. The shooter looked at the guy through the sight and discussed his strength. The shooter is a girl. She intends to kill Dave with one shot. She touched the trigger to shoot. Through the sight, she saw his gaze. Her face was in complete bewilderment. She took the sight away from him and crouched down, wondering how he could have spotted her. Taking up the rifle again, she decided to take revenge for Dave spotting her. The guy showed her where to shoot so as not to leave him alive. With a furious look, he pointed to her temple again. The shooter was stunned. She did not understand how he hurt her. Deciding that the barrel of her rifle was too noticeable, she decided to hide. Dave's voice in her head ordered her to shoot. The girl shoots. The bullet flies straight at the target. Explosion. Nothing can be seen, smoke everywhere. She wants to make sure that she hit and to see him. The shooter's face was covered in sweat and his pupils narrowed from shock. Dave was alive. There was a large crater around the guy and he stood there emotionless. This was an aura bullet, not an easy cartridge. Dave threw a bitchy look in her direction. The shooter, completely confused, tries to collect his thoughts and run away. She dropped her rifle and ran away, leaving Dave alive. A blue knife flew from the ground through the window. It hit the shooter right in the leg. The girl felt a lot of pain from the blow. Falling onto the concrete floor, she continued to crawl. Suddenly, Dave's figure appeared in front of her. He had red eyes and black matter coming out. She turned to him with pain on her face. A real demon stood in front of her. Dave declared that he could not be killed. The knife in the shooter's leg was pulsating and emitting blue matter. She quickly pulled the gun out from under her clothes. She sat up and took aim. Pointing the gun at Dave, she wondered how he survived the aura weapon. There was malice and revenge in her eyes. Dave continued to stand and look into her eyes. He declared that he returned from hell, releasing red matter from his eyes. The girl screamed and fired several times, wishing for death. Dave withstood all the shots. A furious scream was heard throughout the area. There were no more bullets left in the shooter's gun, and the building was plunged into smoke. Hoping that he was dead, she began to laugh. Dave was standing behind her. She remembered how he fell down. There was no way to survive after that. She looked at him in complete despair. Dave grabbed her shoulder with one hand. In one fell swoop, he slammed her back against the wall. The shooter tried to fight, suffering from pain. She saw red hands reaching out to her. It was something big and unearthly. There was a monster with many mouths and eyes next to her. She was horrified by what she saw. The girl lost consciousness and could no longer fight. The monster had the shooter completely in his grip, and Dave was standing in front, talking about her weakness. The guy picked up several bullets fired at him from the floor. He squatted down, looking upset. The guitar case was lying to the side with photos in an envelope. Dave approached and saw his photos in an envelope with a letter. Suddenly the bullet twitched. It flew towards the girl's head and, having hit, woke her up. Opening her eyes, the shooter clenched her teeth and looked down. She almost broke free from the monster's embrace, but he was stronger. Dave stood up and looked at the bullet in his hand. He remembered his photos from the dossier. The guy turned around, holding his hand with the bullet forward, and asked the name of the one who hired her. The girl turned pale and stared at the bullet. While she was thinking about what to tell him, he asked himself. Dave asked a question about the employer. With her eyes wide open, the girl broke out in a sweat, answering the question, thinking about how to escape. The guy was standing right in front of her. He asked about the money. The shooter began to beg Dave to let her go if she told him everything. Pushing the bullet with his thumb, the guy sent the bullet towards the shooter. The bullet went through the girl's shoulder. A loud scream was heard. Screams were coming from the building. The girl was pressed into the wall. Dave looked at her with displeasure. She seemed too kind to him for a mercenary, and if she started talking nonsense again, he would kill her. The girl was at a loss. She hurried and did not know what to do. The guy himself was not happy with her. He wondered who sent her. The girl's gaze was directed downwards. She had already failed the task. The image of a dead girl arose in her head. Even if she came out of there alive, this psycho from the Red Horse clan would kill her. Wherever she went, the outcome would be the same. She looked at the guy. She stretched her hand forward. She put this hand on her chest. Dave looked at her. He understood that she was digging her own grave. The girl began to scream at him. At that moment, her hand pierced her chest. She was struck by horror. She began to cough up blood. The guy's hand was pointed at her. He wrinkled his nose. He had had enough time in hell. Blood was running down the wall. The girl fell to her knees. Dave rubbed his neck. He never found out who sent her. The girl's corpse was by the wall. The guy would have to clean it up. He looked at her. He put his hand to his forehead. The guy used the diary reading. Having said the keyword, he found the page he needed. His eyes were glowing red. The guy removed his hand. He opened a portal. He stood in front of it. His gaze turned to the corpse. The construction of the building continued. Inside was a covered corpse. A hand was sticking out. The guy entered the portal. He was greeted. He crossed his arms. He would like to visit page 134, which is about soul imprisonment. Soul imprisonment is the main royal weapon, along with the Demon King, one of the 15 main forces of hell. The guy stood with the weapon in front of the monster. Blood was flowing from his hand. This is an artifact that connects him with the deceased through blood. Behind the guy stood the monster. Dave's face was focused. He originally thought that by sealing his soul, he could fight comfortably, but the one he had linked himself to was too weak. The circle was asking the boy if he wanted to return to the Pantheon. He looked at the circle. The situation was different on Earth, so he would use it well this time. He pressed the button. He was transported to page 34, to the place called Ghost River. He moved. There were rocks all around. This place was the Ghost River. The river there was purple. The boy looked at it. On the other side of this river was the king's territory. There used to be a boat there, and he could cross the river. He began to look around. Now there were no trees, let alone boats, and you can't swim across. His hands were in his pockets. Putting a body there even for a little would mean destroying it with the dead. He received quest notifications. Quest to obtain the item sealing the king's soul, page 134. His face was dissatisfied. He was detected as an unidentified intruder. There were many glowing things in the sky. They were waiting for approval to destroy the intruder. Dave frowned. Beetles were flying at him. The White Lord's origin, mechanical. It is a mechanical construction of the sky dwellers, which is truly independent. The creature looked at him. The destruction of the intruder was approved. They landed on the ground. A ball flew out of the mouth of one. Dave managed to jump back. This ball was smoking. The guy smiled. Maybe for their extermination they will at least give him a boat. A weapon appeared in his hand. A beetle jumped at him. The guy rushed forward. He flew at the enemy. The weapon pierced him. The guy's eyes turned red. He cut the beetle in half. Dust followed the guy. Balls were flying at him from both sides. The guy prepared to attack. He frowned. Are these supposedly poisonous bullets? You don't have to dodge them. Red smoke came from the guy. A shield formed, and those balls flew into it. He stood calmly. He looked at them. Dealing with them one by one was too tedious. While he was thinking, a bug jumped on him. The guy decided that he would finish them off at once. Dust was flying from all sides. One enemy was sitting on a rock. Others were flying forward. Some more were already killed. Dave ran forward. He cut off the paws of each one. He cut the ball. Blood flew in all directions. There was a ball in his hand. He broke it with his hand. The guy went on a mission, completed the task, and his level increased. He could collect his reward. Dave looked at the reward. A flame appeared in front of him. A reward appeared in it. Name: poisonous insect patronage. Type: defense, reduces injuries and carries immunity from the dead. The guy read the information. His gaze moved to the river. He would have to swim across it himself after all. The river looked terrifying. The guy swam along it. His feet were already on dry land. He wiped his face. The Pantheon people were surprised by Dave's swimming skills. They were sorry that they couldn't help him. The guy was irritated. A bright light appeared in front of him. He walked into it. The guy found himself on the king's land. He started looking around. There was nothing there, and the king's fortress was gone too. The Pantheon people were very upset that the king's fortress was gone. Dave concentrated. He walked forward. He noticed something. A cloud of sand formed on the ground. Something big landed. It was dust. Dave was surprised. It was small compared to the hill. This was a task designed by the celestial beings. It was lined with stones. It serves as a concentration camp for capturing the ghost of the dead. It was very high. The entrance was open. The guy looked at the building. An enemy came out of the building. Dave was surprised. A red aura emanated from the monster. It was the commander of diseases. The guy tensed up. While he was in this state, they couldn't even get close to him. The army ran towards him. Dave started yelling at them. A red cloud appeared behind him. The guys stopped. The inhabitants of the Pantheon were upset by the retreat. One of the enemies started yelling. They jumped on Dave. He began to reflect their blows. It seemed to him that they had no base. He cut off the head of one of them. Maybe it was because of that pillar. There was an explosion from above it. A crowd of enemies ran out to fight. The guy used blood naturalization. His body was covered in yellow light. When using blood naturalization, the skill consumes health points but increases the attack power of all states and skills by 300%. He decided that he would finish them off in one go. His eyes lit up with fire. The guy bent down. A stream of wind from his leg flies forward, striking at monsters. The enemy received a blow to the stomach. The hero swung his fist, directed his hand forward, defeated 50 out of 10,000 monsters, 130 out of 10,000. Clouds of smoke around the pillar. Monsters are running out of the tower. He thought it would be more profitable to attack them from the inside. A warrior with a weapon strikes, moving towards the entrance. An explosion at the pillar flashes in different places of the tower. Lines of light rise up. A blast wave from the building. The hero's silhouette among the monsters. The light destroys the warrior. Dave sank to the ground. Red waves of flame surround him. Fire screen. The task is completed. The level of implementation has increased. He received expansion runes as a reward. 2 glowing spheres. Looks at them. Perhaps this is a reward and an item for implementation. First you need to check. A serious face said, collect. Sparks from a purple ball. Sphere at the hero's chest. Information about the reward in the windows. The soul imprisonment artifact. If the object dies, his soul is imprisoned in the artifact. You can revive the imprisoned soul in the form of a soldier of diseases. The artifact allows you to see some of the object's memories. The hero holds a fireball in his hand. The goal here is to collect bodies and information from them. But 20 would be too few. He decided, well, okay, since they gave it as a reward. A red ball and flame, he exclaimed, collection. The screen asks if he wants to engrave expansion runes on the imprisonment of souls. A stream of fire connects the spheres. He shouted, collection. The number of imprisoned souls is 0 out of 100. Dave holds a glowing purple artifact. He clenched his hand into a fist. A window with a message about the successful imprisonment of souls. A yellow ball appeared under the screen. The guy wanted to go since he achieved what he wanted, but noticed it. Frowned, what is this? Fire screens. The inhabitants of Hell shudder from the energy emanating from the light. The Pantheon will be careful with Dave. He reached out his hand to an unknown object to collect, asked. They thought to appease him with words. The light illuminates his face. He raised his hand, flames around it. He waved his hand. The screen in front of him flashed brightly, asked what? He looks at the window, asked what else. A message appeared that the breaking point had previously been cruel, 1 of 3. The light around the hero, he thought maybe they would give him something else, and this is another useless message. A portal opened in front of him. He returns. He returned to the construction site. He looked down, dissatisfied. There was no one by the opposite wall. A drop of sweat on his cheek. He wondered where the corpse had disappeared to. Dave's house. Julie looked out from behind the door. The guy looked back awkwardly. The girl said that the soup had already cooled. A gloomy face asked for forgiveness. She turned her head, closing her eyes, told him to come in faster, and they went to eat. Dishes on the table. TV. The presenter reports that the opening of the portals this time caused great damage. The hero's mother turned it off by pressing the remote control button. He needs to eat. The hero eats soup, noticed that the world has really changed a lot. He saw monsters running on the news. The woman looked at her son with concern. She looked down, admitted that she hadn't said anything because she was afraid he would go into severe shock, asked him to forgive her. The family at the table. Dave replied that everything was fine. He said it seriously, that he was grateful that she had kept him alive in such a world. She opened her eyes wide. Spoon in mouth. Julie turned away. He looked away, wondering what was wrong with the atmosphere. Fingered ahead, asked mother, did she and Julie want anything? The girl said, what? As if he could afford something. House against the backdrop of mountains. The woman was surprised. He had already finished eating. It was a double portion. The office of the Soul Clan. The guy asked, something happened. Dave replied that he would lie low for a while. He wondered, was it because of testing? It would be somewhere out of reach. Chase put the phone to his ear. The hero said that yes, since it will take place in the wilderness, you can say so. His friend was surprised, but even if so, why disappear? The hero on the roof replied that he noticed one flee, but in the blink of an eye it disappeared somewhere. Chase did not understand what he was talking about. Hand in a pool of blood, the guy looks at the wall. The corpse mysteriously disappeared somewhere without a trace. Looking forward, he asked, while he was gone, to look after his mother and Julie. He put his hands in his pants pockets, thought that he would have to make them swim to the surface on their own. Having finished the conversation, Chase thought about what he decided to do. The building of the Red Horse clan, the man said that he dealt with the corpse, but judging by what he did to the B-class mercenary, he is not so simple. Flynn, closing his eyes, answered him with a smile to leave the guy. They say he will show up for testing. He looked straight ahead. That's where they will have a chance to deal with him. Opposite him is Jimmy in the cell. He asked him, the same? He answered, yes. The guy grinned, asked to be allowed to start as soon as possible. He had been waiting for this day for so long. The employee at the computer reported that the heart rate of the awakened discharger is normal, asked to begin the introduction of the serum. Flynn folded his arms over his chest, told the guy that it would be unbearable for him, it would be better to grit his teeth. He put his hand on the wall of the cell, answered that he knew exactly where he was going from the very beginning. The head of the clan ordered the employee to begin. He pressed the button to begin the introduction of the serum. The liquid in the equipment began to flow into the chamber. Swollen veins on his arm, 20% injected, heart rate is normal. The guy gritted his teeth, 40% injected. White eyes, veins on his face, 55% injected. Figure of a man on the monitor. Scientist looked around, exclaimed, they had exceeded the limit. Purple glow around Flynn. He ordered to continue. The man said he could die. The head coldly replied that he would not have brought him here if he died from this. The employee looked at the screen in horror, 80% injected. Red glow around Jimmy, screamed in pain, 90% injected. His eyes flashed green, 100% injected. Heart rate indicator, straight line. The guy lowered his head. They are looking at the camera. The man, looking at the floor, said that the heart rate was 0. I think he was dead. Flynn raised a finger to his mouth to keep it quiet. The subject's hand trembled. The scientist looked questioningly at the monitor. The recording shows the presence of a heartbeat. His mouth opened in surprise. Jimmy opened his eyes, a furious look. The man couldn't believe it. Really? The guy broke through the wall of the cell, jumped to the floor, threw his head back. Flynn grinned evilly. Opposite him, Jimmy in a green glow said that he was a good boy, although he almost disgraced himself. He smiled broadly. Now he was looking forward to the 10th day. On the blue screen, a message from Chase asked the hero if he knew that during the testing he would only be allowed to use a shield and a weapon determined by the association. Dave, with a phone in his hand, thought that it would be possible to compensate for the shortcomings of the weapon with the strength of the body, but a branch in his hand, he needed to check something. He tapped her on the shoulder. Golden armor appeared. He knew it. A shield, unlike a weapon, is not visible in the real world. A blue portal opened. The shield can be used constantly, but what about weapons? He stuck his hand in there. He holds a stick and a knife in his hands. It seems that the weapon can be used by changing it. He decided that he needed to change this weapon into a branch. A fiery screen appeared in front of him asking about the modification of the judge's dagger. The guy answered, yes. Glowing rectangles around the blade. It turned into a branch. The window said that the modification was successful. Dave frowned at the weapon, so this was possible. If so, then maybe he could get his favorite sword. He looked to the side. He would try to take it, said Pantheon. Fire in the desert, the territory of the Salt King. Feet in sneakers, walking on the sand. An exhausted look. He did not think that he would return to this damned place again. White wolves appeared. He looked at them sternly. Monsters approached from different sides. A screen with a task for the implementation of the item. You need to get rid of Orkiel's servants who guard the king's lands and collect soul stones. An orange window with information. This is an army of animals. Dave took the dagger. He will have to use it this way. He cut his palm and said, soul confinement. A huge wolf appeared in front of him. Waves of purple flame emanated from the hero's eyes. He asked with a grin if he wanted to feed him. The monster swung his weapon. A strip of light passed through the opponents. The wolf turned to ashes. Dave threw the blade. Glowing lines, striking the monsters. Orkiel's army, 33 out of 100 defeated. He squeezed the hilt. Flames surrounded his weapon. Gritted teeth, he exclaimed, calling the army. The monster with glowing eyes swung his weapon. The blue wolf grabbed his face. New warriors appeared from the ground. He clenched his fist, blood splashed. The opponents were perplexed. An army appeared in front of the guy. He frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and commanded forward. They rushed to attack. The enemies ran, weapons raised. The armies opposite each other. He turned on the lighter. He brought it to the cigarette. Dave exhaled a stream of smoke. Beads of sweat on his face. He didn't like it. A blow to the blue wolf's head. He was cut in half. Fell to the ground. The guy against the fire said that they were easy to knock down, but you shouldn't underestimate them. The monster ran forward. Blue threads stretched out behind him. They grabbed the white wolf. It was a warrior who emerged from the earth. They would be reborn until the brand in their body was removed. He pulled him towards himself. Dave jumped up. He raised his head, thought that he should kill a bunch of people in 2 hours. He stopped, having gained the necessary height. He looked down, decided that this was the place. A view from above, perfect for a strike. Flames around the hero, accelerated on the descent. Falls on the minions. The wolves are fighting each other. The monster raised his head. A column of light flies at them. A bright flash illuminated them. The sword plunges into the purple creature's stomach. It opened its mouth, screamed. Foot and boot, girl steps to the side. Pulls out weapon. Blue window, every approved object destroyed. Monster behind her disappears. She catches her breath. Wound on cheek. Notification says they are finishing hunting simulation. Soul Clan department manager with phone in hand asks boss how he is. James removes hand from face, says not bad. Watching girl adds that she has problem. She loosens up on battlefield. Man asks not to worry about it. This problem will be thoroughly polished because they have 10 more days. James clenches fist, says they should double training difficulty. It should be enough to get ahead of this guy. Employee adjusted glasses asks if he means Jimmy from Red Horse Clan by this guy. James looks ahead, answered that yes, he is sure that if it were not for him, then this time no one would have surpassed Louise's skill. The assistant confirmed. After all, she has a B rank, and Jimmy has the head clenched his teeth, sternly said that a more important role is played by what tricks this clan will resort to. The man looked at the chief, asked if he did not think that they would do something like this again. Wasn't it because of this case that they banned the recruitment of newcomers for a whole year? James stands with his legs wide apart, answered that this is exactly why he will start something even dirtier. Having been shackled for a whole year, he can't stand it anymore. The corners of his mouth are lowered. The leader noted that it turns out that this test will become an arena for two. Hand to chin, James declared that it will be so. Dave sits on the bodies of defeated monsters. These are mediocre creatures. System windows pop up in front of the eyes and report that the inhabitants of Pandemonium are amazed by Dave's amazing skills and with great fear of him express their respect, and some of the demons even applaud standing. The system notifies that the goal is almost completed and the soul stone is filled to 999,000. Holding a cigarette in his hand, MC says that all this is empty sound and asks if there is something more significant. The wolf-like monster on which the hero sits begins to cough. Then, with a grin on his face, gets angry, breathing heavily. Raising his dagger, the hero orders to be silent while he smokes. Then he begins to stab over and over again, while the monster coughs and grunts and tells him to be quiet. The system pops up in front of MC's eyes, notifying him of the task's completion and saying that upon completion of the task, the level of fulfillment increases and 500 more points are added to Dave's total score, and the fulfillment level of the Karma Sword is 50%. Blue spheres start flying out of the killed wolves. Their bodies start to smolder. All the spheres flock to the hero, and a fire is already blazing behind him. All the spheres merge into one large one, and the system window that appears says that the soul collection task has begun and that MC can collect souls at the altar. Lost in thought, smoking a cigarette, the hero thinks about what an altar is and does not remember there being an altar there. Raising his hand to the sphere, it starts flying into it, and Dave mentally thinks that there is no need to say that it still needs to be looked for. After which, he squeezes the sphere that flew out in his hand. Then, some tower starts to break out of the ground. A building with a tower in the middle rose from the ground. Looking at it, Dave realizes that it is a small pedestal with a bowl in the center. Extending the sphere towards it, it begins to glow even brighter, and the hero realizes that he has rushed to conclusions, and the pop-up system window says that the inhabitants of Pandemonium bow their heads before Dave. He throws his cigarette butt on the armor of his previous opponents. The system window notifies about the beginning of a new task and says that in the process of 337th page. The Sword of Karma, the highest difficulty level, and the content is to collect soul stones at the altar and prove your abilities to the Guardian. Time is not limited, and the goal is recognition by the Guardian. The rewards are 20,000 to the total account, the blood of the Guardian, and the implementation of the Sword of Karma 100%. He puts the soul stone in the bowl, after which it flares up even more. The energy of the stone spreads in the bowl. The hero stands, looking at the flaring altar. A huge snake-like monster bursts out from under the ground behind the altar. Dave's gaze becomes happy. A huge snake surrounded by an aura looks at MC. Its eyes are burning with fire, and its body is covered in magma. Dave's eyes begin to glow with demonic energy. The system says that this is the guardian of the heavenly world, Orkiel Serpent. The species is a serpent that Orkiel cherishes, and says that if the hero wants to get the thing that the guard is guarding, you need to answer the question asked by the guard and get approval. Having already taken out the dagger, we look stupidly at the system window. Despondently, he asks what kind of sudden quizzes are these, because everything was going so well. The snake hangs over, looking at the reader, and MC says that it's all useless. The hero looks up at the snake, saying that he better hurry up with asking the question. The snake leans towards the hero and asks a question in his own language. The hero grins, angry, and asks if the snake is making fun of him, after which the dagger flies into the snake's eye, after which it begins to wriggle, screaming in pain. Dave's eyes fill with red light, and an aura begins to glow around him, and a menacing question is heard, addressed to the snake, why it splashed its poison. The system window notifies that blood naturalization is activated, which turns the owner into a centaur, and that when used, it consumes health points, increasing all skills and statuses by 300%. After which, Dave sharply swipes his hand to the left, and the dagger, driven by his power, pierces the snake's eyes through and through, after which, the dagger flies, returning to the owner's hand, eyes illuminated by energy with cracked marks under them. The snake starts to wag in different directions, while the hero, jumping, flies towards him, and swinging his dagger, he angrily notes that he wanted it nicely, and the snake saw him as easy prey. Then he hits the snake right in the head, saying that let him see what he can do. Then he swings his dagger again. His eyes are close up, and the hero addresses the snake, calling him a snake. Then he forcefully drives his dagger into the monster's head. From the force of the blow, steam bursts out of the monster's head, and it begins to inflate, and explodes, tearing into pieces. An MC jumps off, landing on his feet on the ground, and gets up, standing with his back to the monster, from whose neck blood is spewing. And tilting his head, Dave says, complaining about the smell of blood. Then, noticing something, he turns around. The monster's neck stopped bleeding and green flames started to flow, and the hero, looking angrily, narrowing his eyes, says that, of course, they are tenacious, like worms, and this is no longer surprising. Jelly-like appendages begin to grow from the monster's neck, and after them, a new head begins to form. And Dave, squeezing his dagger with great force, which is covered in magma on the handle, says that if it's fire, this is what he thought. The snake, already completely regenerated, looms before him again, and he begins to scream in a frenzy. And the hero, covering himself with his hand from possible saliva of the beast, says that this cannot continue. And with a pompous look, he tells the snake to come to him. After which, with a relaxed smile, he looks to the left, and the snake flies at him again, spewing blue flames from its mouth. An MC sticks a dagger into its mouth, and with his foot, he blocks the monster's tongue. Then, holding onto the snake's fang, he stands in its mouth. Looking at the blue flame in the monster's mouth, he says that this is exactly what he was waiting for. And smiling at the reader, he says that it was the fire of rebirth. The snake slams its mouth shut, swallowing the hero. The snake, drooling, sticks out its tongue. System windows appear convulsively, reporting that the inhabitants of Pandemonium are delighted and that one of the demons bowed his head, closing his eyes. Then sparks begin to play in the snake's eyes. Then he spews blue flame from himself while bewilderment plays on his face. Dave jumps out of his mouth and lands on the ground, holding in his hand a sword that is engulfed in blue flame and chained. The sword hits hard, driving into the ground. After which, the hero proudly stands up and says that it's a shame to waste such a thing on a guy who doesn't even have arms. The system notifies that Dave is receiving the item Karma Sword and that the item cannot be used to its full potential because its implementation level is only 50%, and the sword's inherent skills 1, 2, and 3 are assigned to the hero. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, MC says that 50% implementation is quite enough and that he cannot believe that he is fighting someone who cannot use the fire of revival. The snake, with its mouth open, flies towards the hero. In response, he simply swings his sword, and with a mockery on his face, he says that this is more than enough, after which he raises his sword into the air, and delivers a powerful slash from which his entire aura flies apart. The cut goes through the entire snake. The hero stands in place, and dust and sand rise around him, after which, the snake, cut in half, appears behind him. Looking around, he looks at something while blood is still flying around. The system reports that Dave has completed his mission and therefore the level of implementation increases. The Guardian's Blood reward has been issued, and 20,000 points have been added to the total account. The level of implementation of the Karma Sword is 100%, and the implementation process is complete. The chains begin to fall off the sword, freeing it. The hero stands with a grin, looking at the sword burning blue. The system window appears above the hero again, informing him that a test has been sent to him to check the rights to the Karma Sword and he needs to try to withstand the fire of karma for a specified time. The sword begins to blaze with fire with renewed vigor, drawing patterns on its glaring surface that resemble the starry sky, and Dave thinks that he must definitely pass this test if he really wants to finally master this sword, and the test is a sultry hell. The system notifies that the remaining time is 240 hours, and that this test cannot take life, but will give excruciating pain, and MC thinks that he needs to endure the pain of burning for only 10 days. Everything around him is burning with a bright purple flame, while he stands, holding a sword in his hands. His face begins to burn, his body turns blue, and his eyes glow orange. The sword in his fingers burning to the bone. The hero understands that, however, he does not have to endure this pain. Looking with an evil grin at the sword in his hand, he asks, turning to it, that the sword cannot recognize its owner. The system window with the timer says that only 5 minutes have passed. Standing with a burnt face, with burnt eyelids, Dave angrily says that it is better for the sword to remove the timer while he speaks nicely and until he takes it apart into pieces. After which, the system window updates, saying that there is no need to endure anymore and the hero has passed the test. Stopping burning and regenerating his skin, he holds his sword in his hand as he begins to speak, addressing him as his master. A sword engulfed in flames, speaking, apologizing for not recognizing his master right away. Smiling in close-up, MC says that there is no need to worry and that everything is fine, and that he is glad to meet him. In the sky, something is burning out. Looking at his sword, he speaks, addressing him, that he is glad that he did not stoop to pandemonium. Black is a red-hot vat into which souls rush. Dave explains that pandemonium is the habitat of demons, a place where the souls of those who died in hell live, and that it is a place of endless nothingness. Many white bodies fall, and others stand on top of each other, forming a hill. System windows appear behind the sword, in which it is written that the demons of pandemonium support Dave with tears in their eyes and sincerely ask for their release. A close-up of the sword, which says that from the moment the hero disappeared, he only wanted to disappear. Standing in front of the sword with a serious face, the hero asks if his weapon despises him, to which he receives the answer that no and everything is wrong, and that the sword will accept any of his decisions with joy. The sword, burning at the hero's feet, says that the only thing he worried about was what happened after he disappeared. Standing with a dissatisfied face, the hero asks what happened. Some winged creatures hang in the air, shocking the demonic creatures, and the sword explains that one day, unidentified creatures broke through the boundaries and that they made their way to hell because all the demons lost their powers due to the lack of MC. The winged creature cuts and slashes the demonic creatures, running away in terror. The winged creature forms some kind of magic circle above itself and chains appear from everywhere. The sword continues to remember, saying that not only did they seal the time and space of hell, the demons run away from the hole in pandemonium when the chains grab them, dragging them there. And the sword says that the heavenly creatures cast all the demons into pandemonium and he had no choice but to be swallowed by the snake, watching the demons suffer. The snake raises its head and energy hovers from it. The sword lies in the stomach of the snake, around it are body parts of other creatures, and it says that it had to lead a meaningless existence because its ego was hurt. Coming out of its memories, the sword lies while the traces of the battle still smoldering around and says that, fortunately, its master freed it. A closer shot of the sword, which asking not to be considered rude, why its master returned. Dave, grabbing the sword, says that he needs its help and will tell you the details later. Holding his sword on his shoulder, a yellow ball flies in front of him, and the sword says that it is sad to hear that the hero has a situation in which he needs his help. And Dave replies that first, he wanted to ask if the sword knows what the orange sphere in front of them is. A close-up of the sphere, the sword says that it does not know what it is either, but it emits a strange energy, which the hero asks again, not understanding what the sword means by strange energy. Walking around the sphere, Dave looks at it, while the sword explains that the same energy came from unidentified guests. Touching and beginning to merge with the sphere, Dave listens to the suspicions of the sword, which says that it is necessary to check first, and then asks again if its owner is listening. The sphere enters the hero's hand, who says that the system has never let him down and it can be checked after he assembles it. After which he grabs the sphere with his hand, squeezing it in his palm. The system window pops up, showing fragments of a phrase that there is a limit before entering and notifies that 2 of the 3 parts of this text have been acquired. Looking at his hand, on which some kind of red circle has formed, he says that it seems that thanks to this thing you can enter somewhere. A window pops up, offering to leave the Pantheon, and Dave replies that he does not want to do this yet. Standing in profile to the reader, he thinks that before he always immediately returned to reality. Looking at the system window that offers to exit, continues to think that according to the Sword of Karma, there are several things that should be obtained. Standing in front of the system window, says that he is returning to the Pantheon, reality, where on the top of the SC building, on the screen, there is some kind of transmission, and words are heard that the video of the goblin murder scattered everywhere, and how could it be otherwise if it was incredible. Chase sits with a sweaty face when one of his subordinates asks him if he saw this video, to which he replies that of course he did. His colleagues are talking when Chase again buries himself in his monitor, regretfully thinking that now Dave can't even be called a friend. After which, his boss in cool glasses comes up and asks if he can have a minute. After which, Chase turns to him and says yes, asking what happened. The office workers are discussing the goblin killing video that has been circulating, noting that it was incredible because the hunters responsible for it are not fit to hold a candle to him. The boss watches as the first one continues to say that the man's identity has not yet been determined, and the second one replies that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The boss looks down at Chase and speaks to him. Chase looks at him and responds. The boss holds up 2 fingers and suggests that Chase go outside. A cloudless sky above the office building. The boss takes a drag and asks if Chase was at the scene and continues that he has something he wants to share. Chase looks ahead with displeasure and thinks that how can he share such a thing, because as soon as he says that he is his friend, he will be forced to hire him at any cost. Chase takes a cigarette out of his mouth and replies that if he had something to say, he would immediately say so, to which the boss's eyes light up. The boss looks into the distance and remarks that he is sorry, because if Chase knew anything, they could hire that guy. Chase smiles nervously and thinks that he will continue to pretend and continues that it really would be good and notes that there are 7 days left until the test and asks how Louise is. Both silently look down from the roof. Chase looks at him and asks that nothing happened. A close-up of both standing on the edge of the roof and the boss gives a negative answer because nothing special happened, but he is worried that she may not cope. The plot informs that there are 7 days left until the license test. Bright sun above the crowns of trees. Louise stands armed and tries to catch her breath. She looks to the side and thinks that there are 10 minutes left until the end of the simulation. Plates appear from under the ground, which are still 10. Louise runs to attack. Louise runs and cuts the air with her sword. Louise cuts the plate in half. A new one appears, and another plate. Louise swings, and behind her a new plate appears. A monster is visible from the plate. It comes out and is about to attack Louise. It rushes towards her. Louise frowns and bares her teeth. Louise turns and is ready to counterattack. Another monster attacks Louise from behind. Louise is pinned down by monsters from both sides. Louise looks at the monster's hand and frowns. A voice is heard saying that this is enough. Louise is perplexed and asks to stop, but the simulation is already turning off. It is announced that the training program is complete. Squares of the simulation space are visible through the landscape. Louise turns around and looks at her with displeasure. A man with a beard looks at her proudly from the control room. James says that she should go up to him because they need to talk. Louise's indignation is heard from behind the doors of the medical lab because she could still continue training. James leans against the wall and asks if she is overdoing it, to which she replies that you need to go towards your goal even if you fall off your feet. Louise raises her shoulders and asks if those were his words. James frowns and replies that he only said that about training for the body. Louise looks away and continues that she does not overwork herself in any other way because she knows her body. James turns to the screen and asks if she is sure that she knows herself better than their system. James puts his hands in his pockets and looks straight at her, asking if she can see it. The screen describes Louise's condition in comparison with a healthy person, and James says that on the left are the indicators of a normal emotional state of a person, and next to her indicators. Louise sighs sadly. James raises an eyebrow and asks what this is, because the system shows that her depressed state is currently a danger to him. Louise slouches and notes that she needs to get into the top 5. James stands against the wall again and asks about the top 5 and asks if she wants to increase her rank, to which she answers yes. James frowns and replies that if she gets in a rank, she will have many opportunities. Louise clutches the bottle in her hands and replies that she is not doing this to earn or seek fame and honor. Louise bites her lip. Louise looks ahead angrily and says that she wants to kill all the monsters that live on Earth. The plot informs that there are 5 days left until the license test. The door opens. Flynn stands in the doorway. Flynn walks forward. Flynn casually looks ahead and moves on. Flynn stands in front of a closed door. Flynn stands at full height in front of a closed door. Flynn presses the button. The doors in front of Flynn swing open and his hair flutters in the wind. Flynn covers his nose with his hand and says that he didn't think it was possible to survive in such a place. He is standing in the doorway in close up and says that the equipment in the isolation ward should be changed, in particular the ventilation system. The lamps are emitting sparks. Zooming in on the lamps, and Flynn notes that the lamps also need to be changed. Flynn looks at the man on the floor and asks if he thinks the same thing. The man on the floor has bloody entrails. Flynn turns to the genie, who has torn off a piece with his teeth. There are dismembered animals lying around, and Flynn says that it seems to him that the genie lives well here and the food is to his taste, and continues that he should eat more, because only then the properties of the drug will not bother him too much. The genie angrily wipes his mouth and Flynn says that just a little more and the genie will become the main character of the testing. The story announces that there are 3 days left until the license test. A pop-up window states that the implementation level has increased upon completion of the task and that the implementation is complete. Dave is standing in a cloak with a sword in the snow. The sword glows and the entity asks if the owner is coming back. Dave frowns forward and gives a positive answer. The story announces that there is 1 day left until the license test. The story announces that the day of the test has arrived. A close-up of the stadium, and it is announced that the number of Awakened this year has increased by 25% and that the level of competition is expected to increase due to the rapid increase in Awakened. People are walking into the stadium, and then it is announced that members of the organization are reporting that some change in the evaluation methods may be possible starting this year. A car is racing along the highway. Smoke comes from the tires. Cries of bewilderment are heard, with exclamations that this is a red horse, this is Flynn. Reporters in shock run straight to him with requests to film faster. Flynn straightens his tie as the genie walks with his hands in his pockets. The reporter approaches Flynn and says she is a reporter for SBC and introduces herself. Then she asks him to tell her about the man next to him, as he is a rookie and is he representing the Red Horse Clan this time, and asks what grade he thinks the Red Horse Clan will get in this test. Flynn looks at another man in the crowd who raised his hand and says that the Red Horse Clan could not participate in the test last year due to the use of illegal methods, and continues that Flynn should share his feelings about introducing a rookie for the first time in 2 years. Flynn closes his eyes and thinks that they have been getting on his nerves from the beginning. Flynn makes an awkward face and says that he regrets the events of 2 years ago. The reporter frowns and asks if Flynn thinks that regretting the events is not enough, and does he dare to shirk responsibility. Flynn touches his shoulder with his hand. Flynn smiles and says he promises they will test fairly this year. Flynn puts his hands in his pockets and walks on as the cameras flash. The stadium is to the side. Flynn and the genie walk down the hallway. The genie grins and says they should have just ignored the reporter. Flynn stops and calls out to the genie. The genie grins and says he is joking. Flynn frowns and says it is all very well to have fun, but he should not overdo it, because if it all gets out they will be in a difficult situation. The man in the hat stands behind them and says he is very curious as to why they should be in a difficult situation. Flynn frowns back. Flynn smiles and says that the head of department James is standing in front of him and asks if he is right, to which James greets him. James smiles and Flynn asks what's wrong with his appearance, because he's like a burnt Louise undercover, to which he replies that the journalists are too rowdy and he had to do something. Flynn gets angry because James says that he didn't want to be in front of the camera. Like some people, James adjusts his hat. The genie yawns defiantly, to which James thinks that the genie's aura flow is stable. There's a lot of it, but not too much. Everything is polished, and continues that Flynn did a great job this time. James looks suspiciously and holds onto his hat. Flynn ducks and says that the test hasn't even started yet, and James is already looking so intently. James smiles grimly and says that he asks to understand him correctly, because who knows, maybe Flynn brought in another injected person who will harm their new products, just like it happened 2 years ago, and continues that he would like it not to happen this year. Flynn smiles and agrees with him. Flynn and the genie turn around and Flynn says that they should go then. The genie looks back, grins, and notices that the old man was looking at them very strangely and asks if he is a pervert. Flynn looks forward and says that he understands perfectly well that James has ruined his mood, but he chose the wrong enemy. Flynn closes his eyes and continues that they need to look that way. Louise is walking towards them. The genie looks at Louise as she passes by. The genie looks after her and says that it is Louise. They say that she is a newcomer to the Soul Clan, and continues that they will see what these little ones are capable of later. Flynn closes his eyes even more and says that the important thing is not that he became stronger after the injection, but that Louise and the old man put in a lot of effort. The genie looks madly and gives a positive answer. The genie licks his lips angrily at Louise and thinks that this makes him want to smash them to smithereens. James looks at the genie suspiciously and wonders what the guy is going to do, but he pushes those thoughts aside because whatever it is, it won't hurt Louise. James notices something and is horrified. Dave walks towards him, looking disgruntled. James stares at him in horror. James stands and stares at one point, and Dave just walks past. James looks at Dave in surprise, but Louise turns to him. James continues to stand there, and Louise tries to get his attention. James looks after Dave in horror and says that Louise should be more careful. Louise calmly asks what the suddenness is. Louise closes her eyes and asks if he is talking about the guys from the Red Horse, and continues that he should not worry because, as he said, she will not be distracted under any circumstances. James closes his eyes and gives a negative answer because he is not talking about them. James looks after Dave and continues that he is talking about that guy. The voice on the phone says he's sorry, because he'd like to see it for himself, but he's got so much work to do. Dave says on the phone that everything's fine and asks him not to forget to give him his clothes back, but he continues that he shouldn't let him keep them because they'll get ruined anyway. Down the hall, the loudspeakers announce that the hunter's license test will start in half an hour, and they're asked to go to the third testing room after they change into their gear. To which the voice on the phone says that it's about to start and asks them not to linger there and for Dave to call when he's done, to which he agrees. Dave looks at the machine. There's a sign in front of him that says he needs to leave his fingerprint near the arrow at the end, then take the box from the bottom compartment and, after receiving the box, take out the contents, and then change into his clothes. Dave sticks his finger in the machine. A box with his name on it falls out of the machine. Dave frowns. In front of him is a box of equipment, and Dave is confused as to why this piece of cloth is his equipment. The board says that this is testing room number 3. The bald man looks at the group and equipment and says that he didn't think he would be able to participate in the testing. Grandpa warms up and says that his 600 calls and 400 letters paid off and how dare they doubt his abilities. Grandpa angrily holds his shoulder and continues that especially that rude guy who touched his head and mentally threatens him. Grandpa thinks that that guy is in trouble until someone touches his head again. Grandpa angrily turns around to find out who the smart one is. The genie angrily asks Grandpa to move away. Grandpa stands awkwardly and thinks that maybe he should leave. Dave looks at the equipment with displeasure. Dave looks at Grandpa, who is banging his head against the wall. Dave stretches his neck and says that it is just beginning. The sky above the headquarters was clear that day. Louise stood in the very center, her arms crossed and her eyes closed. Jimmy stood with a displeased face. Dave put his hand in his pocket and rested his chin with the other and thought. All the test subjects were expectant of what was to come. They looked up at the ceiling. A white flash illuminated the room. A triple portal appeared and hung in the air. Everyone present looked at the portal. They did not understand what it was. Their attention was distracted by a tap on the microphone. A tall man in glasses and a business suit appeared in front of the test subjects. The man introduced himself as an inspector. He drew everyone's attention to the portal and explained that it was 3-tiered. The crowd did not understand what that meant. One of the test subjects raised his hand and interrupted the inspector. It was number 51. He confidently asked if they would be given weapons. The inspector explained in a stern voice that there would be no weapons today and that the test subjects were not allowed to bring anything other than their equipment. The crowd immersed themselves in discussion. People did not understand how they could fight without weapons. Their attention was drawn to the appearance of the artificial intelligence, which introduced itself. It announced the topic of today's test and recommended that they reveal their skills today. It showed that strength is not in weapons or equipment, but in the aura of each test subject. The intelligence wished them luck and disappeared. A blue portal appeared behind the crowd. It became darker and began to spin. The inspector shouted in a commanding tone for the test subjects to enter the portal. A wish for success on the task was heard. A tropical forest appeared in front of them. The students were just beginning to recover from the transition between worlds. Their faces showed anxiety and fear of the unknown. Everyone began to wince and choke from lack of air. Number 39 spread his arms wide and shouted to the sky that they would all die here from thirst. At this time, in the headquarters, the workers were watching the cameras that followed the test subjects along their path. This was the broadcast room. All the people in it were looking at the cameras. The workers pretended to be thoughtful and talked about the impossibility of the task. One of them put his hand under his chin and declared that such an outcome was impossible. The workers opened the cameras to a close-up of Louise and began to admire her. The girl spread her hair and began to clear her head so as not to waste energy. James crossed his arms and confidently declared Louise's abilities. In the camera room, everyone was looking at the monitor and discussing the expressiveness of the participants Louise and Jim. The guy began to emit an aura and put his hands behind his back with a confident look. The woman thought that this time the Red Horse clan was well prepared. Other employees supported her. She stood in a thoughtful pose and asked about James's envy. He blushed with shame and was quite surprised by her words. There was uncertainty on his face. Suddenly, the worker's attention was drawn to Dave, who looked too calm. The woman turned her attention to the guy. She stood in a stupor and surprise. Dave stood absolutely calmly, showing no fear or uncertainty. The camera room began to worry about Dave's lack of aura. They assumed that he had hidden it. Dave looked at the characteristics of the item he had drunk, which allowed him to remain calm for another 46 hours. The guy stood calmly in the crowd of panicking participants and hoped that he would not be expelled for using such a thing. The participants stood in bewilderment and did not know what to do next and when it would all begin. Suddenly, the rims around the hands of 2 test subjects began to emit an aura. An artificial intelligence rose in front of everyone and announced the start of the first level. Dave stood with a confident look and listened to the first task about killing 20 orcs. The command to start the test was given and the guy took off at a tremendous speed. The other participants also ran after him so as not to lose. Among the vegetation, the hand of one of the test subjects appeared. He tripped over a stone on the road. It was Jim. He fell to the ground at high speed. He sat up and looked at some fountain surrounded by stones. His face filled with hope when he saw water. He pushed off the ground and crawled towards the water. Touching the water, the guy touched its strange matter. He was overcome with surprise. The water clamped his hands and began to absorb him. Jim struggled with all his might with a furious look. Something turned out to be a sticky worm, which threw the guy into the sky to catch him and eat him. A voice sounded, announcing the elimination of participant number 94. The worm caught Jim in its mouth and was about to swallow him. But suddenly his head was torn apart and a guy in a shield shell flew out. Jim seemed to be out of it while the capsule was taking him to the base. A voice sounded, notifying that it was impossible to turn off the protection until the recovery team arrived. A hand touched a lying log. It was Dave, who was running at high speed, masterfully avoiding all obstacles. The guy looked to the side with his eyes radiating an aura and assumed he was wrong. He rushed to run in the other direction. At this time, the rescue team was freeing Jim from the capsule. One of the team workers looks at a portable communication device. The device notified the man about the need to follow number 104. The worker thoughtfully looked into the distance and remembered the name of the test subject. An orc with an axe is walking through the forest, and behind him is a guy with a purple aura. The orc notices this and decides to turn around. The participant was standing with a large rock in his hand and threatening the orc with it. The orc's eyes began to emit a red aura. Dave stood in front of him, holding a huge boulder in his hand. The monster roared and rushed to attack. The guy deftly threw the rock towards the orc while he was running towards him, waving an axe. The rock flew straight at the monster, leaving him no chance. Suddenly, Dave hit the boulder, causing an energy field. The rock gained frantic power and began to glow. The energy did not allow the orc to get closer to Dave, but he resisted. The sound of an explosion thundered in the forest, attracting the attention of the others. Behind the satisfied Dave, there was a man watching him. It was a worker who found the guy at the request of his superiors. He was horrified by what he saw. Dave looked at the orc with a satisfied expression and said his serial number, while the worker continued to think about the guy's strength. Dave shook his hand with the aura, talking about the ineffectiveness of killing orcs one by one. He raised his hand and opened his fingers with the desire to call upon magic. The guy summoned a shadow. While in a black aura, he shouted for the shadow to find the orcs for him. A glow began to appear throughout the forest. It passed through the trees, confusing everyone. Several orcs were in their cave at this time and noticed a rustling in the corner. They decided to check what it was and stood up, taking weapons in their hands. One of them assumed that it was a mouse. Another monster stopped him. He looked at his comrade, asking him to be patient. Suddenly, the cave began to shake and crumble. The orcs did not understand anything. One of them quickly looked back. Dave fell on them from above with a stick in his hand. The boy raised his eyes, purple with magic, and confidently announced his find. The orcs surrounded him, eager for a sweet meal. Dave counted all the monsters with a stick to assess his strength while they discussed their luck. Dave looked at the stick, which was emitting an aura. The stick let Dave know that it was ready to carry out orders. The boy looked at the orcs and ironically called them funny. Smiling, he ordered the magic to burn them all. At this time, one of the participants runs through the forest in search of orcs. Louise opened an aura while running. She accelerated. The aura increased and covered a large area of the forest. Louise looked back and noticed one orc. Abruptly changing course, she headed towards him. She ran to a tree. The girl kicked it with great force. The orc fell to the ground with a crash. Louise stood and looked at him firmly. Confidently pulling something out of her belt, she said how much time it would take her to complete the task with her abilities. The orc ran away while Louise stood in the same place. She noticed the escape and ran in pursuit. Shouting the orc's number, she struck. The orc's head flew off in the other direction. Louise didn't have time to kill him. Jim beat her to it. She glared at the guy. He stood with completely red eyes and a wide smile. The orc was lying headless a few meters away from them. The guy looked at him to make sure he had done his job. The girl was upset. Jim stuck out his tongue and sheepishly said his orc's number. Louise was furious at what was happening, but there was nothing surprising. The guy, smiling, replied that this was a competition without rules. The girl turned away. She assumed that stealing was the style of their clan. Jim put his hand to his head and said that her clan was full of crazy second years. They stood and looked at each other, preparing for battle. The guy decided that it was too early to kill Louise. They had to wait until she reached level 2. The girl turned away. She decided to get away from unnecessary showdowns. She showed the middle finger after Jim. The guy got really angry and threatened to kill Louise. He rushed towards her, radiating a very strong aura. An explosion thundered in the forest. Jim stood a few meters from the girl and did not understand what was happening. He was sincerely surprised by what was happening. The girl was no less surprised. They continued to stand, looking towards the explosion. A fiery mushroom was rising above the forest. A few minutes before this, Dave stood in a cave in front of dozens of orcs, confidently holding out a fire stick forward. Fire asked the guy for instructions. The participant asked to burn all the orcs immediately. The screen notified Dave about the activation of the Karma Sword characteristic. He directed fire towards the monsters. A notification appeared about the activation of the first Karma skill. The fire suddenly engulfed the cave and began to move towards the orcs. The orcs did not expect such an outcome and continued to hope for a free dinner. Suddenly, an explosion thundered, which opened the cave, releasing the aura outside. The people watching this through the cameras were shocked by what was happening. A notification sounded about Dave's number level increase. The team of workers still could not believe what was happening. The office was in full swing. The workers ordered to find information about number 104 and prepare a contract with him. James stood, covering his face with his hand, and was surprised. He knew that Dave would make noise, but not that much. The woman stood and looked at the monitors with a distrustful look. She refused to believe what was happening. The KHA workers were shocked and happy at the same time. The girl took her colleague by the hands and began to shake him with joy. The colleague was also happy, but did not want to be shaken. The third worker saw a madman on the camera. The rest also looked at the monitors and were surprised. The cameras showed the face of a familiar old man. He took a scorched orc axe in his hand. Grabbing it, he looked around for living orcs. Seeing the target, the man gritted his teeth and began moving towards the monster. Swinging, he struck the orc's head, again and again. He did not stop and struck, saying that he liked it. He pressed the axe to himself and said that he was chasing number 104. The workers continued to look at the cameras and say that it was unfair. Everyone was stunned and did not understand how an ordinary person could get there. The girl interrupted the reasoning and, calling Dave sir, began to rejoice at his success. Another employee objected. The girl got angry at his statement and looked menacingly into the eyes of her colleague. The guy decided to agree with her. She told about the broken balls and Dave's invalid results, to which the guy doubted. The employee raised her hand to her face and answered sheepishly that someone had filed a complaint about it. A colleague tapped her on the head to bring her to her senses and asked her to watch her words. He calmly stated that the management was doing their job superficially. The manager stood behind them and heard everything, which scared the three colleagues. They turned to him and bowed guiltily, asking about the reason for his arrival. The manager looked at the old man through the cameras and said that he himself included him in the list of students. This news caused great surprise on the faces of the employees. One of the colleagues did not understand why and asked the manager. The manager crossed his arms and began to remember how this psycho tried to get into the portal with bombs 3 days ago. The girl asked the manager in surprise about the psycho's intentions. The manager tried to explain. Looking again at the cameras, he said that this man lost his family several years ago because of the opening of the portal. It was revenge. Silence fell over the colleagues. One employee said that the system might be broken due to poor selection of participants. While he continued to make excuses, 2 colleagues started to discuss him. The manager patted him on the shoulder, saying that of course it was impossible to do that. The manager drew the colleague's attention to the camera with Dave and said that after that incident, number 104 appeared. After 3 months of complaints about that old man, he received a complaint about this guy, which changed everything. Suddenly the screen began to give interference, and the employees hurried to fix the breakdown. Dave stood firmly and motionless, his head down. At that moment, the headquarters was full of work. 2 employees were walking down the corridor. One of them dropped a communication device. When he picked it up, he saw a female employee in front of him who was talking about what was happening in the operations room. The employee looked at her with distrust and answered about the consequences of such a speed of number 104. The girl turned away and said that Dave was not yet ahead of Jim. She asked not to rush things. She thought about it and assumed that this guy was just giving Jim a head start out of interest. The employee pointed to Dave's achievements. He had the device in his hand and he didn't take his eyes off it. The screen said that the monsters of the 2nd level were being given an ampoule of change. At that moment, the team worker in the forest was aiming a sniper rifle. The bullet flies out and heads towards the target. The ampoule hits the monster's body. The orc roars in pain throughout the forest. Dave hears the roar but doesn't understand where it is. The guy is standing in front of the supposed portal to the 2nd level of testing. The girl watches what is happening, hoping that Dave will die there. The shooter fired. The ampoule pierces the monster's skin and begins to act. The orc begins to roar in pain. It can be heard throughout the forest. The monster turns into a mutant. An unknown force attracts stones to it. It is completely covered with stone protection. The hovering golem flew up above the forest, radiating an aura. Fire began to appear from its head. The worker who had successfully completed his job looked at the monster with the hope of a reward. The man took out the communication device and looked at it. Suddenly the monster started emitting smoke, causing the man to clutch his throat. It was a paralyzing poison, as the man had guessed. The rifle fell from his hands onto the ground. The poison covered the entire area around, while the shooter could not catch his breath and move. The monster roared behind the man, which scared him very much. He turned with difficulty towards the hovering golem and stared at it. The creature continued to emit poison and look at its victim with red eyes. The shooter was shocked. The test subject's boot stepped on the ground. It was Dave, trying to find his way to the 2nd level. He looked at his bracelet with disbelief. The guy's attention was drawn to the shooter's corpse lying on the ground without eyes. He looked around with distrust of the level. Behind Dave was the hovering golem. The monster launched its rocks at the guy, trying to kill him. Dave activated his shield and prepared for battle. The shield held back the burning rocks that were flying at the guy. They weren't rocks. One of them was covered in cracks, and an aura began to pass through its walls. There was an explosion. Dave withstood the shockwave, holding the shield in one hand. The guy realized that he could use his previous skill against such a force, but the rage was not yet ready to activate. He looked at the monster and thought. The hovering golem launched more projectiles at Dave. Each of them flew at an incredible speed. The guy deftly parried the projectile flying at him, and then a few more. He broke away and ran towards the monster. The projectiles were no longer a threat to him. Dave resolutely moved towards the golem to destroy its base. Suddenly, the rocks turned around and began to catch up with the guy again. The monster hovered above the ground and hoped to finish off the running test subject. The creature looked at the guy. Dave jumped and swung to hit. They locked eyes. Dave slashed at the monster, holding a stick in his other hand. What? The stone defense deflected his blow. The shockwave sent him flying in the opposite direction, breaking bushes and trees. Something like smoke flew towards the guy. Someone's hand rips the entrails out of another orc. Jim furiously rips the intestines out of the orc. The monster is dead. The headquarters finds out that the guy has reached level 2 and notifies him through his bracelet. Jim stands up with an arrogant look, shakes off his hand, complaining about the time it takes to complete the task. He notices something behind him. The guy turns around. A box is flying towards him. Jim catches the package and decides to look at the contents. After opening the box, he notices an ampoule, a compass, and a note. The guy radiates an aura and begins to read the contents with keen interest. The note burns after reading. Jim looks up and says that number 104 is still on the first level. The floating golem looks towards the guy. It launches several projectiles at him. Dave is just coming to his senses after the fall. He comments on his flight and raises his hand to fix his hair. The guy decides to call the shadow ghost and looks towards the monster. He orders the ghost to help. He picks up a stick, points it towards the floating golem and asks to clear a path for him. The projectiles are already flying towards the guy. The shadow ghost tries to catch them, while Dave prepares to reflect the rest. The stones begin to burn. The guy puts up a shield to reflect the fire. The fiery projectiles continue to bother him, but the ghost manages to catch them while Dave catches his breath. The guy stands up to his full height, looks towards the monster and asks the ghost to help him. Dave stands against the backdrop of a fallen tree and waits for the confrontation. The ghost continues to approach the monster, reflecting its attacks. Part of the ghost remains on the ground. The floating golem is angry and wants the ghost to die. He rushes off to finish it. There is something round and black with tendrils on the ground. It is a sticky mixture. The floating golem noticed something ahead. All of his projectiles were caught by the ghost. Dave stood behind and watched, smiling at what was happening. The monitors showed the background. A second later, the control room reconnected with the cameras. The entire room was filled with activity. The workers recognized the image as number 104 and demanded to zoom in. The workers were stunned because there was fog on the screen, which was not planned. The colleagues saw a huge blue mutant monster roaring into the sky. The camera workers were shocked and did not understand how this could be included in the task on the first level. The manager stood behind them and watched with a serious look, his hands in his pockets. One of the workers asked him if such a monster was normal on their level. The guy looked at the screen and suggested that the manager intervene and stop the task. The boss thought for a moment and looked at the ceiling. The worker turned to him again, hoping for an answer. His colleagues supported him in this choice, but the boss remained silent. One of the camera workers came up and quietly reported that they had determined the location of number 104. He suggested pausing the test for Dave, to which the manager did not stop thinking. The boss opened his eyes and cautiously agreed to stop the test due to the lack of other options. The girl employee looked at the monitors and asked those present in surprise what was going on there. Everyone else glanced at the cameras and assumed he had fought back. The hovering golem was facing the shadow ghost. They were about to engage. With one blow, the monster caused dozens of explosions on itself and threw the ghost back. Hundreds of rocks flew towards the ghost. The golem appeared in front of the cameras without a head, throwing off a shockwave. A column of smoke rose above the forest, attracting everyone's attention. The people in the control room were in anticipation. The manager looked at what was happening and said that it was impossible to determine the level on the edge. He doubted it and could not give an exact answer yet. The cameras switched to number 104, and the manager began to think about his strength. A girl stood nearby and was shocked by what was happening, calling Dave incredible. A woman nearby leaned over and whispered that he had nothing to do with the test. She looked at the employee and declared that Jim had clearly won, which caused a violent reaction from the first girl. One of the colleagues turned to the manager with a request to call the people back. The boss insisted on analyzing Dave's injuries with a firm voice. Something was moving quickly through the forest. It was Jim with a compass, looking for a portal to the second level. Stopping, he checked the compass again. The fog was clearing at the site. The trunks of distant trees were already visible. Jim quickly stopped to make sure of his find. The border was in front of him. Looking around, he concluded that he would soon arrive at the transition site. He decided to break the compass and get rid of it by compressing it. Jim cast a furious look into the distance and was about to run. Smoke was coming out from under the rocks. Blood was pouring from somewhere above and dripping onto the ground. Dave stood firm and continued to pour blood, his hand outstretched. He was imprisoning the soul. A purple aura was engulfing everything around. Black smoke was rising above the forest, covering more and more territory. Everyone in the control room was perplexed. They did not understand what number 104 was doing. A black creature in white armor was rising above the forest. In the control room, the employee was seriously scared by what he saw. The creature dropped to the ground, raised its hands up and roared. Dave stood unwavering and looked at it. With an arrogant look, Dave orders the ghost to bow its head in front of him. The monster obeys in fear. It lies down on the ground at Dave's feet, to which he simply watches. The guy put a boot on the monster. A scream was heard in the forest, forcing the little stone to run. Jim stands and confidently looks forward, laughing slightly. In front of the guy there is a portal on 6 mounts. He feels some kind of energy. Something appears in front of him, which ran past him and stopped. The guy is completely shocked by what he saw and cannot utter a word. The scorching sun reflects off the stadium roof. Flynn and 2 others look at the doors. Flynn closes his eyes and says he thinks that's it. The doors swing open. Flynn walks in and sees a battered Jimmy on the screen. A battered Jimmy stands surrounded by floating leaves. Flynn grins and remarks that Jimmy is a dunce. The plot takes us back a while. Equipment number Dave. Dave looks around discontentedly, sitting on the ground. Dave looks ahead and thinks that there is a shortcut. The wand is burning and Dave says that he will clear the way and that he should go ahead. Dave holds the wand forward and uses the breath of the king. The treetops burst into flames. The Rock looks ahead and Dave asks why he stopped, because he should run. The Rock moves at high speed. The path behind them is burning, because the breath of the king was used. People watching the broadcast notice that it seems to them that the 104th number is using some kind of trick with summoning, and there are shouts that Dave is using techniques that no one has heard of or seen. The man with the ponytail asks what is even possible to do with the aura technique, to which he receives the answer that if Dave does it, then it is possible, and notes that there is nothing surprising in their world now. A pop-up window says that the aura technique is a general name for the technique with which hunters can control the aura of awakening and supernatural abilities manifest through the body thanks to it. The girl says that this is not a test, but some kind of reality show, and continues that Dave is filming his own movie and assumes that he can defeat Jimmy and Louise. Someone hits the keyboard with his fist. The girls turn around in fear at the sound. The other members of the department also turn around in fear. Flynn looks angrily at his fist. Flynn stands with his fist on the table, and the others are indignant. A man comes up to him and says that if he keeps acting like this. Flynn's forehead veins bulged with anger. Another man stands in front of him, asking him not to approach Flynn. Flynn closes his eyes and realizes what he did. Flynn smirks and straightens his tie, saying that he's sorry because he was too excited by Dave's incredible abilities. James smirks near the wall and thinks that Flynn deserves it, because no matter what he is, he couldn't even imagine such a thing. James frowns and thinks that Louise should also arrive soon. Jimmy looks straight ahead in rage and curses someone. Jimmy hears Louise's body approaching. Jimmy is taken aback. Jimmy realizes that it's Louise. Jimmy runs from Louise, who is ready to attack him, thinking that he can't lose to this dog. Dave is walking with a stone against the background of a snowy peak. This is a mountain of the 2nd level. Dave says that there was a steam room there and a freezer here, and notes that the authors do not have much imagination. Dave turns around and says that the stone can be free. The stone disappeared into thin air. The bracelet on Dave's hand glows. In front of Dave is a hologram, which says that it congratulates the first test subject, number 104, who is able to reach the 2nd level. Dave looks to the side against the background of the portal and says that there are no others yet, and he does not understand whether he can start or not yet. The hologram continues that everyone will be divided into 5 people according to their strength, and each will start in different places, and notes that now he will announce the conditions of the task of the 2nd level. The hologram points to the mountain and says that Dave must reach the top of the mountain. Dave frowns at the mountain, and the hologram wishes him luck. There are only snowflakes and drones around, to which Dave thinks that he will not be able to accurately determine the altitude, but it is definitely more than 5 kilometers. Dave grabs a ledge on the mountain with his hand. Dave climbs discontentedly in the company of drones and thinks that he is too lazy to do this. Dave pays attention to the drone and thinks that if these things were not there, he would use something. Dave holds onto a rock with one hand. Dave looks down discontentedly and says that he heard that awakened classes C and D earn a living by working as porters. Jimmy looks up angrily and says that the task is disgusting and is indignant about the fact that everyone has a different starting place. Jimmy looks up from under his brows and says that since they are getting on his nerves, he will not sit quietly, and if he does not stop Dave, he will not be able to calm down. Jimmy turns around. Jimmy is taken aback and asks who else is coming. Grandpa hugs himself and notices that it is very cold and his fingers are not moving. He thinks that he is finished. Jimmy puts his hand on the rock and looks at the drone. Jimmy looks at him madly and says that first this fly. Grandpa slaps himself on the cheeks. Grandpa grinds his teeth and thinks that he can't give up so easily. He should think about his family that is gone. Grandpa closes his eyes and screams that he is not cold at all. An avalanche falls on Grandpa. Grandpa is swept away by the avalanche, screaming for help. Jimmy watches him go and notices that this fly does not know its own limit and is calling for him to die. The off button appears on the screens. The people in the office are indignant about what happened this time because the drones have lost their signal and it seems to them that all the video equipment is now broken. Flynn stands with his eyes closed. Flynn looks ahead slyly and thinks that here it begins and asks Jimmy not to let him down. A snowy peak of a second-level mountain. Two participants are freezing at the foot and asks what happens. They need to get to the top of this mountain. He confidently turns around and says that there is no problem at all because they are one of the strongest. Jimmy runs and presses him into the snow. The second one looks at this in horror. Jimmy grabs his head with his claw-like fingers. Jimmy furiously lets out steam. Jimmy, with bulging veins, thinks that the champion's orc injection is just amazing because at this rate he will kill all the opponents. Louise stabs something white into the rock. Louise looks at the sparkling bracelet and notices that this time all the equipment is acting up. Louise frowns and asks why all of a sudden. The drone next to her sparkles. Dave looks at the sparkling drone with displeasure and notices that this thing is broken. Dave smirks because this is glorious and now he has the opportunity to move faster. Dave lets go of his hand. Dave looks up in satisfaction and uses the ability of the Balu's Arc Fighter armor. Dave throws his hands up and falls. He is still flying. Louise felt something. Louise looks down tensely and asks what was that? What kind of energy release was that? Dave flies up on wings right from behind her. Louise is taken aback and thinks about number 104. How does he fly with his aura? Dave with purple eyes flies to the top of the mountain. Jimmy beats someone to death. The guy is lying in the snow, beaten and without teeth. Jimmy felt something and turned around. Jimmy looks at the figure with wings. Jimmy asks in anger if this guy was given a harpy ampoule or not. Jimmy takes off. He runs towards the mountain and says that number 104 should wait for him. James shouts that he demands to stop the competition so loudly that it can be heard outside the stadium. James looks at the guy. James frowns and says that the safety of the test takers has always been a priority. The man calls James by name and asks him to wait a little while they try to fix all the problems as soon as possible. Flynn closes his eyes and laughs and continues that if those who want to become hunters cannot survive such a small incident, then will they be able to perform their future duties properly or not? Flynn mockingly turns to James and asks what he thinks about this. The man coughs. James glares and asks Flynn if this is his doing. Flynn replies that it would be better to disqualify the weaklings right away and continues that the Dan trainees are not weaklings in this context. The entire office is taken aback. James swears at Flynn in fury. Flynn smirks and says that he should take a break and retire. Dave is standing on the top of the mountain in front of the portal. Dave looks ahead confidently and notes that now it is time to do the finale. Dave stretches his shoulder and heads for the portal. Louise climbs the mountain. Jimmy also began his climb up the mountain. Close up of the second level mountain. Someone sticks out of the snowdrift. This someone gets to his feet and walks towards the mountain. Grandpa falls back. Grandpa lies exhausted and thinks that he has won. Grandpa sits up and shouts that he survived, and this is already a victory. Grandpa sits awkwardly and notes that it is very cold here and it is worth going down. Louise looks at the hologram, which says that it is announcing the third level task and continues that she must be prepared for the monster raid. Moving around the field and fighting monsters, she will earn points, the required number of which is 1,000, and the hologram wishes her good luck. Louise catches her breath and scratches the back of her head. Louise looks straight ahead and notices that there is only pitch darkness around and she needs to hold on until her eyes get used to the darkness. Someone calls out to Louise. Jimmy glares and asks if she's seen the flying guy. Louise frowns and realizes it's Jimmy. Jimmy continues that she's got too much luck to get here before him. Louise closes her eyes. Louise walks forward and tells him he needs to stop annoying her and go his own way. Jimmy curls his claw-like fingers in anger. Louise looks down and remembers James's warning to be careful around Dave. She frowns and continues that he was faster on the first 2 levels, but he'll be faster on the third. Louise looks at the hologram above her bracelet. The pop-up window states that there has been an error with the aura reactor, which sets up and increases the Awaken's aura output and as a result activates the suit's emergency defense functions. Louise realizes in horror that she is under attack. Louise looks ahead in horror. Jimmy bares his teeth at her and says that he wanted to deal with Dave first. Louise turns to Jimmy, who cut her side and says that she was unlucky, to which she scolds him. The system window began to show the guy the first special skill of the heat mode, which was activated. The hero controlled the power of fire, directing it at the monsters. Dave looked ahead and spoke into the bracelet to the general to finish this quickly. The man agreed. A large number of monsters began to pester the guy. The hero looked at the dead bodies of the monsters, saying that he wasted too much time on these losers. The points in the magic ball were still not collected. Dave began to look around. The guy was holding a stick in his hands, deciding to get rid of what was visible. One man was talking on the phone and asking what was wrong with the system. Flynn looked at his watch, realizing that mixing different factors in ampoules was a good idea. The guy looked at James out of the corner of his eye and smirked. Flynn was still looking at the man, saying that he could die or be left disabled. Blood was dripping onto the ground. Louise was holding her wound and gritting her teeth, asking the hero what he had decided to do during the test. The hero looked at the heroine with wild eyes and smilingly replied that he thought she would be more accommodating. The guy's eyes began to sparkle red. Louise quickly jumped on the man, straightening her leg. The girl hit the guy in the face with her own foot. The hero was trampled into the ground. The guy angrily began to scream and say that the girl was a monster. All traces of the heroine had disappeared and only dust and wind remained. The hero began to laugh, saying that the girl had been taught to play hide and seek. Meanwhile, Louise was sitting in the corner, holding her wound with her hands. The heroine was clutching her side, realizing that she needed to heal faster. The guy stood next to the girl, saying that he had found her. The girl's hand began to take the guy. The heroine pushed the hero away, and then kicked him in the groin. The guy started screaming loudly, opening his mouth wide. The girl still didn't let the guy recover. Louise's foot hit him in the forehead. The guy held his forehead tightly. Louise stood up and told the guy that she had a name. The heroine began to channel all her power, calling her name. The man looked at the girl with wild eyes. Magic passed through the entire area. The guy's body lay on the ground, and blood flowed like a stream. Louise looked at the guy with anger and said that even monsters were less vile and dirty than he was. The heroine looked at her wound. The girl began to slowly move away from the guy's body. The doctor looked away attentively, thinking that he was raising his students to be strong. Dave looked at the magic ball and thought that it was definitely broken. The guy held his head, asking what they wanted from him and maybe he could go out. Dave slowly walked away from all the monsters' bodies. Louise walked along the road, not understanding why the other participants were not visible. The girl began to look forward in fear. The guy's body began to move. The hero got up from the ground. The guy smiled madly and looked at the girl. The girl's legs quickly ran away. Louise looked forward, trying to run away as quickly as possible. The heroine looked back in surprise, not understanding what kind of tricks this was since she had definitely killed him. The girl began to look forward in confusion. The guy calmly stopped the girl from running away with his hand and knocked her to the ground. The hero watched the girl furiously. The guy stood next to Louise. The heroine's face was completely covered in blood. The angry hero, gritting his teeth, began to shout at the girl to go faster. The guy held Louise by the hair and said that he would kill her in the most painful way. A huge fist was rushing somewhere quickly. The girl began to open her mouth in fear. The hero with a grin began to tell the girl to beg for mercy since maybe they could hear her. The guy smiled, saying that he had not broken almost all the equipment. 2 fingers began to quickly poke the hero. The guy fell to the ground in pain and held his eyes. Louise tried to crawl, understanding that he would be able to recover quickly and she needed to leave quickly. Blood was coming from the hero's eyes. The girl screamed at herself to move. The heroine began to look back in fear, hearing someone calling her. The angry guy held Louise by the neck and said that because of her, his life was halved. The guy with a grin on his face shouted that it was time to kill the girl. Suddenly, the hero began to look at something in surprise. Dave approached the hero, asking what he was doing. The guy looked at the hero with a smile on his face, recognizing him as 104. Louise looked at the 2 heroes with anger. The hero began to laugh madly, holding his head. The guy was smiling. Dave watched as a special ball of magic appeared. The hero quickly flew at the calm Dave. The guy immediately teleported, not allowing himself to be hurt. The guy began to be surprised, not understanding how this happened. Dave examined Louise, thinking that she could be in pain. The girl was crying. Closing her eyes, the hero decided that this was a recovery cycle and that this was how she felt better. The hero began to look at the guy out of the corner of his eye. The man smiled and pointed his finger at Dave, answering that he was also talented. The guy looked at the hero with contempt, asking if he was to blame for Louise. The hero answered that the girl tried to take the shore a little, so he decided to educate her. Dave opened his mouth in anger. The guy looked at the hero carefully, saying that he was asking about the thing that counts the points. The hero started thinking about it with a grin. The guy was gathering strength in his hands, turning on the assault wave. Dave looked away with displeasure. The hero was still laughing and saying that he forgot about protective clothing. A fist flew into the guy's face. The hero quickly leaned back. The guy was holding his bloody nose, calling Dave names. The guy started turning on the fire bullets in his hands. The hero looked at the lights with fear. The fire bullets quickly flew at the hero. The guy was still looking forward carefully, saying that all these were unnecessary attempts. Suddenly, the hero started looking forward in surprise. There were huge bosses with other hellish bodies behind Dave. The guy angrily started talking about how his evil nature had been awakened. Voices were heard from the building saying that the connection on the second level had been restored. The man asked the girl what was going on with level 3, to which the heroine replied that they were still fixing it and it would take about half an hour. The man began to calmly tell the girl to send security to level 2 so that another squad could be posted at the entrance to level 3. Flynn calmly drank tea and with a smile on his face told everyone to calm down, since everyone there was a future hunter. James looked at the guy with displeasure. The door began to open. The guy immediately ran in. The man began to say that the security told him that they found one dead and many wounded on level 2. The hero looked away in surprise. Flynn looked around with a grin. James repeated after them. The news began to talk about the video playback failures during the testing for hunters, and this situation has been going on for the past hour. One of the workers began to say that Dave was taking a test there. The hero got dressed, saying that he needed to go there. Dave's world. The guy ran towards the hero with a grin. The guy looked ahead in surprise, seeing his leg flying in different directions. The hero started calling everyone with screams. The guy quickly flew face down into the ground. The angry hero looked at Dave. The leg began to slowly recover, and the guy said that he only had one life left. Dave, with a grin on his face, told the guy that he was being reborn as a bug in hell. The hero started screaming loudly. Connections and data began to appear from the computer. Flynn looked ahead in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Everyone was looking at the screen, where Dave was standing next to the wounded guy. The guy began to bow to Dave and beg for mercy since he only had one life left. The hero thoughtfully answered that he wanted to check that if you divide it in half, they would be needed. The man said in fear that even half the properties of the ampoule would not help to recover. Dea pointed at the camera and said that the camera worked the same way. A magic ball was playing in the dark. Dave began to watch the hero and said that if he answered 3 questions honestly, the guy would let him go. The hero was surprised and couldn't believe it. The wife held out a sword. The top part touched the guy's head. Dave angrily began to shout that if he rips it off, his head will fly off. The guy looked down in fear. The hero began to look at the guy, saying that he had the first question, which he asked the man whether he was cheating alone or with someone. Flynn looked at the screen in fear. Doc calmly watched what was happening. The whole company of people watched the hero, who didn't know what to say. Dave angrily looked at the guy, asking if he had broken everything here. The hero looked down in fear. Dave contemptuously began to ask the hero why he was shaking his head. The guy decided that the hero needed to be divided in half and see what would happen. Jimmy fell to his knees, saying that it was all his fault. Dave looked away carefully. The guy looked at the floor in fear. The main character, with a grin on his face, asked the guy who made him do it. Jimmy looked at the floor and understood that he needed to leave Dave as a stranger. The hero angrily began to answer that it was the plan of the Red Square clan chief and he was just following orders. Dave, surprised, began to ask about the Red Square. The crowd of people chatted among themselves. The heroes listened to Dave's conversation with the guy with incomprehension, wondering whether it was true or not. Flynn looked ahead with a grin. The guy angrily shouted that he had started the mess and decided to pin everything on him. The heroes shouted at each other. One of the men said that all proceedings would take place during the investigation of the hunter's inspection. Flynn angrily looked ahead, realizing that there was no way out of here. The guy was adjusting his tie and saying that he would arrive at the inspection at the appointed time. Everyone looked at this in surprise, not understanding what was going on and why Flynn had lowered his head. The building. The heroes were walking through the offices. Flynn was angry at one guy's answer. The hero was angrily saying that now he would be orc food for him. One of the assistants started calling the guy. The man asked Flynn if he had needed to lower his head. The hero stopped abruptly. The guy answered with disdain that if he had wanted to, he would have blurted out something unnecessary there. Flynn looked away and said that the guy would be beside himself with happiness. The guy was clenching his fists tightly. James was looking forward with anger. The man was looking at the angry James, thanking him for holding back. The hero was holding onto his hat, answering that he had not done all this for her. The man angrily replied that it was a real dump. The agent was on the phone and replied that they needed to bring all the security to the testing area and stop all this. Someone was moving their hands. Jimmy looked at the floor helplessly. Dave asked the guy if he still had life. Jimmy, with a smile on his face, asked what that meant. The hero looked at Dave angrily, deciding that he should lie about dividing it in half and say that he had life left. The assistant began to cheerfully shout that Dave had taken first place. The protagonist looked at the assistant, who replied that the testing was ending. Dave looked away in confusion, asking why it had happened so suddenly. Jimmy, with a sly smile on his face, replied that the hero really was a worthy S-class hunter. The guy looked at Dave with wild eyes. The hero slowly disappeared into the portal, watching Jimmy. Dave began to smile, saying that he had one more life left. The protagonist looked askance at the silhouette. In one of the places there was a silhouette of a girl. A mountain. Groups of people were running in the snow, saying that the wounded would always be their priority. Men saw the girl, shouting that she was wounded and that a stretcher had to be brought here. There were various conversations on the bulletin board. The man abruptly turned off his laptop. The hero calmly closed his eyes. The girl with a smile on her face stood next to the man and said that representatives of 10 clans had arrived. The girl said that many machines were coming to associations. The hero calmly looked away. Lena calmly said that Dave had already shown an S-level class in first place. The chairman with a smile on his face answered that he was the first one and there were no others like him. The man clicked on the sheet with Dave's data. The chairman showed Lena the data and said that he definitely had to bring the hero to the company. The girl said that she understood everything. Many machines stood in rows. There were people in the building. The heroes asked each other what had happened during the testing and what the rumors were. Everyone began to look closely at the system window, saying that due to unforeseen circumstances, the selection criteria had changed and now the main selection criteria was passing the first level, so the list of those who passed would be announced in accordance with their places. The heroes were indignant, saying that the criterion was too low since it was only the first level. People watched and looked out the window, where Dave was shown, whose license level was a. One of the men shouted to Dave where he was. The guy screamed and did not understand why he was in the S-class restroom. The hero looked around in surprise and asked what he had lost there. Coffee was on the table. Dave was sitting in a massage chair with a smile on his face. On the other side of the door, someone was shouting and calling the guy. Chase, smiling, asked the hero what happened. Dave closed his eyes and answered his friend that the association secretary told him to rest. The hero looked at the guy in surprise, not believing that the secretary herself had told him so. Dave was holding a drink in his hands and talking about how he had become a class hunter, with potential for Class S. Chase was smiling with all his might and talking about how he would now go and build a house with his own money. The protagonist was covering his eyes. His friend was pointing back and talking about how all the connections outside were going crazy because of Class S potential. There were crowds of people in the corridor and telling the guy that they had to introduce him to the clan to sign a contract. The sheet showed the first floor. All the guys looked at it in surprise, thinking about who would be leaving there now. The guys were quickly approaching the elevator. David was coming out of it. The man was looking at the ceiling with a smile on his face and shouting that he had been accepted as a hunter. All the reporters were standing around the man and asking questions. David calmly answered that his name was Dave. The people looked at the old man in surprise and at the same time in fear. Everyone began to ask the hero to tell different things and questions. One of the men decided that something was wrong here and Dave looked completely different. On the screen was a picture of David, who was in 20th place. 3 men were leaving the portal and complaining, saying that they would have been better off as gardeners. The hero was holding a phone in his hands and was talking attentively about how they had combed through all 3 levels and there was no follow-up anywhere. The assistant replied that he would start closing the passage. The man angrily turned around and said to himself that he had really survived and managed to escape from here. On the news, everyone was talking about the incident that happened with the testing of hunters. The mother was calmly sorting through the hero's things and saying that he needed to buy new clothes and not walk around in incomprehensible clothes. The news showed a photo of Dave and said that he could become the 6th S-class hunter if the experts noted this. The mother looked at the screen in surprise. Screams were heard from the street. The heroine was calling her daughter. The mother began to ask her daughter what they were saying on the news. The daughter couldn't believe in amazement that the hero had received an A-level license. The door opened in the room. Dave calmly replied that he was home. The sister and mother looked at the hero in surprise. The main hero asked with a smirk on his face what had happened. A tall building, the Red Square clan. The inspector confidently said that all activities of the Red Square class related to hunters were now banned. The man looked at his boss and told him that they needed to relieve everyone of their clan positions. Flynn answered with a smile on his face that they were leaving him in a bad light. The guy with a smile on his face told himself that only he could break him. The inspector looked at the man and said that he should softy to the inspector school with them. Flynn began to laugh loudly. The guy's hands touched the table. Flynn angrily began to shout that when you do dangerous things, something unexpected can happen. The man with a dissatisfied face asked the hero to go with them without unnecessary problems. Flynn with a grin asked the man if he knew how he got to his house. The inspector thought and looked into the distance. The man's head worked second in importance. The hero controlled the force in his hands and said that he sent 2 hares. They are a lair for a viper. The guy shouted loudly to get ready. One of the agents scaredly told the guy that he had not checked this. The man confidently began to shout that if they wanted to live, they should kill him. Flynn continued to look at everyone, saying that he should pay for his time. The guy's forces were moving in different directions. The heroes were trying to leave in fear. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the agent began to remember something. The inspector, with frightened eyes, was shouting that it was not him. Flynn was waving his fists and was angry that everyone wanted to quarrel with each other. The inspector was making a face and asking if it was true. The main character went into the portal and heard everyone wishing him success. Waves of magic swept across the territory. The guy was screaming loudly in fear that he shouldn't do that. There was a dead body on the floor. The servant was touching the master's bloody body. The door began to open again. Crowds of people stood in a row and looked at Flynn. The man with a displeased face answered that now it was necessary to warn the association so that he would not be disturbed anymore. Louise was lying unconscious in a hospital room with a mask on her face. She was placed in a healing cylinder, next to which was James. Having called him, one of the workers told about the impossibility of Louise to be a hunter in the future. Her aura was completely depleted. James thought. There was despair and rage in his eyes. He looked away, promising death to Flynn. Dave forcibly put a cup of tea on the table at his mother's request not to do such dangerous work anymore. The 3 of them were sitting at the table. Mom looked at the guy with concern and said that she would not be able to survive his loss. Dave looked at the table and remembered Chase's words about the problems in the family of hunters. Families do not let their loved ones do such work. Mom interrupted Dave's thoughts and continued asking him to terminate the contract. The guy interrupted his mother with the words that the contract has not yet been signed, and he intends to achieve success in the future. Julie fearfully clarified with whom her brother had a contract. Dave's hand plunged into some kind of portal. The mother and sister did not understand what the guy was doing and were very scared. He took a large white bag filled to the brim with money from the portal and put it on the table. Dave bowed his head and asked his mother to pay off her debts and spend the rest on living expenses. Mom and Julie looked at the bag of money. They asked in surprise about the amount of cash. The guy asked his sister in a satisfied voice to study hard and his mother to run the household. He straightened his shoulders, taking on the responsibility of earning money for the family. Mom and sister began to cry. Dave was not prepared for such a reaction from his loved ones and decided to cheer them up. Mom obediently agreed to the guy's proposal, and his sister bought the amount of money. The guy looked at the family and suggested a reward for returning from hell. He closed his eyes, imagining something in his head, and said that he liked everything. The monster looked at his feet with furious eyes. He swings a club at the man sitting in front of him. The guy screams in fear. Another guy kicks the monster in the head, causing him to become disoriented. Both colleagues are thrown back by the shock wave. The savior stands in front of the guy, adjusts his glasses and teases him about his failure. His colleague at this point is sitting pitifully on his knees, trembling with fear. The first one turns away and looks into the distance. He looks at the big moon and promises to keep it a secret. The guy, turning around, asks his colleague to do without stupidity. On the bed lies a body covered with a sheet. Lucas is standing over him and crying, expressing his condolences. His colleagues are standing next to him. The leader expressed his condolences, to which Lucas explained the impossibility of revenge. But he promised to do it, squeezing out the last tears and gritting his teeth. The chairman turned to the leader, to which he turned around warily. The man asked him to catch all the hunters of the association at any cost. The boss asked in surprise about the first squad of hunters, to which there was a short pause. The chairman confidently demanded the disbandment of the clan at any cost, even murder. Something rings in a house on the edge of town. Opening the phone, the guy finds 101 messages. Dave, just waking up, opens the phone and goes to the messages. There were many requests to join different clans on his phone, which infuriated him. Suddenly, Dave finds a message among the spam asking him to write when he wakes up. The guy screamed with excitement throughout the area and picked up the phone. It was Dream on the line with him. On the other side, he was notified of winning a Class C portal, which Dave was incredibly surprised about. He looked at the dawn and thought about the money. A convoy of military jeeps was driving quickly along the street. A demand was heard at headquarters to disband the Red Horse clan. People in uniform, who had arrived for a special mission, began to run out of the stopped jeeps. They quickly moved along the cobblestones one after another. The people lined up in 2 columns and turned to a rank awakened Jim. He looked at the building and thought about the plan of action, telling his operatives. The guy ordered to suppress any resistance of the awakened, to which he was asked from the crowd. The man asked if it was possible to kill those who resisted, to which Jim agreed. He jumped up and ordered everyone to enter the building. The operative's footsteps covered the first floor of the building. The guys ran first. Something suddenly made them stop, sliding on the floor. Having stopped in place, they looked around the place, stopping the operatives. They saw a picture. Many dead and wounded lay on the floor, asking for help and bleeding. The guys were covered in sweat and experienced extreme fear, not knowing what to do next. The victims continued to moan and ask for help. The guy ordered some of the soldiers behind to deal with the dead and help the wounded. Corpses were all over the corridor, which they had to get through. At the end of the corridor there was a hall, in the center of which sat a man in a business suit. It was James, with unnatural facial expressions for himself. His face was covered with bulging veins and his eyes were blue. Corpses were scattered all over the corridor. James was sitting in a chair at the end. The guys ran into the hall with weapons in their hands. Lucas looked around, screamed and demanded to know where Flynn was. In front of him lay a lifeless body with a hole in the heart, which made the guy stupefied. It was a face with white eyes and an open mouth. The rest of the operatives ran into the hall to clear it. They saw a picture of horror. James was sitting in a chair among the corpses, and Lucas was standing over the corpse and holding his heart. The guy started screaming at the corpse, asking it to get up immediately because it could not die without his hands. Jim came up to Flynn's corpse and sat down next to it. Lucas wanted to kill him himself and could not come to his senses after what he saw. Jim stood in front of James and confusedly said that he had acted too cruelly. The boss continued to sit motionless. He narrowed his eyes and said that this murder was not his doing. Jim was very surprised by what he heard and was furious. The student dormitory was on the second floor, right above the pizzeria. Against the background of painted windows, the reporter's voice announced the discovery of the corpse of the head of the clan, Flynn. The journalist continued to talk about the corpses of clan members in the building while the man was doing something on the phone. The old man was furious that he had not received any calls to explain anything. He was disappointed since he did not want to be accepted into other clans, and his clan was now under threat. The phone began to vibrate. With interest, the old man opened it and looked at who was bothering him. He joyfully opened his mouth and looked at the screen in surprise. A white BMW was driving along the city road at high speed. Dave and Chase were sitting in the car, the second was driving. His friend was interested in the guy's contracts from other clans. Dave continued to look at the road and listen to his friend's speech. He asked Chase with interest about the possible earnings in the sea-level portal. The guy announced a huge amount to start participating in such a portal. Dave was completely shocked by what he heard, because he clearly did not expect to hear such a starting fee in taxes. The guy was clearly furious at the management's thirst for profit on him, to which Chase offered to get an ether core. The friend asked if Dave had been assigned an escort for this task, to which he answered positively with a grin. The guy looked at the sun and suggested that Chase could also go through this test with him. The friend broke out in a sweat. He had never thought about such an offer before. Deciding to hush up the topic, he decided to turn to Dave with a puzzled look. The guy confidently explained to his friend that he had already signed him up as an escort with him and signed all the necessary documents with James. Chase was not prepared for such a turn of events and was very worried, while his friend sat calmly next to him and smiled. The red portal hovered above the ground, surrounded by armed guards. Chase and Dave approached the post. The guard asked to show the pass and the friend's certificate to enter this zone. Chase took an envelope out of his pocket and hesitantly handed it to the guard. The soldier read the contents and was very surprised. On the worn paper was text describing the friends and their level. The guard asked the friends in bewilderment if 2 people were enough for this portal, since it was intended for a larger number of hunters. Chase explained his friend's ambitions to the guard, to which the latter could not resist. He waved his hand and ordered to open the barricade, calming the employees, to which Dave was followed by an offer to refuse. Chase continued to assure his friend about the impossibility of passing this zone, sincerely hoping that he would change his mind. Dave took his friend by the shoulders and dragged him to the portal with an offer to trust him. Chase said that he would abandon the guy at the first danger because he did not know how to do anything. Flynn was kneeling with her head bowed to the ground and could not catch her breath. Suddenly, an aura engulfed her, lifting the girl into the air. She begged for mercy, screaming and breaking free. Something dark and formless was in front of her and looked at her efforts. It was a large eye that bewitched her body. It did not fulfill the requests for help and continued to look into her eyes. A hand reached out from the creature, piercing the girl's heart. She shuddered in pain, looking down. The creature tore Flynn's heart out, watching her painful death. The girl screamed loudly, her eyes were white, and her face was terrifying. She fell to the ground, and her hand carried her heart back into the portal. There was silence in the office after the photo of the murdered girl was displayed on the screen. Those present were perplexed. The chairman turned to them and asked who took this picture. Jim and the boss nervously began to answer the questions posed. The first stated that checking the video cameras in the building was not yet possible, to which James added details of the murder. The chairman fearfully asked if the killer was a ghost. The red portal, surrounded by military personnel, hovers above the ground. A van parked near the zone, from which an old man came out and introduced himself to the guard, scratching the back of his head. The soldier looked down and replied that the old man had arrived quite early. The old man asked the guard about Dave's name, to which he hesitated and reached for a paper in his pocket. The guard confirmed the guy's name, and the old man was very happy. The old man frowned, exhaled sharply, and thanked his luck for the opportunity. The mountain cave was strewn with colored stone growths up to the ceiling. From somewhere below came an unknown aura, which was emitted by a red creature. Having risen from under the stones, Jim gained white eyes and a growth on his back. His eyes were full of rage and bloodlust, and he himself dreamed of revenge. Something dark and shapeless descended to the guy in the green aura and opened. Jim did not know what it was, but it offered its help. A large eye opened, which had killed Flynn earlier. It shone in the green aura and looked at Jim. The friends came out of the portal on the other side and found themselves in an endless desert. Dave confidently stepped forward and looked around, while his friend avoided every sound. Chase complained to his friend about his fear and looked around. Dave put his left hand to his forehead and looked into the distance, reporting a large amount of something. Chase was seriously scared and hid behind his friend, trying to find the monsters with his eyes. A picture of monsters running towards them appeared before him. There were hundreds of them. These were the third most dangerous monsters, wasteland lizards. The monsters were quickly heading towards the friends with the goal of having lunch with them. Dave reached into the portal and pulled out a sword. Aura began to come out of the sword, and the guy pointed it towards the lizards. He swung the sword, ordering his friend to watch carefully. Dave jumped several meters into the air, leaving his friend on the ground. Chase was shocked by what he saw and could not put a couple of words together. A crowd of monsters stood under the guy and waited for him to land while he swung his sword, creating a whirlwind. After the sword strike, a strong explosion occurred, scattering the lizards over a long distance. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword and spoke the activation of the third karma skill. His gaze was full of determination, and he made a dash. The blow that stuck the sword into the ground created a wall of fire around Dave. The monsters began to burn in the fire, roaring loudly in pain. Chase stood to the side and watched the battle, not realizing that the guy was his friend. When Dave finished, he pulled the sword out of the ground and stood up to his full height, examining the burning remains of the lizards. He moved towards the portal, dragging the sword along the ground and complaining about the smell. Chase looked down and told Dave about his treachery with fear in his voice. Hefting the sword on his shoulder, the guy approached his friend while he was indignant at his strength. Chase was unhappy that the guy did not warn him about his strength, and he worried in vain. Dave stood in front of his friend and held out his sword, confidently putting one hand in his pocket. Chase was inspired by his friend's strength and offered to create one. Dave did not understand what was being said and stood there confused, waiting for him to continue. Chase exclaimed about a world-class clan and looked up at the sky. The portal began to spin and create electromagnetic flashes, which caused many questions from the military on the other side. One of the workers turned around and ordered to call the communications guys to fix the problem. The old man interrupted their concern and pointed to the portal, explaining this phenomenon by the fact that someone was coming out of it. The military looked at the portal with excitement and anticipation. Smiling Dave and Chase came out. The first one walked on, and the second one leaned over to the soldier and reported the completion of the task. The soldier was confused. He did not believe that his friends had completed the task so quickly and looked after them with disbelief. The old man approached Dave and handed him his business card with his name and number. He thanked him for his work and praised him. The old man said that he was responsible for recycling today, but Dave interrupted him, noticing his name on the business card. Chase looked down at the old man and asked why he came to assembly alone today. The old man explained that it was his part-time job, but then Chase was surprised about the name. Old Dave raised his finger and confidently declared his intention to work hard for the right to bear his name. The old man bowed to the guys, and Chase went after Dave to calm him down. A skyscraper building in the center of the city. A realtor is selling an apartment, pointing out the stunning view from the windows and the interior. The inside of the apartment looks gorgeous. Julie interrupts the man and shows her mother the features of the apartment, while Dave stands to the side with a sullen look. The mother turns to the realtor and clarifies the price of the apartment. The man smiles and says the amount is 17 billion won, and the deal is 8 billion. Mom is surprised by such a price, to which the realtor pointed to the nearby office of the associations. The man assured Mom that in their time, safety is important and asked about Dave's success. Julie stood between the interlocutors, raised her finger and boasted about her brother's success, to which Mom responded with irony. The realtor initially did not recognize Dave, but was glad to meet. The guy looked at the apartment again and asked for a discount. The man began gesturing with his hands and explaining about the preferential price of housing for A-level hunters. He said that an S-level hunter lived in one of the houses there. Dave furiously inquired about the difference in the cost of apartments for S and A hunters, which made the realtor nervous. He fearfully named the amount of 100 billion won. The guy's family was shocked by the amounts named, and they stood in a stupor in surprise. The idea of buying the entire house for 80 billion won appeared in Dave's eyes, and he was fired up by it. It was getting dark outside. The light from the street lamps fell on the cars. One of the corporation workers was walking down the street. She looked back and noticed the pursuer behind her. Her eyes filled with fear. She picked up the pace and walked faster. The girl crashed into someone and apologized, wrinkling her face. She looked up and asked who it was. The creature looked at her with a devilish smile and asked her not to be afraid. The half-closed face promised the girl a choice and laughed. The worker was in shock, but she could not leave. At the police station the next day, the morgue building, the girl lay dead in a ward on the platform, while nearby people were talking about her death, which resembled Flynn's death. There were 3 people in the ward, their heads bowed down. One of them claimed that it was impossible to stop the media. Lucas assumed that one of the awakened committed the murder. The guy thought, put his hand to his chin and began to talk about portals and a killer. Lucas looked at the guy and asked him to personally sort everything out. He replied that it was too early to decide anything and they would think that there was only one killer. After some thought, the guy ordered Lucas to deal with the portals for now and not get involved in new matters, which caused the latter to be indignant. He turned to the worker and told him not to let the information get into the media. He looked sternly at the worker and voiced his plans on this matter. A laboratory building with numerous pipes and wires going to the ceiling. Jim woke up in an oxygen mask. He was overcome with panic about what was happening. He opened his eyes and found himself in an oxygen mask on a bed with a large seam on his chest. He looked around, but still did not understand what was happening. It was a laboratory in which somewhere in the distance a strange man in a robe was setting up a device. With a laugh, the man turned around and asked Jim about his condition. He approached the guy's capsule and asked him about the incessant groan. Jim was shocked by what was happening, but he couldn't move. A strange man came up to him, looked into his eyes and asked if he recognized this place. Jim remembered the ampoule he had injected and began to sweat from fear of what was to come. The man continued to stand and tell the guy about the effectiveness of that ampoule. He introduced himself as Elder Jake. Jim looked up and remembered the flying eye that hadn't killed him. Jake told the guy that he had been reborn as his servant forever. Jim asked the elder again, looking at him sternly. The laughing scientist took the pink ampoule in his hand and held it out to Jim, asking him to conquer the world with him. Somewhere in the main office a little later, there was a resignation letter on the table while Chase was talking to Dave on the phone about his rank. The guy sighed heavily and looked down, listening to his friend's words about portals. He hadn't expected to hear Dave calling for the clearing of all portals for a discount on housing and was very surprised. Chase grabbed his head with his hands, felt his forehead and thought about his friend's success. The guy told Dave to wait for him until he finished all the business in the office. Dave stood outside and listened to the instructions about buying equipment. The guy completely forgot about it and looked around. A confirmation of the mission completion appears. Dave, completely confident in himself, agrees with the voice. A choice of levels appears in front of him, where he is given unauthorized movement. The guy chooses the 5th option, the Iron Fortress. The yellow sphere explained Dave's task from this point to eliminate the rulers. Judging by the records of the last download of information about this level, no one has completed it for 45 years. Dave frowned and confirmed the download. Raising his head, he saw dozens of images. He looked at them furiously and waited. His goal was completely clear to him. The gates of a high fortress surrounded by lightning opened in front of him. After the guy appeared in the world, a shield appeared in his hand. Armor and a sword were also received. Dave appeared in front of the fortress looking tired, holding a weapon in his hands. He bowed his head, twisted his jaw and complained about something that was getting on his nerves. At the KHA headquarters, on the table were newspapers with slogans about numerous murders in Seoul. The boss sat in his chair and asked the worker to deliver the news to each clan, to which the worker responded. Someone knocked on the door and called the boss. It was Laura. She stopped at the entrance and looked at the men. She announced to the boss about the failure of the B-rank mission by the Ocean clan. The worker next to him was surprised and asked about the generation of this clan and the presence of a large number of a rank awakened in it. The girl adjusted her glasses and explained that only an S-rank awakened could handle such power. The boss propped his chin on his hand and thought about the importance of closing this portal as soon as possible. He looked at the wall and discussed the request for help from one of the awakened. The boss demanded an immediate conclusion of cooperation with 2 test subjects on behalf of the applicant. A colleague standing nearby explained that no one would refuse hunter number 1 in Korea. Laura looked at him and said about one hunter who didn't get along with number 1. The boss interrupted their discussion, stood up from his chair and ordered to deliver the hunters to the portal at any cost to clear it out. The city is in ruins, a 2-story orphanage with white columns. The guy looks at little children frolicking and playing on the playground. The children stood opposite each other, gesticulating and playing hunters and monsters. The guy approaches the children and reminds them of himself. The children pretend to be scared and play along with him. The 3 of them start playing that game. Suddenly, a nun approaches the guy with the phone in her hands. During the game, Carl tries to communicate with her. The girl tells the guy about an urgent call from the association. Carl swears and takes the phone with a displeased face, asking the nun to take the children inside. As they say goodbye, the girl wishes the guy good luck as he leaves. Carl turns around and proudly declares that he is the best hunter in the country and the nun has nothing to fear. The sea-level portal is surrounded by military personnel and workers. A hunter runs out of the portal. It is S-rank Leo, commenting on the situation on the other side of the portal. The employees greet him with a bow. The girl turns to the hunter and reports at ease and an urgent request for help. Leo learns the hunter's name and is very surprised. The guy expresses his sympathy towards the hunter and a military helicopter lands near them. Blue energy appeared under Dave's feet. He held a weapon in his hands. He saw the face of a demon. The monster appeared at the top of the stairs. A red aura emanated from the demon. A message appeared about the Balark Iron Fortress, containing the need to kill the guard of the Iron Fortress gate. The protagonist seriously thought that with his body, it was dangerous to even walk there now. Holding a weapon in his hands, Dave noted that now he only had Odie's sword and an ice shield. The protagonist sat down on the ground. Putting his hand to his face, Dave mentally asked how he killed him last time. He looked at his equipment. Looking at the shield, the protagonist asked if it was an ice shield. Dave looked at the demon. A smile appeared on his face. The military was standing at the entrance to the B-level portal. People asked the journalists not to cross the line. Holding the microphone in front of him, the journalist said that they were now at the entrance to the B-level portal, noting that they were apparently preparing for a second attack due to the failure of the first attempt made by the Ocean Clan. The surprised guy asked where the information leaked from and how the journalists got wind of everything. The stunned people began to shout it was the Ocean Clan. There was a smile on the girl's face. The plot introduces us to Chloe, an S-class hunter from the Ocean Clan. She was asked how they were going to overcome the consequences of the failure of the first attack and whether she had a boyfriend. People looked at her with an interested look. She approached the journalist and said that she would borrow his microphone. Chloe brought the microphone to her face and said that they would definitely prevent the portal from collapsing, and to do so, she had asked for help from the 2 strongest hunters in their country. The dumbfounded people asked if she was talking about those 2. Looking at the guys walking towards the portal, Chloe said that she had called the 1st and 2nd ranked hunters in their country, Leo and Carl. The guys turned around and looked at her. Smiling, Leo noted that she had managed to make a scene out of her failure and it was not for nothing that he had chosen her. Carl assumed that she had called all those journalists. Smiling, Chloe suggested that they go together. The blue sky surrounded the city. The journalists said that the 3S class would attack together and attack the B-level portal in the Foxback tandem. The magic ball was engulfed in flames. It flew into the demon's head. The protagonist threw fireballs at him. A powerful energy began to flow from the monster. His face was furious. Dave smirked and noted that the demon had woken up. He prepared to attack. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that one mistake would kill him and he needed to pull himself together. The angry monster asked how such a flea dared. The demon slipped. He began to fall and scream. The monster fell to the ground. Dave's face was serious. He ran up to the demon. A pink aura was emanating from him. The protagonist swung his blade. He saw a seal on the demon's neck. He pierced the monster's seal with his blade. Lightning began to flash around. The monster began to burn. Dave watched the fire that was left from the monster. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was good that he remembered about his weak neck. He threw away the shield and sword and declared that he could no longer use it. A message appeared in front of Dave that he had received the permission that was on the seal and now he can enter the Iron Fortress of Balark, and the task was completed, so the level of implementation increases. Looking at the huge castle, the protagonist noted that first he needed to find a weapon. Many arrows were sticking out of the wall. Torches were burning on the wall. A notification popped up that this was the next page. The Iron Fortress of Balark, the difficulty level is unknown, you need to move to Balark's room. Dave put his hands on the wall and said that he remembered exactly, it was somewhere there. He tried to feel something on the wall. The protagonist pressed on the stone slab and said that he found it. The door began to open. The gate opened in front of Dave. A message popped up in front of the protagonist that he had found the treasury of Balark and he could use it for 5 minutes. Entering the treasury, the protagonist thought that everything was the same there. He began to go to the weapon. Dave looked at the blade. The protagonist began to study the secret sword, which could become a deadly weapon for dragons. Taking the blade, Dave said that this sword was of low class, but without it he could not enter Balor's room. The protagonist held the sword in his hand. He saw armor. Dave looked at many jewels. Grinning, the protagonist noted that it was money. Dave saw a message that it was possible to enter Balor's room. He approached the gate. The protagonist asked with a smile on his face if this was the last boss. The demon screamed loudly. Holding his ear, Carl said that it was noisy. He assumed that the monster would calm down if he tore off its head. The monster rushed at him. There was a red aura around Carl's weapon. The demon made a strike. Carl swung at him. He hit him on the head. The demon started screaming loudly. Carl turned around and ordered everyone to attack. The warriors ran at the monster. The people started beating the monster. Chloe stood behind him and shouted that Carl was a good man and asked him to finish them off. Leo turned to her and she turned around. Leo, covered in blood, asked if she would go on a date with him if he killed everyone there. Chloe was stunned. Light energy started coming from her. She healed Leo. Chloe walked up to him and asked where he had managed to do that. Leo looked at the demon and said that it was a gift for her. The corpse of the Ogre King was bleeding. Stunned, Chloe asked if he had killed the Ogre King alone. Leo hugged her and asked if he was cool. Chloe ordered her to take her hands off. They watched as Carl fought with the army. Furious, Carl asked what kind of skin it was that couldn't be penetrated even by aura. Leo asked her to keep her promise about a date as he went to help. He rushed into battle. Stunned, Chloe asked if she had promised anything. Light lightning strikes were coming from the tower. Standing at the gate, Dave asked if this was the last boss. He asked to open the potion bottles. Many bottles appeared in front of the protagonist. He looked at the different potions. A projection appeared, which showed that his current score was 128,000 points. He was asked if he wanted to use the bottles. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would use the potions to the maximum. A bright light began to come from the bottles. He saw many messages about his stat increases. Dave looked at his hand and said that it was a good potion. The doors began to open. The protagonist entered the boss. He saw a huge demon. Dave smirked and noted that he and Balor hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boss's eyes lit up pink. He started to stand up. The red dragon looked at the protagonist. Dave held the blade in front of him. A notification popped up about resistance to disappearing dragons. The protagonist used blood naturalization, after which a fiery aura began to emanate from him. The guy greeted the subscribers with a smile and said that the streamer 7th Dragon, Sam, was with them. He happily suggested looking at the ranking of hunters this week. Sam stretched out his hands and said that the first place in their ranking is the youngest son of the conglomerate, who became a hunter as a hobby, Leo, and he is also the CEO and part-time chairman of the Josian clan. Sam folded his arms and began to talk about the director of the Hope Orphanage. Noting that there was no need for unnecessary words, he became a father to orphans who lost their parents due to sudden portals, Godfather Carl. He looked at Chloe with a satisfied expression and said that she was a white lily that had blossomed in the gloomy desert of hunters. Smiling, Sam noted that there had been one situation in a Class B portal this week, but the Foxback team had solved the problem in just 6 hours. He put his hand on the mouse and noted that he wanted to tell more. Sitting at the computer, Sam said that he had seen him somewhere. Looking at the main character, he asked if he was the one who had killed all the monsters back then. Grinning, he said that it was him. Sunlight enveloped the building. Jake was looking at the browser. Sitting at the computer, Jake thought that the hunters had started to clear the portals very quickly. The guy smiled and offered him a glass. Jake replied that he had some business at home, so he would decline today. The guy said that in that case they would go on their own, but next time Jake would go with them. He began to quickly scroll the mouse wheel. He saw red dots on the map. Jake said with a serious expression that there was a lack of a scapegoat and that the current circumstances needed to be changed. Dave stood in front of the dragon. The dragon began to breathe fire. The protagonist rushed at it and noted in his mind that one attack was death. Fire was coming out of the dragon's mouth. Dave struck it. Holding his forehead, he said that the bloodshed brought back memories of old days. Balor struck him with his spear. Dave had a smile on his face. The protagonist stood in front of him. He frowned. He looked at the boss's face. Balor swung his spear. He began to strike many times. The protagonist reflected all his attacks. A purple aura began to emanate from his blade. Dave, covered in mana, said that it was his turn. He was suddenly taken aback. He dodged the attacks. Balor's face was serious. The protagonist jumped away from him. Dave frowned and asked why he was so strong. The boss started screaming. Wings appeared behind him. A message appeared that Balor was using the Brontosaurus weapon skill. The boss put his hand on the ground. Balor rushed at him. The protagonist cut off his head. Dave turned around and asked if this lizard had turned into a dragon. Balor's body began to disintegrate. The protagonist watched what was happening. He asked with a serious expression, "What was this?" The boss's eyes lit up with a red light and he asked who dared to disturb the peace of the holy apostles. There was a pool of blood under the guy's feet. He asked God to help him build a sacrifice. He held a heart in his hands. A portal began to open from the blood. The guy stood in front of the portal. Sunlight enveloped the building. Holding the phone to his ear, Jake said that he was the director of a portal search company. The guy with a crazy look said that his boss performed a sacrifice with the hearts he had collected before. Jake had a smile on his face. Holding the phone, he said that he would let the Hunters Association know about it. Standing at the portal, the guy asked when he should finish the sacrifice. Jake grinned and said that when they had collected enough scapegoats, then he could finish. Notifications of system messages appeared. The white demon stood in front of the protagonist. Dave saw a message that it was an excellent celestial. Smiling, the protagonist said that looking at the fact that the system had flown, one would think that he was very strong. A notification popped up that Dave could use his own power since the process of realizing the area had been completed. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that it was about time. Streams of powerful energy began to flow from him. The boss began to concentrate blue mana in his hands and asked if Dave thought he could stop the course of the universe, noting that there was so much hope for an insignificant insect. Grinning, he wished death on the protagonist. An explosion was heard in the castle. Looking at the clouds of dust, Balork said that he would grind him into dust. The protagonist rushed at him. His face was serious. He pierced the demon. He stood in front of the boss. Raising his head up, the boss said that Dave's attack would not be able to harm him. Grinning, the protagonist asked what was affecting him. Dave saw a message that he had used the last skill of Hell, and this skill can only be used in Hell and its use depends on the level of its implementation. Balork stood in outer space. He began to look around. A powerful energy surrounded the boss. Dave used a fire pool, Eternal Suffering. The stunned boss began to scream that this can't be and such a piece of trash cannot attack like that. Balork noted that it was necessary to report this to the Celestials as soon as possible. Bright streams of energy emanated from the boss. The protagonist saw messages that the superior Celestial had been destroyed and the system had been restored. Due to the elimination of the Celestial, this area was regulated. The mission would end when he took the place of the ruler of this area on the throne. Dave began to walk towards the bright light. He saw the throne. The protagonist touched the wall with his hand. The throne began to change. The columns were actively moving. The throne appeared in front of Dave. The protagonist began to climb towards it. Dave saw a message that the mission was completed. Monsters appeared in front of him, who said that they would obey him forever. Sitting on the throne, the protagonist noted that these demons were dirty and he would call them when they were needed. Crossing his arms, the protagonist noted that all that remained was to remove all these portals and earn money. The evening sky enveloped the building. The guys looked at the portal and said that a rank portal had appeared in Gangnam, Dogakdong District, a first-level alarm. The man entered the room. The people bowed to him. The chairman asked with a serious expression whether this portal was the same as the one 5 years ago that had destroyed everything around it. The dumbfounded guy noted that it was definitely a rank portal. The chairman put his hand to his chin. Looking at the guy, he ordered to call all the hunters and ask for additional help from the World Hunter Organization. Frowning, the man replied that it would be done. A system notification popped up and they would show him his current level of implementation, available equipment, and skills. The protagonist saw many messages about his characteristics. Looking at the projection, Dave asked if the implementation was still so low. He noted with a dissatisfied expression that he would have to earn a few more skills. Looking at the clouds of dust, he cried out that the area was being exchanged for an ant valley. The terrain began to change in front of him. The blue sky surrounded the hunter's building. Many voices were coming from inside the building. Many people were sitting at the table. People had joined the conference. The man turned around and said that everyone had gathered. He said with a serious expression that they were starting a meeting about how to solve the problem of the Arank portal in Gangnam. The bus was moving at a high speed. It was moving along the street. Sitting on the bus, James wondered who the killer was. He thought that Flynn was not so easy to kill, even a mercenary would have a hard time. His hands were cuffed. James thought with a serious expression that there was definitely someone very strong involved and he hoped that Louise was okay. A loud sound came from the door. The nurse opened the door. She brought food and said that Louise had not eaten again. Looking at the food, the nurse remarked that she should eat well at least once a day. The nurse approached Louise and said that she would remove the IV, noting that it was useless anyway since she was not eating. Louise clenched her hand into a fist. She began to cry and thought that she was very sorry. There were many people on the screen. The old man folded his arms and said that their Soyan had been missing for a month since she went to investigate. The plot introduces us to the head of the Fortress clan, John. The guy with a serious look said that Chief Hanel was in Silicon Valley to develop an aura weapon, and after learning the latest news from Korea, he was preparing to return to his homeland. The plot introduces us to the deputy head of the Marble clan, Ron. The man with a surprised look noted that then and this time, Leo, Carl and Chloe would be responsible for the attack. Carl picked his nose and replied that there was no other way out and if they could not stop them, they would die. Looking away, Leo said that Chloe had promised him a date, so he would go. Chloe was dumbfounded and said that they had already had a date and she had treated him to meat and bought him dessert. Leo said that the date should be private and asked why she had invited Carl along. Chloe replied that if she said it was a date, then it was. Carl, displeased, noted that they would solve these problems themselves and they would find them volunteers among the A-class hunters. People began to discuss that if the Foxback tandem could clear the A-class portal, it would be the first such case in the history of Korea. Carl sat thoughtfully on the chair. The chairman, with a serious expression, ordered to find 100 A-rank volunteers and 10,000 ether. The people at the table began to vigorously discuss that 10,000 ether was the association's annual supply. Jake watched their discussion from the sidelines. He folded his arms. A voice began to be heard in the city asking all citizens to evacuate to the association's bomb shelter. It started to rain. Raindrops fell on the construction site. The guy in the raincoat started to run. After saluting, he said that he would repeat it again. A crowd of people stood in front of the construction site, hunters and loudly talking. Holding the bat on his shoulder, Carl said that they would finish there quickly and they would go on their date. Grinning, he suggested not to fuss and wish each other luck. They approached the portal. They saw a mountainous area. Stunned, Carl ordered everyone to check their equipment and disperse. Leo turned around and said that he would go check there and Chloe would stay put. Holding her finger to her ear, she asked if Carl could hear that Leo had gone on reconnaissance. Closing his eyes, Carl replied that he understood everything. Looking around, Carl said that Leo was on reconnaissance and the main camp was on 2 lines. The people were excited. Holding the phone to his ear, Chase asked to pick up the phone. The protagonist answered and asked what was going on. Chase, dumbfounded, cried out that they had an emergency. Sitting on a chair, he asked if Dave was moving. Chase frowned and said that a rank portal had opened in Gangnam, and the association was now demanding that all hunters above rank B gather there. The protagonist noted with a displeased expression that it was near his new home and asked what kind of portal it was that was calling so many people. Chase explained that 5 years ago, it was because of the ruptures in this portal that ruptured others and 3 S-class hunters were barely able to close it. Dave listened to him attentively. From his house, a scream could be heard as the protagonist asked his mother not to take any of the kitchen utensils, noting that he had already said that they would buy everything new. Dave frowned and asked if he would get a promotion if he closed the portal. Chase was dumbfounded by such a question. A crowd of wolves stood in front of the hunters. Carl gave the order to attack from 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock with a serious expression. He turned his head and said 9 o'clock. Holding his finger to his ear, the guy said that they were attacking at 6 o'clock. Carl was furious. People began to look around and he said that they were trapped. A red aura began to come from the wolf. The protagonist introduced the ethers and said that they appear if you defeat the monsters inside the portal, and at the moment there are ethers from Class E to Class S. Dave imagined a destroyed city and noted that humanity is heading for collapse due to equal development, destruction of the environment, and inadequate use of natural resources. He noted that at such a time, ethers appeared that have special energy, thereby changing the time of people's disappearance to their lives. The protagonist emphasized the fact that more importantly, if you charge the aura weapon with ether and implant it into an awakened one, his skills will improve. He imagined the outline of a person shrouded in a blue aura. Dave noted that just as aura weapons were important for attacking in portals, ethers were important for the hunters themselves. He imagined the blade emitting powerful energy. Grabbing the ether, Carl ordered everyone to charge the ethers. People began to charge themselves with ether. Blue mana began to flow from the guy. His body was enveloped in aura. The wolves rushed at them. The battle began. The dumbfounded guy cried out that it was Leo. Leo ran to help and thought that he did not want to use this skill. He seriously thought about releasing the aura skill on a wide spectrum. Purple energy enveloped his body. The wolves looked at him. He ran past them. Carl began to run away and asked Chloe to cover them from behind, noting that Leo attracted them. Chloe ran in the other direction and asked him to trust her. Leo ran away from the wolves and asked Carl to go straight. Turning around, he mentally asked the wolves to follow him. Carl ran at him. Grinning, he cried out about the full activation of the ether. Smiling, Leo said that he was leaving them to him. Carl jumped into the air. Falling on the wolves, he cried out that this was a skill that hit millions at once. He used aura lightning with a crazy look. A huge flow of energy began to go around him. The wolves were struck by electricity. They began to shock. Chloe concentrated the sphere in her hands and used a quick aura. People watched her and said that Chloe was using her aura. The dumbfounded guy cried out that this was cool. Leo stopped. He started running in the other direction. He was running away from the people. Raising his hand, the knight ordered everyone to run after Leo. The people ran into battle and cried out that they were strong now. The building was destroyed. The guy was given a small bag. The man stood in front of the people and called the next one. A man ran there and shouted for everyone to run. The stranger was taken aback. People were running away from the ruins. Looking around, the guy asked how he got there. He saw the light of a police car. He closed his eyes. A voice began to come from the car telling everyone to drop their weapons and surrender, noting that if they did not surrender, they would accuse everyone of illegal drug trafficking. The guy covered his face with his hand. A bright light emanated from the car. The guy frowned and asked what it was. The stranger stood in front of them. Grinning, he said that the entire Red Horse clan had become scum. Stunned, the people began to ask who he was. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked for permission to give them a new world. The dumbfounded stranger asked how that was possible. Grinning, the guy asked to follow him. The wolf's head was cut off. The people killed all the monsters and said that for the first time they cleared the portal without casualties. Chloe was treating Carl, who was saying that she was the best and that with such skills, she could enter portals as many times as she wanted. Closing her eyes, Chloe said what she had said last time. She started shouting loudly that her skills were eating up money and that everyone was saying that hunters were making a lot of money and that they were jealous, but he knew how much effort it took to use the ethers she was using. Chloe noted that she would only need to use it a couple of times. Even today, he knew how much effort she had spent. He said that the association had said that they would provide 100,000 ethers, but they were all Class C. Carl knew that out of 10,000 Class C ethers, only one Class A ether came out. She said that between the two of them, they had used one Class A ether, which meant that they had used 20,000 ethers. She screamed that at this rate, they would have none left at all and that Carl loved being in debt. Stunned, Carl thought that he was already a master at listening to her. Smiling, Leo stated that she was chirping cutely. The guy stuck his hand into the wolf's body. He took out the ether and screamed that it was a B-class ether. His head was cut off. People were scared. They saw a huge wolf. The monster's eyes were glowing red. The news showed a construction site and said that the atmosphere around the portal in the Dogtong area was still tense. A defense of military forces was built within a 3-kilometer radius of the portal, and hunters from each region were flying in to prevent surprises. The host stood and said that it was known that the Foxback tandem was currently on the offensive in the portal. Last time during the attack on the B-class portal, they cleared the portal in a short time. Is this true? The reporter stood in the rain at the scene and replied that last time they cleared the portal in the shortest time, it only took them 6 hours and 21 minutes. The current attack has been going on for 10 hours already. The association set a goal to gather a class hunters from everywhere and finish this mission. A class hunters from the 9 largest clans were selected. A class hunters from small and medium clans are expected to be stationed at the gate as backup units. People stood in front of the monitors and watched the news. A man stood next to a girl with his arms crossed and asked when the hunters from the International Hunter Association should arrive, and she said that there was no official answer yet. The man looked worried and said that they were in such a suspended state now because there was no way to contact those inside the portal. Laura frowned and replied that the military force and their hunters had gathered, and Tom was also expected to arrive in 8 hours. For now, they could only trust the Foxback tandem. The men closed their eyes and said to continue trying to contact the International Association and not to even think about a bad outcome. He frowned and thought that the only hope was the Foxback. The archers pulled their arrows, hearing that the portal boss was in front of them. The monster raised its head and growled. The white lions ran quickly. The monster approached the people and swung its paw. The guy quickly ran through the crowd. Leo jumped and swung his paw and hit the monster. His eyes glowed and with a wave of his hand he activated the Sword of Pleasure. The guy hit the boss on the claw. He grinned and asked if he fought back. The monster pulled back the hit paw. Leo spread his legs and landed, holding on with his hand. The boss rushed at him, stretching his paw forward. The guy stepped back, dodging the blow. He frowned and fought off the monster. Leo coughed up blood and clenched his teeth. The monster struck again and Carl held out the bat, covering himself from it. He smiled and said that this guy is no slouch since he fights back. Leo stood in front of the girl, holding his side. He turned around and thanked her with a smile and will be in her debt for the rest of his life. Chloe was oozing energy and said that it was not necessary. The main thing was for him not to get tired. They still had things to do there. He smiled and agreed with her. The guy grinned, put out his sword and activated the maximum charge of ether. Carl swung the bat. Leo jumped on the monster from above, activating the aura skill, Tiger Claws. Carl looked up in surprise. The blonde flew at the monster in a stream of energy, putting out his sword. He dealt many blows to the screaming boss. The guys watched as the monster fell to the ground. People from the crowd looked at the standing Leo and admired him. Carl closed his eyes, standing next to the guy, and said that he did not do it alone. People covered their ears and eyes, asking what the sound was and where it was coming from. Behind the corpse of the monster, another pack appeared, along with their king, who said that these weak creatures had encroached on their lands again. A monster in armor and with a weapon stood at the head of the leopards. People looked at them in fear and said that they had barely killed one of them, and there were a lot of them. It was impossible. Leo looked in shock and thought that it was them. Carl frowned and shouted for everyone to gather. Red sparks were coming from the portal on the street. People in the office at the monitors watched and said that it was a Ranka portal rupture. Laura stood next to the surprised man and said that this couldn't be. She looked at him in fear and asked how this could be when he was being attacked from inside. The man frowned and asked if the Foxback team had really died. He shouted to his subordinates to quickly pass on the emergency to all reserve hunters in the country immediately. The workers looked at their monitors with concern and called on their phones. The monster stepped on the ground. He was coming out of the portal. He was smiling, holding a weapon and saying that many souls had gathered. He chuckled and said that it was time to start hunting. The plot moves us to the gathering place of the reserve hunters on the street, where many people were standing. Ron looked at the tablet and asked if the Domquencha clan was there. The guys from the crowd waved smiling and said that there were 3 of them. Level B, he raised his head, holding the tablet, and asked if the Danchial clan was there. 2 guys raised their hands and smiling said that they were Level B. The man frowned and asked where the Dave clan was. The main character raised his hand from the crowd and said that it was him. He looked and said that he was Level A. Ron looked in surprise and thought that this was the guy they were told to watch. He stood in front of the crowd with a tablet and frowned, said that they were all called here for a counterattack to prevent the portal from breaking. The protagonist frowned, looked ahead and said that they would not only not be able to go inside, they wouldn't even be able to pass near him. Chase, he should hurry up and contact him. The guy grinned, thinking about the fact that he himself was not picking up the phone. Dave looked at the building under construction. A crowd of people looked at the light in surprise and asked if it was from the side of the portal. The man looked in shock and wondered what it was. The protagonist grinned and laughed. The plot moves us an hour before the portal ruptures. There were many corpses of people and monsters lying on the grass. Bars ran forward furiously. The guy stood in front of him with a spear and covered himself with a shield. He slid back along the ground. The guy clenched his teeth and tried his best to hold back the blow with his shield. He screamed, seeing that the monster was attacking from above. The guy screamed and pulled the spear forward. The monster jumped up and swung its paw. The boy looked at the paw in fear and screamed. Carl appeared in front of him and parried the blow. The boy stood in front of the furious monster. He turned around and bared his teeth and told everyone to gather if they didn't want to become food for these dogs. The severed paw of the monster flew off to the side. The monster fell to the ground in front of the bloody paw. Leo stood on the grass, holding his sword in front of him. He stood in front of the corpse, and behind him there was a fight. The boy turned around and asked Carl how much longer they had to hold out. Carl looked at the Absolute Protector on the table. The man stood next to him at the table and said that it was a German development made from an S-class core for counterattack. The boy looked at the Protector and asked how much one of those things cost. The man looked and replied that the chairman said that he received it as a gift and also added that they were all like children to him, so let them come back alive. Carl looked down sadly. He put his hand on his chest and closed his eyes and asked to tell him that they would try. The man closed his eyes, leaned over and said that they were counting on him. Carl stood in front of a crowd of people and looked at the battlefield. He turned around, holding the Protector, and said that if everyone was gathered, he would begin. The guy squatted down and pressed on the Protector, saying that he would finish them off now. The box began to glow and smoke began to come out. An energy field appeared around the Protector. There was a big flash. Leo stood in front of the surprised people and said in shock that this was the same high-class Protector that was used in the exam. The monster screamed and tried to fight off the Protector. The beasts furiously jumped on the dome and got angry. Carl threw the bat over his shoulder and grinned, saying that this was the same Protector from Germany. The monster with the axe walked forward. He jumped into the sky. The monster tried to cut the dome with the axe. The monsters approached and attacked the shield. The people looked on in shock and said that they were strong and at this rate they would break the Protector. The monster flew off the dome. It fell to the ground and stood up. The beast bared its teeth furiously. Carl laughed and said that it was a good sight. A guy from the crowd turned to the gentleman with the itchy nose and asked what their plan was now, and Carl replied that there was none, they just needed to hold out here. He turned around and closed his eyes and said that if something didn't work out, they needed to stay alive first, and then the thoughts would appear. Leo and Chloe knew what he was talking about. The guy and the girl indignantly closed their eyes and said that they had no idea. The people in the crowd said in surprise that this meant they had no plan. The man in the hood thought that they were annoying. He raised his hand with the energy ball and, smiling, decided that they needed to change their plans a little. A lot of sparks came from the portal. The monster looked at the gate in fear. Chloe stood behind Leo, scared, asking what was wrong with the portal, and he said it was some new kind of rift. The city was visible from the portal. The monster smiled and laughed, saying that they were at least useful. It turns out, they would eat their fill there. The soldiers in the street were aiming and shooting. One of them looked at him in fear and opened his mouth. The monster attacked the soldier, and his partner looked on in surprise. Clark jumped into the sky above the city with an axe. The monster landed on the asphalt. The soldiers behind him opened fire on command. The beast swung the axe and threw a car at the people. The soldiers flew up. The monster held the axe and drones were flying at it. He watched them fly in the sky. He roared and hit them with a sonic wave. The drones broke and sparked. The people in the office looked at the turned-off monitors. The man angrily slammed his fist on the table. Putting his hands in his pockets, he turned to the guy and asked how things were going with the Monster Squad's movement. And the guy said that they were at Building H. He frowned and asked to connect a high-level satellite screen and send reserve squads to the portal. Night fell in the city. A quadcopter was flying and someone was greeting the viewers. Sam was holding the remote control and introducing himself, saying that he was starting a live broadcast from the scene of the incident. His life was at stake. He was standing on the roof and looking at the quadcopter, thinking that he would be able to do this, shoot all the most interesting shots and become a famous streamer. The guy was looking at the remote control and asking viewers to send a 1 if they could see it, a 2 if they couldn't. People in the chat were writing numbers and asking what the white thing was behind him. The monster was standing behind the guy who was saying that he was actually risking his life, and they were joking about ghosts. Sam turned around and saw the beast sitting in front of him. The monster was looking at the man furiously and chewing on him. The guy looked at it in fear. A hand fell to the ground. Sam was sitting on the roof and screaming in fear, covering himself with his hand. The monster opened its mouth and growled at him. The guy was crying and screaming in fear. He sat and raised his hand in shock, watching as the monster's head flew over him. Sam turned around in surprise at Dave in armor with a sword. He looked at him in shock. The head was flying next to the quadcopter. The guy looked at the main character with a sword and wondered if this was the same person. Dave frowned and looked away. The guy looked in surprise as the main character jumped from the roof. He was sitting on the roof and reaching for the control panel, said that it was cool. Dave landed on the asphalt. He looked at the king of the monsters. The main character stood surrounded by animals in front of the boss. The guy walked forward with a sword on his shoulder and smiling, asking why there were so many dogs in a residential area. Where was their owner? Clark was angry and bared his teeth. He swung an axe at the guy. There was a powerful explosion. The main character, smiling, held out his sword in front of him and parried the blow. He smirked and asked if he was their owner. The plot moves us to the doors of the bomb shelter near the Fellis building, where a crowd of people were shouting to open the door, not to push, asking where the hunters were, what they were doing, why they didn't stop the monsters. People were looking at their phones in fear at the monsters, and the guy was saying that they were showing live how things were going. The crowd was standing at the entrance and saying that this was really in real time. Where did the monsters manage to get to? Sam was looking at the screen in shock and thinking that he had 100,000 viewers. This is a record number. That guy did not die, but is still fighting. He looked down from the roof and asked if he should run away already. Laura was standing in the office holding the phone and asking the man at the computer to take a look. He frowned, looked at the girl's phone and said that this was the man. The man screamed to put it on the general screen. The workers were looking at Dave with a sword on the screen. They were discussing that it was him, asking if he took first place in the exam and why he was there alone. Laura stood behind the shocked man, who asked him why he was there alone. Meanwhile, the monsters attacked the protagonist from both sides. A crowd of beasts surrounded the guy. Dave stood aside and asked what was going on. The monsters turned around furiously. He stood holding his sword and looked at the running monsters. Energy and sparks surrounded the guy's legs. He frowned and activated his rage. Dave swung his sword and released flames at the beasts. The monsters burned and screamed in pain. The guy watched as they fell and burned. The leader swung his axe. Flames enveloped the building. The monster with the weapon stood among his subordinates and stroked them. He held the beast by the muzzle and said that he would take it on himself and they could clean up other places. Dave smirked and asked if he thought he could handle it. Let him try. He frowned and summoned devils from hell. The guy put his hands on the sword in the ground and energy enveloped him. A magic circle appeared on the asphalt around him. The monster grinned and asked what kind of nasty energy it was. Sam looked up in surprise, holding the remote control, and wondered what it was. A dragon rider appeared in the sky above the drone and said that the master was calling. The guy screamed in fear that he saw the dragon. He landed and repeated that the master was calling. The man in the office looked at him in shock through the screen. People in the city looked at the dragon in the sky. They screamed in fear, "What is it?" and asked God to have mercy. The devil appeared behind Dave and a dragon was flying. The monsters looked at this in fear. The guy grinned and said that he would teach this dog a lesson himself and let them deal with the rest. People ran. The man stood in front of a crowd of people in shock. He watched as the dragon rider flew towards the monsters. The dragon held the beast in its mouth. It bit its body in half. The man looked at it in fear and wondered what it was. Was the dragon for them or something? A ball with spikes hit the monster in the stomach. The devil swung his mace and killed the monsters. He stood on the road in front of the wounded beasts. The monster was wounded in the head and opened its mouth. The devil raised his weapon and asked how they dared to disturb the master. They deserved to die. The monsters ran at him. He looked at the weapon emitting lightning. The plot moves us to the entrance to the bomb shelter. People looked at their phones in fear and said that these monsters were on their side. They beat these monsters well. It was crazy what was going on there. The doors to the office opened. The man and Laura turned to see Chase enter. The guy looked at them and introduced himself. The man extended his hand and thanked him for arriving so quickly, adding that he would start with a question since he was most likely aware of the situation. He frowned and asked if the boy could tell them about Dave. Meanwhile, the king of the monsters grinned and said that he was definitely not a soul, so who was he? The protagonist smirked and asked if he thought he had the right to know who he was. The boy walked forward surrounded by energy. The monster glared furiously and said that he was the king of the white wolves. He quickly ran. Clark struck out and said his name. The protagonist and the king clashed and emitted energy. The boy restrained his axe with his sword. He smirked and asked if he was done. The monster looked on in fear and grinned. Dave emitted powerful energy and created shadows behind him. Clark struggled to hold back his axe strike. The protagonist smirked and asked if the boss of the Atir portal was really a bald mongrel. The boy dug his feet into the ground. The monster flew past and appeared behind him. Dave turned around in surprise and asked what happened. Clark was running at him furiously. The guy turned around and told him to try. He watched as the Wolf King ran away. The protagonist frowned and asked if he had just run away. The monster ran fast, holding an axe in front of him. He grinned and said that they needed to return to their territory. This was definitely not the soul energy they knew, perhaps it had demonic energy. The guy appeared next to the surprised monster and asked why he was running on 2 legs. Clark ran forward even faster. Dave smiled and told him to run like a dog should. He kicked him in the paws and told him to run on all 4s. The monster got scared. He fell and rolled on the asphalt. The king rolled on the road. A dragon was flying behind the smiling guy and he was saying that no one allowed him to return home. The dragon opened its mouth. Clark watched in fear as the monster flew at him. He screamed in fear. The dragon landed on him. It was pressing the wolf into the ground with its paw. The dragon raised its paw and threw back the axe. The king was lying on the ground, powerless, with his mouth open. Dave came up to him and looked at him with displeasure. The guy swung his sword and told him to give him the core. Carl turned around and asked if everyone had left except the wounded. He stood at the head of the crowd and looked at the street with corpses. The guy clenched his teeth and said that there was still no one from the International Association. Chloe was sitting next to the wounded man and turned around and said that she would try to heal those who could still be saved, and they should go to the boss of the portal. The guy called Leo. The blonde shouted after Carl to wait, offer to get ready, and he replied that he didn't know anything. He would fight even naked. He could take his core with him. He ran forward with the crowd and asked where those monsters were. Morning was coming at the construction site. Chloe closed her eyes and stretched out her hands to the man and healed him. She opened her eyes in surprise and thought about the 58th sign. The girl looked up. Chloe was looking at the monster in front of her and talking about the sign. She looked at him in surprise, thinking about divine healing. The girl looked up. The monster was growling in front of her. Chloe sat there in fear and looked at the wolf. She was surprised to see his head fly off. The monster's head bounced off the ground and flew up. Dave appeared in front of the girl with a sword. She looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and asked if she was also a hunter. Chloe sat there in shock and thought that she couldn't believe her eyes. These rank monsters were suppressing even her brother Leo. How could he do it then? The guy ran quickly. The protagonist watched the guy run and try to hit him with a sword. Leo was surprised when Dave dodged the blow. Chloe frowned and asked what her brother was doing. Carl looked worriedly and called his friend. Leo was surprised and thought that he was a human. The guys watched as the guy stopped. The blonde turned to look at the protagonist and thought that he dodged the attack of the charged sword so easily. What kind of person is he? He looked at him calmly and apologized for mistaking him for a monster. Chloe and Carl looked at the guy in surprise. The protagonist frowned and asked why he thought he was a monster. Leo held the sword and said that only monsters they met in portals emit such an aura, although he is stronger than all those he met. Dave looked in surprise and thought that there was a hunter who could see his demonic energy. Leo looked at him and introduced himself as the CEO of the Chasen clan. Dave smirked and said his name. On the cover of the magazine was a photo of the protagonist with the caption that Korea became a country that closed the portal on its own. The most outstanding was the amazing rookie, Hunter Dave. The chairman sat in a chair opposite the people around the table and thanked them for their hard work. Carl smiled and said that the chairman's gift was very timely because many hunters survived thanks to it. Leo crossed his arms, looked away and asked to tell how those monsters got out. Chloe, sitting next to the guy, clenched her fists and asked angrily what kind of person this Hunter Dave was. There was no point in cultivating a secret weapon, and he seemed to have just fallen out of the sky. Leo asked how a person who was confined to a hospital bed could become so strong so quickly. It was just beyond his comprehension. Tom lowered his head and remained silent. The chairman looked ahead and said that given the way they were thinking, they should turn to him for a detailed explanation, and asked if everyone agreed to raise Dave's hunter rank to S. Carl sat in a chair and said that he did not think they needed to come to an agreement. The public had already recognized him as an S rank, hadn't they? Chloe crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and said that of course she was for the promotion. Now they would have Hunter Dave and they would stop using them. Leo crossed his legs and said that whether you like it or not, you would agree. After all, he had closed the A rank portal single-handedly. The chairman looked at Tom and asked what he thought. The man looked away and said that in his opinion, the guy was S rank from the start. Everyone at the table was surprised. Sam stood next to the old man, smiling, and said that today their weekly Hunter channel had a special guest, the leader of the Salma collectors, Mr. John. He looked at the surprised old man and asked him to tell him first how he knew his older brother Dave, and he replied that, in general, their unusual relationship began at the Hunter exam. The guy clicked on the computer mouse. On the screen were various videos and recordings of the live broadcast with the main character. Chase was looking at the screen with interest and saying that all social networks are talking about Dave. You just need to add his name to the title of the video and the views fly to 1 million, you can just go crazy. He laughed happily and said that this was a jackpot. The door opened. The guy looked at Dave, who entered, and said that he was a superstar. Chase reached out to hug the indignant guy and said that he was his best and only friend, the treasure hunter of their clan, and the guy asked if he was in his right mind, telling him to disappear and run away if it became dangerous. The friend smiled with his eyes closed and said that he was worried that he would get hurt. In short, he is just cool. The main character looked down with displeasure and asked why he called him. The guy grinned and replied that it was time for him to go get his S-rank hunter license. The reporter stood at the red carpet and said that currently, the Hunter Association has gathered a lot of fans and foreign reporters. The interest in the Hunter Dave who closed the portal gap in Gangnam is growing every day, both domestically and internationally. The most impressive point was the number of calls he used, which made a huge contribution. People were standing at the barriers with cameras. A car drove up. It stopped at the curb. The protagonist was getting out of the car. He stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, and behind him, Chase was happily adjusting his tie. The crowd of fans were shouting and calling him in admiration. Dave walked along the red carpet and listened to people happily calling him. He frowned, deciding that Chase was not lying. A friend approached him and raised his hand with a smile, asking him to wave to his fans. The guy closed his eyes and raised his hand. He walked and waved in surprise, hearing someone asking him to marry him. The chairman sat in the chair and said that he thanked the protagonist on behalf of the head of the association for closing the rank portal. His help helped to avoid serious damage. Chase smiled sheepishly and said that they were just doing their job. The chairman asked Secretary Lena to bring something. The guys looked at the S-rank certificate with admiration. Dave looked tensely, and Chase said in shock that here it is, the highest level hunter's license, which ordinary people may never touch in their entire lives. The chairman closed his eyes and congratulated Hunter Dave with a smile on becoming the 6th S-rank hunter in South Korea, adding that of course, in addition to the license, the association will gladly provide him with anything within its capabilities, so he should not be shy about asking. The protagonist turned around in surprise. He looked at the nodding man and clarified whether he wanted anything. He grinned and thought of what to ask for. Jake was sitting in the office in front of the computer. He clenched his teeth thinking that he had taken all his victims. The guy was angry and grinned. The chairman appears in front of us. He thought about it, remembering that there was still something to find out, but he was already on a different level alone. Would the association be able to refuse him any request now? He looked at the thoughtful protagonist for a few seconds in silence, and then he turned around and said with a smile that he needed his summon to be given the right to conduct portal raids independently. Hearing this, the chairman turned pale and then thought about the summon independently. We are brought to a large, rich house. The chandelier in the room is shaking. Loud music is heard everywhere. A girl appears in front of us, sitting at a computer. She furiously clicks the mouse several times, and then news about the protagonist appears in front of her. She carefully examines the monitor and then Dave's face, and then she smiles broadly. She clasps her hands and says that this is the chosen one who will surely help solve her problems. This girl from the 40s clan, the 5th in the hunter's ranking, the hellish witch Anna. After which the girl gets up from the table. She walks around her house past the pool, humming a tune. Suddenly she turns around, frowns, and shouts, "Father!" A frightened John appears in front of her. He gets up from the table and asks why she just left the room, if everything is okay with her, since she had been there for 6 months because of her social phobia. The girl smiles and, clasping her hands, replies that she has a request. The pale father asks in fear, "A request? Then we are transferred to a guy. He, frowning, clenches his fist and shouts that this is not too much. While someone is gradually squeezing out all the portals, should they be ordered to die of hunger, it was the leader of the clan Unwavering Spirit, Alex. He is standing with his comrades. One of them shouts that he is the one who does not care about business etiquette. The crazy bastard monopolized all the portals. In front of them stands a man in a red tie. He clutches his face and, exhaling, says that his worst fears have come true. Who knew that he would clear all the dungeons with summons in such a short time? Alex hits himself in the chest with his hand. They continue to scream from behind their teeth that they managed to avoid getting into debt by selling cores and other things from the portals. But now they are not even able to pay the clan members' salaries. Why was only that bastard allowed to raid the portals? Is it not the same as throwing a catfish into a pond with small fish? The man, lowering his head, replied that permission to clear the portals with calls was given by the Mr. Head of the association. It is outside his competence, so what actions do they all expect from him? Alex, still insisting on his own, stepped forward and added that his rights should be limited so that he could raid portals below rank A and allow other clans to participate in raids on rank A. This would benefit all hunters in South Korea. The man, clutching his face and covering his eyes, replied that he understood and he would try to figure it out. We are transported to a huge tall building. A notification of defeat appears on the screen and a button to continue. Dave watches this with displeasure and then says that this is how all these fucking bastards still win. Suddenly his phone vibrated and someone called him. Picking up the phone, Dave asked what was needed. Someone fucking shouted in displeasure that he could pick up the phone right away. Why did he have to call him all the time? Looking at the monitor, the protagonist, exhaling with displeasure, replied that he did not answer because he was busy with something important right now. What do you want from him? The guy on the other end of the line replied that, of course, it is so important to play games. Then we are transferred to another large building. Then we appear in a room where there is a clan leader's sign on the table. Someone says that the association sent a request to adjust the portal tenders. Dave looks at the monitor in surprise and then asks, adjust. The guy in front of him, leaning on the couch, replies that, apparently, from now on they will have the opportunity to claim only a dungeon of B rank and higher. Starting with a rank they will have to participate together with other clans. As it turns out, with his monopoly on portals due to summons, he created a sea of financial problems for small and medium clans. Dave replied that, in fact, they made good money, so from now on you can only take on a rank and higher. The guy with the red tie smiled and replied that he wasn't angry, to which the protagonist, closing his eyes, replied that there was no reason for it, he had raked in a ton of money. Hearing this, the guy smiled and, bowing his head, replied that he had raked in a ton of money. Like other clans, they didn't need a ton of guys, so even nuclear clearing of the portal didn't take much. Each raid resulted in maximum profit, thanks to which he bought this building. Dave smiled and, grabbing his chin, replied that from now on they needed to raid the most valuable portals. Let them fight for the small ones themselves. The guy looked up and then thought that this asshole now had a business streak. The guy opposite him grabbed his phone and replied that the equipment he had given him earlier. Afterwards, looking around the room, he added that he didn't think it would be easy to sell to hunters, given the impossibility of charging it with ether. To which Dave replied that he was thinking of buying another quest in the name of his mother and juice with the proceeds. The guy, looking at the protagonist, replied that not all was lost, because there was a professor who could work on the equipment so that it would be suitable for sale. A silhouette of a man with a short mustache appeared in his head, and he said that he was an incomparable expert in aura weapons and a friend of the leader of the Soul Clan. Showing his photo, he added that it was true that he wouldn't be able to meet him through him, because the leader was arrested and put in prison, but there was another person who might be aware of the professor's whereabouts. Dave was surprised to hear this. We are transferred to some time later. It is raining heavily outside. Drops fall at great speed and turn into a puddle. The girl steps on it, splashes fly off to the side. Louise walks slowly in the rain without a coat. She looks menacingly ahead and then thinks about the fact that she will use anything to return to the Huntress. Then she goes further down the street. We are transferred to the C-rank portal to the guy. He swings his sword and hits hard in front of him. He is from the Unwavering Spirit clan. A huge monster in front of him grabs his head and growls menacingly, and the guy shouts for the leader to act. Alex, gritting his teeth, makes a dash forward, and then, using the grinding spell, cuts the monster's body. Kneeling, he turns back. His comrades raise their hands and shout that they have won. The clearing of the C-rank portal is complete. Suddenly, Alex notices something and turns around. He sees a group of people in the distance and then wonders what the hell is going on. Jimmy appears in front of him. He smiles and then laughs, saying that they are small insignificant fry. With a wild look, he opens his mouth and screams forward. The guys standing next to him jump up and run straight at Alex. He and the rest of his allies look in horror ahead. Someone asks if they are not hunters. A crowd of monsters runs towards them. Alex, frowning, desperately screams for everyone to get ready for battle. The crack of swords and screams are heard throughout the area. After a while, Jimmy touches Alex's forehead with 2 fingers. A red aura emanates from him, and he uses the power of transformation. He smiles widely, absorbing the energy, and then his body changes and he becomes Alex. Smiling widely, he raises his hand, thinking about how soon this world will rule chaos. We are transferred to the news. The girl on the TV says that the current missing person case is already the 12th this month alone, which is still incomprehensible, and at the same time about a dozen people have disappeared. Julie, sitting on the couch, watches TV, and then says that 10 of them were abducted by aliens. The protagonist's mother is sitting on the floor next to him. She says that they should not go anywhere for now, just stay at home. Then she raises her head and sees her son, and then asks why he is hungry. Julia turns around and nervously says that he scared her. Why is his soul hanging over him like a ghost? Dave smiles, answers that it would be nice if he ate a lot of meat. His mother smiled and replied that it was okay, everything would be fine now. Then the protagonist looked towards the news. After listening carefully, he frowned. We are transferred to the altar. A guy in a white cape is standing next to it, bowing his head. There are many bloody hearts on the altar. The guy squeezes his hands and starts saying something in an unknown language. A strong energy appears, which reaches his hands. Suddenly hearts start beating. He turns around and sees his comrades in red robes. One of them approaches him and, bending down, says that he worships a great god. Jake, looking menacingly ahead, says that it is very fortunate that in Kansa there is a man connected to the Khan. And then, placing his hand on the henchman, says that he conveys the will to the ruler, let him eliminate the Khan. The guy smiles widely, his eyes fill with energy, and he says, revenge. We are transported to the beach. The ball rolls away. A child with a smile on his face runs towards him as fast as he can. Suddenly he turns around and looks puzzledly ahead. Looking ahead in surprise and smiling, he says that there is an amazing flower there. People look towards the water. Someone asks in fear what it is it really a portal? A red sphere appears in the center of the sea. We are transferred to a man and a girl. She says that due to the appearance on the beach, which is also in Busan, of a sea portal, presumably of rank A, the police and military entered there for the safety of civilians. The man replied that such a sea portal is close to rank C in complexity. It is a serious matter. On the monitors, and then adds that she sent a request to all clans for assistance in the raid. The girl replied that the top 5 are taking part in the tender. The man, looking at her with fear, asks what they are thinking, competing in the tender for clearing on a rank portal. She adjusted her glasses and replied that the conditions are the same for everyone. Her boss frowned and replied that the tender conditions are the same. We are transferred to a large building. Someone says that she is beautiful. Chase bends down and thinks that an important person suddenly came to them. For what reason? A guy is sitting opposite him. He is smiling and says that he does not know how to beat around the bush, so he will say it straight to the point. Chase replied that of course, let him say it as he prefers. Suddenly the guy crossed his arms and, smiling widely, replied that he offers cooperation with their Raven clan in clearing this portal. Chase, surprised, thought, looking ahead. Suddenly the door opened and Leo entered the room. Chase, turning pale, continuing to smile, thought that this is the first in C rank. Leo, looking ahead, said that wasn't he the one who asked for time off from the raid on the portal this time, supposedly to play with the children, then why is he here? Smiling, he extended his hand, and then said that the leader would not like to go on a raid on this water portal together with their clan. All expenses, information regarding the raid they will take on themselves. Chase smiled and thought about how he was going to go there too. A girl from the Ocean clan appeared in front of us, took a visit. She said that she was determined to help the hunter save his life. And then she closed her eyes and added that their clan intended to fully support the master hunter in the upcoming raid on the water portal. Those who listened to this statement began to say with a smile that it was a sensation. He saved the girl's life during the last portal rupture. An article about his birth should be sent. Ron in a red tuxedo appears in front of us. This is the deputy leader of the clan. He looks towards Tom and says that, as he asks, he reported on their readiness to provide the Desun clan with the developed C rank or a weapon. Tom was silent at the computer when Ron continued to say that he just did not understand at all why his parents were together with the portal, but God bless him. So then the other leaders began to stir. Tom, without turning around, answered that he wanted to see. Ron looked ahead in surprise, then asked what for. The hand of the clan leader glowed, and a dark aura appeared around it. He looked menacingly ahead, and then said that for an unknown force beyond the C rank. Then we are transferred to the protagonist. He is holding a watch in his hand, from which a strong aura emanates. 2 dark spirits appear in front of him and salute him. Dave, walking towards them, says that from now on they have infiltrated this artifact and will protect his family. 2 guards, looking ahead, say that if necessary, they will sacrifice their lives, but they will certainly protect the master's loved ones. A red portal opened in the park. Dave calmly walked out of it. Anna appeared in front of him, smiling, looked at him and said that the portal was the source of the master's power. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, then asked what kind of little girl this was. Anna looked at her hands with displeasure and replied that they had not met yet. She was Anna from Fortress. Hearing this, the protagonist replied that how did she know where to look for him? The girl, putting her hands behind her back, replied that she was not a little girl. The protagonist approached her face and looked at her menacingly, and then, gritting his teeth, asked what she was doing. Anna, her eyes wide, replied that she looked like a master and asked him to help her. Suddenly, Dave pushed her aside and told her to leave him alone. He stepped back in fear as a small explosion occurred in front of him. A small doll fell to the floor. The protagonist, looking at it, said with displeasure that it was a ninja. He felt demonic energy coming from the doll. Then we are transferred to the sea. Several warships are at the port. The clan flag flutters. A huge number of fighters are walking along the pier. Suddenly, they notice something in the sky. Many lightning bolts are coming from the object. They ask what it is. A huge dragon hung in the sky. It opened its mouth wide. Someone was sitting on it. The protagonist, with his head down, walked along the pier. The soldiers, looking at him, said that he was incredibly cool. Suddenly Dave, frowning, said that the comfort of the flight just sucked. He looked menacingly ahead. Anna was biting her nail and looking displeasedly ahead, thinking about how they would get lost. She would destroy them all. Let them stop chatting already. Suddenly she felt Dave approaching her. She looked ahead in surprise, and then said that finally silence. The protagonist, looking at her, said that he heard that she was also from hell. Anna smiled widely and, folding her arms, began to say that that place was hell and she was from there. Dave, looking at her with confusion, thought about what happened to this brat. Anna jumped up to him and said with a smile that the moment when it might turn into exactly. In Dave's presence, the nauseating noise disappeared. They need to forget about the portal together and leave. Suddenly, a tall girl appeared. She fixed her hair and told her to stop talking nonsense. Anna folded her arms in displeasure and replied that another tick had sucked in for her attention. The girl came closer, and then, looking at the protagonist, said that the association had appointed her as the head of Dave's support team. The guy, along with his subordinates, looked ahead with a smile. The protagonist turned around with displeasure and thought that the number of bastards who wanted to ride on his coffin was growing, and this infuriated him. Anna thought that everyone was worthless, especially he himself was worthless. The tall girl approached her and then said that she thought that if you stare like that, you'll get scared. Who healed the hunters who suffered from her damned skill, did bad things in that raid and disappeared from the radar, and now she's shown up again. At least say thank you. Suddenly, the protagonist passed by them and hit them with a strong aura, and they grabbed their chests. He turned around and asked if they would stop. Anna clenched her fists and thought that he took her side, and the tall girl thought that how was that possible because he didn't even look. We are transferred to some time later. The protagonist and the others are sailing on a boat. Many boats are moving forward at high speed. Dave, frowning, looks towards Anna and then thinks that they have given up on him. The girl smiles, thinking that she does not feel pain next to him. The protagonist continues to look menacingly forward, approaching the portal, and the guy with long hair smiles, thinking that today is his turn. After some time, they reach the red portal and fly into it at great speed. They appear in some space. There is a strange fog everywhere. The tall girl, surrounded by a pink aura, frowned and then said that in such visibility conditions they are too vulnerable to sudden attacks. She uses a light detection spell and a large shining sphere appears in her hand. She then lifts it into the air and it lights their way. The guys look up with a smile and then say that it has become so bright they could not expect anything else from her. She is a real all-rounder. The girl looks menacingly ahead. They continue to swim forward. Then suddenly she puts her hand in front of her and says that something is approaching and everyone should prepare. The waves become stronger. Someone shouts that they need to charge the cores. There are many monsters here. The guys look around, confused, not seeing anyone. Suddenly, one of them sees strange smiling creatures in the water. He, looking at them, asks what these are monsters. Looking at the water, he laughs and says that they got off with a slight fright. Those creatures are too cute to kill. Suddenly, their boat soars upward and many people fall overboard. A huge creature appears. It is a queen jiger, a dangerous species of the first rank. The girl looks at it in fear and then asks what the hell is that. The guys, seeing the monster, shout that how should they deal with it. The huge monster continues to grow upward. It releases tentacles, on the end of which are cute little creatures. Suddenly, one of them grabs a soldier by the chest. Several others also grab the soldiers. They desperately scream to be saved. The creatures, surrounded by a red aura, begin to capture the soldiers, carrying them towards the monster. But someone threw a dagger which cut these tentacles. Dave grabbed it in his hands. He, smiling, looked ahead, then thought that this is very cool. He will be able to return home quickly. Suddenly, the whole sea froze along with the monster and the protagonist stretched out his hand in fear. He gritted his teeth and called Anna, who came up to him with a smile. Turning towards her, he said that if she helped him, he would solve her problem. The girl looked at him happily and then asked if it was true he was being honest. The protagonist pointed his finger down and then said that it was honest, so let him jump and get him the bastard hiding under the water. The girl smiled and raised her hand, saying that she would do as he ordered. We were transported to a tall girl who was trying her best to hold on so as not to fall into the water. Suddenly she turned around and heard the protagonist's voice from the radio. He told her to deal with the fast ones, they were already approaching. The girl looked up at the sky, puzzled, and asked what he was talking about. Suddenly she turned pale, staring ahead. She saw hordes of monsters flying above them. After a while, she began to destroy everyone who came too close at great speed. The guy with scars on his face smiled and said that it was time. He stretched his hand up, a dark aura emanated from him, and then he used the power of stealth. The other guys looked ahead with wide smiles. Someone laughed and said that the hunt for hunters begins. Anna stretched her arms out to the sides and then menacingly used the spell alluring aroma of death. Dave, looking ahead, thought that this was expected, then the girl jumped from the ship into the sea. The guys on board looked at her in fear. Anna disappeared into the depths of the sea. The entrance to the coffee shop. A man climbs the stairs. A man in a hat sits by the window. A man in a hat looks thoughtfully into the distance. Chase straightens his tie and asks if Louise is already here, although he came 10 minutes earlier than the appointed time. Louise straightens her cap and gives a negative answer, for she came right before him. He sits down opposite her and says his name is Chase. He is the leader of the Dasan clan, to which the girl replies that her name is LL. The girl dived. She submerges herself in the water. She looks down and calls for someone below to make a move and deal with her. An alien aura is visible from under the water. The girl is pleased that the victim is approaching. A huge monster rises from under the water. It breaks out of the thickness of the water. Chloe looks at this in fear and commands everyone to focus on the fight. Chloe raised her hands and prepares to use aura, while a soldier behind her is attacked by an arthropod, which asks for help. Dave watches this from afar and says that he thinks it ate a strange doll. Dave confidently holds his weapon on his shoulder and asks if it is time to intervene or not. Dave flew towards the monster. He frowns forward and approaches. Tentacles fly towards him. They do not knock Dave off the flight path and he cuts them. The monster lets out a heart-rending roar. A pop-up window states that the unique skills have been adjusted according to Dave's superiority realization level. His realization level is 60% and the king's breath is at the limit. The ability is supplemented by the spread of a cloud of flame, and if the enemy is unable to suppress such a flame, then it will grow until it disappears. Dave smirks and uses the king's ultimate breath. Dave emits a fireball towards the monster. The ball flies aimed at the monster's throat. The monster slams its mouth shut, which is burning from the inside. Dave looks at this spectacle madly and calls on the monster to eat and not forget to blow, because it is hot. The surface of the monster's body was covered with pinpoint internal ulcers. The monster was torn apart from the inside and a tall column of splashes remained from it. Dave is floating next to the splash, and the girl in the water looks on dumbfounded. Dave is hanging in the sky like a beast, and the girl thinks that as she expected, Mr. Dave has exceeded all her expectations. The girl looks on in admiration, and Dave thinks that finally he will be able to free himself from this sickening noise. Dave looks down with displeasure, and the girl screams that now Dave must help her solve her problem. Dave turns away sullenly and replies that he did not do everything he was supposed to and she should calmly wait. The girl looks at the battle in the background, discouraged, and notes that the battle is still not over. The arthropods fly to attack. Chloe bares her teeth and uses her aura for the ability Shockproof Shield. Her soldiers emit a blue aura and fight back. The archer emits an aura arrow and screams that the arthropod should get what it deserves. Chloe turns around and tells him to concentrate more. Chloe looks ahead tiredly. From the neighboring ship, the soldiers shout to Chloe that they will help them too, because they have cleared their side. Chloe gives them a thumbs up and praises them and says that the support team should head for 11 o'clock. The soldiers exchange satisfied glances. Jimmy, invisible, walks past them. He looks at Chloe with excitement and thinks that everyone should get ready to kill the big fish of the rank first, which is Chloe. Jimmy smirks and stands on the deck behind Chloe. Jimmy is getting closer to her. Jimmy looks ahead with displeasure and gets ready to finish her off. Jimmy turns around with displeasure because he senses a threat behind him. Jimmy is horrified and curses. Dave is hovering aggressively right next to the ship and looking down with displeasure. Dave smirks and asks if Chloe is finished yet, because this is an incredibly idiotic delay. Chloe turns around with a frown and notes that they are all trying as hard as they can. Dave lands on the deck. Dave walks close to a scared Jimmy and curses that they are trying, but they are not, and orders her to move away. Jimmy freezes and thinks that he should calm down, and suddenly he has an opportunity, an incredible chance to kill Dave. A pop-up window says that it describes the ability of the Eye of the Four Pillars of Destiny, which works in such a way that all hostile targets within a radius of 1 kilometer are captured. Dave looks forward pathetically and uses the ability of the burning mode of fire at the maximum pumping. A huge fireball falls surrounded by arthropods and enemy boats. The soldiers look up in horror. The rest of the creatures are also stunned. Small projectiles fly off in different directions from the fireball. Arthropods receive an aimed fireball. The soldiers look in horror at the rain of fire. A shell hit one of them and the others were horrified because they need to hit the enemy, not them. A huge fireball fell on the enemy boats. Chloe looks at Dave in horror and calls on him to stop the attack because he can hurt his own people, to which he asks, "What kind of our people are you talking about?" A genie became visible behind them, to which the soldiers shout, "What kind of a genie is he and where did he come from?" Jimmy frowns and realizes that he was hit. Dave looks at him with displeasure and notes that this freak is still not dead. Why is he so shriveled up? Jimmy angrily holds something sharp in his hand and calls Dave by name. Jimmy stabs himself in the stomach with the point. Jimmy looks madly ahead and threatens to rip his mouth apart. Jimmy vomits blood. Jimmy falls into the water and everyone on deck looks at the splashes. Dave does not comment on this situation. A soldier says he remembers who that person is. It's Jimmy from the Red Horse, to which another soldier replies that it's definitely the same guy who died during testing. A huge aura spreads around the ship in the water. Tentacles reach out to the ship and a soldier asks what the black smoke is and notes that nothing can be seen. This is a bad sign. The tentacles are pointed at the ends and attack the ship. The soldier is pierced through and the order is given for everyone to attack in response. The tentacle is about to kill Chloe. Chloe confidently raises her hand to meet the tentacle and uses a force barrier. Someone grabs the tentacle with their hand. Dave single-handedly protected Chloe from certain death. Dave grins and calls Jimmy a shriveled freak. A screaming monster like genie appears from under the water. The soldiers fly off the deck screaming. Jimmy looks ahead madly and notes that it's time for revenge, to which a pop-up window says that in front of them is King Jiger, with a rank of, for is a dangerous monster. Jimmy attacks the ship and calls Dave to die. Dave floats and prepares to counterattack the genie. Dave frowns ahead. Chase smiles and says that if they help them, then they will provide full support, sparing no expense, all for the good of protecting James. Louise picks up a business card of the Dasan clan with the name Chase. Louise looks at him and asks what she can do to help them. Chase says that he wants to know the whereabouts of the professor. Louise thoughtfully looks out the window. Louise closes her eyes and replies that this information about the professor is a top secret and before passing it on, she needs to consult with the leader. The monster sends out its tentacles in different directions, and Chloe splashes in the water in displeasure. The soldiers look up in horror and shout that there is danger ahead and they need to be careful. Dave flies into attack and thinks that if he uses this, everyone will die and he does not like it. The tentacles strike Dave all at once, all with precision. The monster reaches for him. The tentacles grab Dave. Dave frowns at the fact that he is tied up. Jimmy says that he will turn his limbs into shreds and urges him to die in agony. The sharpened tentacles are about to finish Dave off. Aimed strike with tentacles. The soldiers ask Chloe what to do, to which she thinks that this can't be true. Dave appears right behind her and says that Jimmy found himself a place to die and remarks that he is a smart guy. Chloe looks at him dumbfounded and wonders when he managed to do it. Dave says emotionlessly that if they don't want to die here, they need to leave the battlefield quickly. A soldier on a ship swims up and calls Chloe's squad and herself. Dave looks at the enemy. Dave rushes to attack. A pop-up window says that it describes the ability of Ultimate Fury, which throws forward a powerful flame of magical energy and creates a fire in the flame conduction zone. Dave confidently looks at the enemy and uses Ultimate Fury. Jimmy does not understand where Dave went and looks tensely. Jimmy looks dumbfounded at the approaching spiked projectile from above. Jimmy looks up in horror and asks why this freak is so strong. The projectile hits the genie on target. Jimmy disintegrates into particles and says that he will curse Dave even in hell. Dave looks at how only smoke remains of Jimmy and asks what that freak said. The girl with the bob cuts out in admiration, and Chloe covers her mouth in horror. The pop-up window states that the power of the essence of Khans, the dimensional operator, is described, which permeates the body of his superiority, and he has gained the power of stealth and transformation. Dave looks down thoughtfully. The pop-up window states that Dave is now able to use the ethereal aura. Dave frowns and asks what the entity from Hans is. The flag flutters in the wind. The ship sails towards the red portal. David folds his arms and says that the strongest clan of Salmak porters has arrived. Sam says that here he is, the millionaire blogger, and introduces himself and congratulates everyone who has arrived with new content for his followers. Sam and David give the camera a thumbs up and Sam says that they will begin the experience of transporting from the sea portal with the help of the Salmak clan leader. Close-up of Sam thanking a follower for a donation of 100,000 won. The corridor of the 40s training center. A girl covered in an aura is angry. Someone is preparing to give her a flick. A flick flies into the girl's forehead. The girl grabs his forehead and asks what he's doing and continues that she asked him to drive away the ghost, not to flick her, to which he answers that it's not a ghost, but magic that gets into her head, and it's good that he suppressed it and notes that now everything is fine. The girl rubs the bruise and asks about magic. Dave closes his eyes and says that magic is something like ether and asks where she got such power. The girl smiles and answers that she just entered the portal of awakening. Dave looks dumbfounded and asks again about the portal of awakening. Anna bends down and puts her hand to her ear, apologizing and asking if she can whisper in her ear. Dave puts his ear to it and the girl whispers to him that it's top secret, but sometimes a portal appears inside the portal with monsters that can awaken. The girl moves away and stands with a predatory smile, declaring that she wanted to wake up so much that she decided to enter it, despite the danger. Standing with a serious face, MC wonders if a portal even opened to hell. The system pops up, notifying that a heavenly inhabitant has invaded the Ghost King's domain, and an emergency pandemonium quest has been launched, and that the penalty, in case of failure, will be a decrease in the pandemonium implementation level by 21%, and the reward will be 1 million merit points. Looking back at the pop-up system window, the hero thinks that these bugs are very annoying. Turning away from the girl and leaving, he says that it is time for him to go. Anna thoughtfully brings her hand to her chin. Then she smiles predatory. The checkpoint of a special prison for hunters. A guard comes up and knocks on one of the doors. The man in the cell hears his name, saying that someone has come to see him. James sits in the lotus position, looking at the floor of his cell, and he raises his head, looking seriously at the reader. Opens the door, and entering the room, he is surprised by the person sitting in front of him. Louise smiles softly, looking at her leader, and turns to him. He, too, breaks into a soft smile, saying that he is glad to see her healthy. Time passes and Louise leaves the prison territory. Her look is serious. Remembering the dialogue with her leader, she remembers that he said that Harry may have a way to restore the girl's destroyed mana reservoir. But the Red Horse is also involved in the circumstances, and that before deciding, you need to think carefully. Grinning, Louise remembers the Red Horse. A system window appears, informing Dave that he entered the pandemonium with a servant. Reading this, the hero does not understand what it means with a servant, after which he is frightened by Anna, who suddenly jumps out from behind him and is surprised at everything around her. Looking back, Dave, frightened, shouts at the girl, asking how she got there. In response, Anna thoughtfully puts her finger to her lips and says that she wants to handle magic just as well and asks to teach her, calling the hero a teacher. The system window reports that Dave's servant, Anna, is a witch class, has the skills of the alluring smell of death, level 2. This is provoking the enemy and reducing resistance to curses, curse doll, level 3, paralysis, sleep, weakness, loss of consciousness, and poison, doll replacement, level 3, which allows you to swap places with a hidden doll and instant death of the first level, which spends 99% of life force and magic, which creates a small chance to instantly kill the enemy. However, failure of instant death leads to the death of the caster. Scratching his head, while looking at the window, the hero repeats that now, it turns out, he is a teacher too. Anna smiles, looking at the reader. A symbol similar to the letter N is burning on her forehead, and the hero thinks that it seems that by putting a small magic seal on this small one, he accidentally registered her as his servant. Then, scratching his neck, he thinks about what he should do now, and, squinting his eyes, he sighs. After which, he grabs Anna by the hand, and confidently looking into the distance, he says that he is using the Ghost King's domain, and loads them. The system window that appears informs that data is being loaded on the invasion of the heavenly inhabitant into the Ghost King's domain and receiving saved data on the location of the Ghost King's domain, and that the characteristics of his superiority have been adjusted to match the saved data. Many system windows pop up in front of them and Anna, surprised, asks what is happening. After which, they are suddenly shaken by demonic energy, which scares Anna. MC's dissatisfied face, sweat is running down his cheek. It becomes clear that Dave is sitting on his knees, and his hands are chained. The system window reports that the quest is ready and the location implementation level is 1 active. This is the 134th page of the Ghost King's domain. The difficulty level is unknown. The content is that they are imprisoned in an underground prison with sealed magic, and the goal is to defeat the Ghost Collector, and the reward will be 100,000 merit points and 1 servant skill point, and the implementation of the Ghost King's domain is 0%. Looking at his chains, Dave wonders what this is and says that everything is worse again. Anna, leaning over Dave, calls him a teacher, scaring him. There are several torture devices on the table. The girl comes to the table and enthusiastically examines it, asking what it is and saying that there are a lot of cool things and is touched by this. Dave raises his head, turning to his student, calling her a brat, and she looks back at him. Shaking his hands in shackles, Dave asks if Anna can unlock these shackles, to which the girl asks why the hero does not just break them himself. Smiling, Dave replies that these chains seal his magic. Jokingly saluting, Anna looks at the shackles and says that she will try then. A torture chamber in which various weapons hang, and the girl's picking can be heard. The hero's hands are freed from the chains. Needing his hand, Dave asks how the girl managed to free him from the chains. In response, she smiles, forming a lock from her energy, and says that it seems to match this place and asks her teacher to look at the key on her fingers. The hero stands thoughtfully and thinks that it seems that his newfound student's skills, on the contrary, have increased. Suddenly, they are distracted by the sound of footsteps coming from behind the door. Looking through the window hole in the door, the hero says that they need to shut up, the jailer is coming. An anthropomorphic creature with keys on its belt. A monster in an executioner's hood, walking, shrouded in an ominous fiery aura. This is a ghost collector. Demonstrating her power on her palm, Anna asks if she can quietly finish him off, while the hero looks at her with a tired look. After which, with doubt in her eyes, she asks if the girl can do it, showing with her tone that she clearly cannot. Entrance to the parking lot of Yangyan Market. A car quickly drives into it. Having parked, Chase gets out of the car, slamming his door, and looks to the side at another car from which a hand is waved to him. Chase looks at the reader with a serious look. Louise looks out the window of her car, offering the man a seat, and says that she will take him to Professor Harry's research lab. The car starts moving, releasing exhaust fumes, after which it abruptly drives out of the parking lot. Several large tanks in the lab. Jake looks at his notebook, saying that the scum that received the ability from the monster ampoule died fruitlessly and says that it is unfortunate. Then he looks back at the tanks and thinks that it is not scary because he has bred enough samples. In the tank, in the blue liquid, some worm is floating, similar to an embryo. Then, Jake is distracted by a sudden notification in the lab that the test sample has arrived at the entrance. Then he goes to the computer screen, which displays the view from the camera, and says that he completely forgot about the arrival of the test sample. Chase and Louise are sitting in the car, waiting for the doors to open. Jake's face spreads into a cruel grin and joy, because in addition to the Decadenta rank hunter, the leader of the Desun clan has also come to him, and that both can be used to glory. A rag voodoo doll levitating in the air with the help of demonic power. Anna crosses her arms, and between her fingers are pegs of energy. Then, she launches these pegs, shouting that she is using weakness and paralysis. The pegs are driven into the voodoo doll. The collector recoils in pain. 3 more pegs are driven into the doll. Anna uses exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and sleep. The monster bends over, spitting out blood. Then it bends back even more when a sword pierces it from behind. The hero rises above the jailer, piercing him with the sword, after which the monster falls to the ground. The system window pops up and says that the jailer has been defeated. The implementation is 33%, 100,000 merit points and 1 servant skill point are received as a reward, and also that the hero can choose a servant skill to improve. Standing and smiling, concentrating energy in her hand, Anna laughs, declaring that she thought correctly after all and her skills are getting stronger there. Looking back at her, the hero tells the surprised girl that it will only get more dangerous from now on, so she better place more of her dolls in hidden places. After which, the girl embarrassedly asks how her teacher found out about her skill. The MC, who has already moved a decent distance away, says what he learned from her status window, and the girl spreads her arms wide and runs after him, offering to go together. The labyrinth rises in the middle of the forest thicket. The system window appears again, reporting that the location implementation level 2 is active. This is page 135, the Tomb of the Garden Labyrinth, the difficulty level of which is unknown, and the goal is to escape from the labyrinth. The reward will be 100,000 merit points and the current implementation is 33%. And at the bottom, in the window, a warning is written in red that the energy of death in the air of the garden tomb sucks out the life force of the target, and that you need to get out of the labyrinth before you are left without life force, and at each point of the labyrinth there is a tomb caretaker and you can get rid of the tomb caretaker to restore life force. The heroes stand, looking at the reader, thoughtfully raising his hand to his chin. The hero says that he has already passed this route, so escaping from the labyrinth is not a problem. Turning to Anna, he tells her that he needs to give him the doll, and the girl asks why he needs it. Taking the doll, MC says that he will go first and will call when it is possible to move. The girl, folding her arms, tells Dave that he is leaving. In other words, he is going alone, because it is too nice there, and says that it is nice. And the hero, sweating, hearing these words and understands that he simply cannot stand to listen to her snotty words any longer. Sweating a little from worry, MC thinks that the mention of the tomb caretaker restoring vitality is a trap and that messing with him, on the contrary, will lead to a delay, which will cause the strength to decrease only faster. After which, he inhales air with his whole chest, then makes a rapid dash, flies into the grassy hedge of the labyrinth, breaks through it and rushes into the depths of the labyrinth. Here, vines appear behind him, which begin to chase him. The vines dig into the ground, not catching up with him. Looking at his hand with a tired look, he thinks that contact with the thorn bush additionally reduces speed and complains that aging occurs faster than he thought. A caretaker appears on his way, who looks back at him over his shoulder, after which, he surrounds himself with his aura, preparing for battle. The hero, slightly sweating, looking at a possible opponent. The caretaker makes a sweeping blow with an axe, but Dave, like a professional limbo dancer, jumps under the blow, although fear is still red on his face. After which, he gets to his feet, continuing to slide. Noticing the exit, he rushes to it, thinking that it has come and the exit is in front of him. After which, jumping, he begins to make his way to the exit. But the caretaker, who appeared as if from nowhere, remains unnoticed at the last moment, already raising his shovel over the hero. The shovel hits the sword. Grinning, the hero barely holds back the onslaught, realizing that time is running out. Vines fly out towards the combatants. Looking back at them, with horror on his face, Dave realizes that he is finished. The vines grab him, wrapping his entire body. The car drives into the parking lot and stops in one of the spaces. Chase, looking around, says that this place is not easy to find. Louise thoughtfully says that she herself has only been there once. They move along the parking lot. The elevator door is closed. Chase, turning to Louise, asks why they need such a big elevator, to which the girl replies that it is strange and the elevator was not this big before. The elevator door begins to open. Someone in a robe comes out to meet them. Jake, smiling, says that his name is Jake and he is Professor Harry's assistant. Anna summons some cats from her energy, nagging, looking at them. Here, Dave's voice breaks through to her, calling her, frightening her. Anna puts her hand to her head, saluting when the teacher tells her that he called her a couple of times and asks why she did not answer and orders her to change to a doll, and the girl responds with readiness to fulfill the order, standing up and charging her hands with energy, clearly tensing up, and says that now it will work out. There was an explosion near the wall of the labyrinth, a column of dust rose. Anna frantically looks around. The caretaker is standing behind her and the feeling of his presence frightens the girl, after which she abruptly snatched the voodoo doll. After which the caretaker, turning to her, says that she needs to calm down and it is he, Dave, to which the girl, shocked, asks why he is like this. Sitting down on the ground, he touches his hand under himself, looking for something, and says that he will explain everything later and she needs to move after him. He uses his power on the ground. And on the ground in front of them, a stream of energy passes and a square appears. The ground moves apart and in front of them there is a staircase leading somewhere underground. Anna, standing next to her teacher, looks at the staircase with interest. Under the ground there is a monumental building, and above, on the domed ceiling, a gaping hole with a grate. A horned skull, shrouded in blue energy, rises from under the ground. The skull levitates above the armor and a huge monster rose from under the ground. The system window notifies that the level of location implementation 3 is active. This is page 136. The Hall of the Ghost King. The content is to deal with the Ghost King infected with a heavenly particle. The target is the Ghost King, and the reward is 100,000 merit points, 1 servant skill point, and the current implementation of the Ghost King's possession is 66%. The heroes look out from behind the corner, looking at the Ghost King, who is conducting some kind of ritual. The hero, frightened, notes that they are a little late. The monster in the blue flame mentally says a prayer, bangs his head on the floor. The hero leaned over, said that the Ghost King had already completely become a puppet of the celestial beings. Killing his body, possessed by soul capture, is very difficult. He looked back at the girl. A screen with loaded servant skills appeared in front of him. He reached out his hand, added 2 points to instant death. The girl opened her eyes wide, exclaimed, "What is this?" The window showed a message about leveling up. The chance of successfully using the skill increased. Dave brought his finger to his mouth, explained that he had raised her strongest skill. Anna was surprised, maybe even this. She looked at her palm, now she feels much stronger. He pointed his finger at the ghost, she should use instant death on him. The witch asked, does he think he will succeed? He seems strong. The guy raised his thumb, answered that she can. The girl stood up, crossed her arms in front of her, doll in hand. A tense look, thought, if not, he will have a hard time, if only she succeeded. The witch stuck the needle into the doll, shouted, instant death. A purple discharge hit the Ghost King's head. He fell to the floor. The guy raised his fist, it worked. He turned his head. Anna fainted. He made wide eyes, it didn't work. The monster raised his head. The hero prepared to attack, shouted, full buff. Flames around the sword, standing opposite each other. Purple discharges on the head, said, naturalization of blood. The ghost raised his hand, a weapon appears from the ground. Dave rushed forward, thought, he is calling the blade of sin. A furious look, wished the enemy to die obediently. The enemy struck back, knocked the sword out of the guy's hands. Strike, blood splashes. Dave opened his eyes wide. A glowing skull, said, absorption of the living soul. A flash of light, the hero disappears. He turns into a blade. The Ghost King with a weapon in his hand. His eyes flashed, he grinned, a small bug. A car was rushing down the road. Louise lifted her cap, apologized for not being able to warn in advance, but she decided to take one more person with her. Jake smiled nervously, asked again, one more, who? The heroes were illuminated by headlights. A car parked nearby. A man in a blue suit got out. Tom approached them. The girl raised her hand, introduced the leader of the clan, said that he came because he wanted to cooperate with the professor. The guy bowed his head, said that he should have told first. The man pressed his hand to his chest, said that he admired the professor as a fellow engineer in the field of aura. Jake grinned. He was unhappy that he fell on his head, introduced himself as the professor's assistant. Tom approached Chase, said that he was glad to meet her here. The guy was embarrassed. The man waved his hand to Louise. The girl greeted him back. She turned to the assistant. Now everyone was gathered, asked if he could take them to the professor, or she should go to him personally. The guy smiled, thought that she felt well, took a backup with her, decided that he would definitely take her apart and turn her into a monster. The elevator arrived from above. He replied that there were no problems, the professor would be glad. They entered the office. Jake waved his hand, said that they should wait here, the professor would be here soon. He went to the exit. The door slammed shut. Chase looks at the can, shuddered from the atmosphere in the lab. Tom handed them red bracelets, saying that these were developed aura projects. He looked straight, explained that they should be worn on the wrist. The guy and the girl took them, thanked the leader. Chase looked at Louise. She said that the leader James advised that just in case, for safety, it is worth taking the leader Tom with them. The guy scratched his head. He completely forgot about the leader Tom. He should have asked him for help with modifying the aura weapon. Gas was released into the room from the ventilation. The heroes looked up. Chase exclaimed, "What is this?" Tom looks up, shouted, "A trap." The guy and Louise are shocked. Blows on the door. The man kicked the door. The heroes ran out of the lab. Monsters in a red glow. The leader took out a weapon. Chase shouted, "These are orcs." The monsters ran at the company. An orc with glowing eyes. Tom made a dash. He strikes the monsters. He directed his palm forward. A beam of light and sparks come from it. Glowing lines hit the orcs, cut their bodies in half. The leader lowered his hand. Chase approached him, asked, "These are monsters." Tom looks into the distance, said how disgusting the stench is here. The professor's assistant watches their actions from the screen, smiled. Those who inhaled the fuming gas cannot escape from his creatures. Bared his teeth, burning eyes. It's time to test the stronger ones. The red planet, inside the blade of sin, a field of souls. The dead walk among the crosses, ask for a drink, to pull them out, to kill them. One of them pointed with a trembling finger. A new soul has arrived. They walked forward. A guy is standing on a cliff. They stretched their hands to him. The hero smiled crookedly. Apparently they don't know who he is yet. Purple flames around him, burning eyes, said that he will be the one to eat here. The monsters opened their mouths. The Ghost King goes to another room. He approached Anna. He swung his sword. He shuddered. The sword turned over in his hands. He knelt down, the weapon in his stomach, asked him to stop right now. The ghost looks at the blade. Dave asked. He did not understand the situation. The glowing eye of the monster asked what? Pierced himself through, looked up. His body dissipates like smoke. The weapon flew out of his hands. A window with a message about the completion of the level. The hero stands in front of a burning sword. In each quest there are always some difficulties. A yellow cloud appeared on the grid. It began to take shape. The guy with a gloomy face thought, this is not all. A fiery figure appeared in front of him. The woman asked who he was. The screen says that he needs to regulate the law of causality, having dealt with the heavenly inhabitant El, who zombified the king of ghosts. Dave in profile grinned. This is him asking the one who broke into someone else's house. She raised her hand, asked, is he the ruler that stands above these insignificant creatures? She hit the ground where the guy was standing. He must repent. Dave was above her. El was surprised when he had time. A blue beam hit her hand. It shattered into pieces. Dave was in the air with a weapon in his hand. The demons turned to their god with a request to wash away their shame with revenge on the heavens and punish them in the most severe way. Dave winced. They were covered again, said that he would figure it out if only they would shut up. El looked at the guy, asked how he, even not being the main deity, could communicate with the demonic beasts of the abyss. The guy asked with irritation, the main deity. Chains directed forward, wrapped around El's body. She looked back. They were heavenly apostles. She said that she regretted her mistake, asked to forgive her. They look at her with burning eyes, frowning brows, corners of the mouth down. Dave asked what they were doing. The apostle with a chain said that for breaking the law she would face extermination. The others repeated, extermination. The guy clenched his teeth. They decided to ignore him. He quickly flew down. They staggered back. A flash of light. The hero struck. Cut them. El turned her head, eyes wide open. Can't believe that the heavenly apostles are so useless. Clothes fell, falling apart. Blood spurted from her hand. She grabbed her shoulder, screamed. Message in the window, quest completed. The Ghost King and his troops are subordinated and commanded by the hero. The heavenly resident has weakened to the status of a wanderer. The chains are destroyed. El is sitting on the floor. Looking up, she said, rejected by the main deity. Fell on her side, turned into a crying child. Dave was indignant. What kind of trick was shrinking the size? On the grate lies an egg. He squinted. A hole in the ceiling. He asked what to do with this egg now. He took it, just break it by force. A window with information. The hero has found a heavenly egg. It can be transformed into a demonic beast that will follow him. Hand in his pants pocket, exclaimed, begin demonic transformation. Flames around the egg. A screen with a timer appeared above it, 1 hour left. The guy looked gloomily at the egg. Maybe he can find out something, at least when he transforms. Radioactive sign. The door opens. The heroes froze. Chase loosened his tie, asked what they were trying to achieve. He looked at Louise. She said that one thing was obvious, the professor was in trouble. Tom pointed with his hand, raised his head. The monster on the top floor, a human head with drool dripping from its mouth, asked, "Hunters." The crazy smile grew even wider. He jumped down. It was a two-headed monster. He said that they had not seen people for a long time. The frightened guy and girl, Chase exclaimed, "What?" Louise asked the leader, "What is it?" A drop of sweat on his temple, Tom answered, "An experiment in merging a monster with a person." The monster was delighted with the girl, hoping that she would become the head next to him. She put the gun in front of her, shoots at the monster. The guy tilted his head to the side, asked, "And what is this tingling for?" The blade touched the ground, knocked out sparks. Tom attacked the enemy, eyes wide open. The monster was surprised. What a cowardly attack without warning. The man raised his hand, hit him with a beam of light in the head. The second head is furious. How dare he kill his pet? The hero's legs are wide apart, raised his weapon. The monster swung. Tom runs at him. He glanced sideways at the mace. Flashes, he was thrown to the wall. He sank to the floor. The monster's hand reached for him. The man jumped to the side. They shoot at the monster's head. Louise with a gun. The guy grinned, said that he would have to ask the professor to attach a new head to his partner. The witch looks at the egg. It cracked, broke into pieces. The fairy is glowing, Anna exclaimed, something hatched. The heroes are looking at the fairy. The girl pointed her finger at herself. The fairy asked if she was her master. She puts her hand on her hip. Dave called out to Molly, told her to quickly tell everything she knows about the heavens. The fairy in profile apologized. She has no memories associated with them. The guy takes a sword out of the portal, was indignant, how useless she is, so many problems for the sake of some muff. Anna covered the fairy with herself, asked not to kill her because she wants such a pet. She covered her mouth with her hand, whispered to her that she needs to show the teacher that she can be useful. Only then will she stay alive, Molly asked, but what to show her? She folded her hands, remembered the heavenly store. A golden wall appeared. Anna was amazed, some kind of cool ability. In front of the heroes is a shopping hall, shelves with items, showcases, a feather, a sheet of paper with the inscription Diary of the Future. The guy asked Molly what this item was. The fairy flew up to him, answered that this is a one-time use item that tells the user important information about the coming future. He can buy it for merit points. Dave asked for it. A window with information about the diary, asked if he wanted to buy it. He poked his finger at the yes option. The sheet is at the level of his face. The feather writes on the paper that in an hour Chase, Louise, Tom. The hero looked at the writing with displeasure. His eyes flashed angrily. The sun was shining on the building. A red portal appeared. The guy stepped forward. He rubbed his neck. Dave hoped that Anna would get home on her own. The girl threw up her hands. She wanted to go with him. He sent her to attach eyes to her dolls. She looked at him. He turned around. He did not want to tell her twice. She was surprised. The monster stood on the bridge, blocking the road. The guy was pierced by bullets. The monster looked at them. The man's defenses kicked in. They began to open up. The guy stood up. His eyes flashed. He ran forward. He slammed his fist into his face. The air dissipated. The monster rolled back. His eyes began to squint. That wasn't enough for him. His hand was near his face. The boy used the quantum aura cannon on him. The pink light hit the enemy. His torso disappeared. The enemy fell to the ground. Tom put his hand to himself. The girl shouted at him. Chase was surprised next to him. The leader really had stuffed his body with aura weapons. He turned to them. His body needed time to recharge his ether core. Chase gritted his teeth. This was a nasty situation. It was like they were dancing to this bastard's tune. The boys went forward. Jake was annoyed. He didn't think he would have to use it too. He pressed the button. He wanted to catch them relatively unharmed. Tom sat down, crossing his legs. Chase tensed up. He didn't want to die next to an S-rank hunter. The metal curtain began to open. The boys were surprised. The cloud of dust fell. The enemy's head was already visible. Jake put his hand to his chin. He wanted to take at least part of their bodies before they were torn to shreds and eaten. The enemy was already completely visible. Louise took the weapon in her hand. The guy was excited. The enemy was supposedly S-rank. Chase and Louise were surprised. The monster started walking towards them. It was getting closer. Tom concentrated. The monster looked at them. It tried to hit it. He dodged. The monster grabbed his hand. The guy thought, was he losing in speed? Blood flew to the side. The monster cut off the guy's hand. Chase was scared. Louise ran forward. The monster looked at her. The girl swung her hand with the weapon. She walked towards him. He threw her aside. She looked at the hand. The guy extended his other hand to the monster. He wanted him to die quickly. The enemy ran towards him. He cut off his other hand. Tom was shocked. He fell to the ground. Chase started yelling at the monster. He paid attention to him. He walked towards him. They were opposite each other. The guy felt uneasy. The monster was looking at him. The guy smiled nervously. He knew someone tougher than him, so he was unlikely to die today. The monster swung. Chase closed his eyes. Some entity hit the monster. He was surprised. Dark matter was stretching upward. The monster stepped back. Dark matter covered Chase. Dave crawled out of it. Louise was surprised at him. Dave grinned, looking at Chase. It was surprising to him that he was still alive. Chase grinned. Why would he die? He was Chase with S-rank intuition. The monster rushed at Louise. Chase was afraid for the girl. When the monster jumped on her, Dave covered her. The girl covered herself with her hands and looked away. The monster did not understand what had just happened. He turned to the guys. Dave smiled. He used the aura skill, Stealth. Dave vanished on the spot. The monster's eyes widened. It started screaming. Louise covered her ears with her hands. Chase covered his ears and bit his lip. He thought his eardrums would burst. The monster turned around. He swung his sword. Dave blocked his blow. It was able to find him with its goat sound. He liked it. The guy was sitting at the computer. He clenched his teeth. As it turned out, Dave was the biggest threat to the Eastern headquarters. His hand reached for the red button. He felt sorry to waste the chimeras like that, but there was nothing he could do. He pressed the button. The poisonous chimeras were released. There were 30 minutes left before the self-destruct system was activated. The guy got up from the table. He said that even Dave wouldn't get out of there alive. He started to leave the room. The guys got worried. They didn't understand what that sound was. Dave was irritated by it. He was already fed up with this hassle. The doors began to open. Another monster came out. There were already a lot of them. Many were standing in front of Dave. The guys began to worry. How many people did this crazy guy experiment on? There was not only a research institute, but rather a monster factory. Tom sat on the floor and watched. These monsters were created by awakening ampoules. The leader was unable to help. Dave would have to deal with them. Chase looked at him worriedly. Dave looked at him. If he had his way, he would melt everything with the ultimate stage of the volcano. His face was calm. He stretched out his hand forward. He used territory change, the Ghost King's domain. Pink flames appeared under him. The monsters went crazy when they saw him. Tom used a wave of enormous power. Louise and Chase were surprised by this. A cloud of dust rose. All the monsters gathered in front of the guys. They were surprised. The guy realized what it was. While others thought it was teleportation, he realized that Dave had completely changed the area itself with a research institute. It was an incredibly frightening ability. Dave was calm. He wanted the army of the undead to rise. The werewolves screamed. Creatures began to crawl out of the ground. A blue silhouette appeared behind Dave. He frowned and ordered his army to exterminate everyone. They ran forward. Monsters ran towards them. They began to fight. The guy moved the guys to another place. He calmed them down by saying that they were safe there. After that, he teleported. Jake was standing in the elevator. He looked scared. There was an emergency stop. Fear overwhelmed him. Dave visited him. Sweat was pouring down the guy's face. Dave got into the elevator. They looked at each other. He ordered the monsters to hunt, and he himself left the workplace. The guy laughed nervously. Dave completely exceeded his expectations. He opened his arms and was already ready to die. He grabbed him by the collar. He smirked. He thought Jake was up to something. Jake felt uneasy. Dave's eyes started to look crazy. He had just received an interesting ability in the Ghost King's domain. He had temporarily been given the unique ability of the conquered demonic beast Ghost King. The ability was activated along with the Ghost Eyes ability. He looked into Jake's eyes. Lightning pierced him. The image of his death appeared in his head. The eye looked at his torment. The image of a guy holding an ampoule in his hand, and Jake standing in front of the capsules. The people in the capsules were asking for help. They didn't want this torment. He pumped the liquid in the ampoule into the capsule. The guy poured out the contents of the basin. Quite a few sacrifices had been laid at the altar, so he was given the body of a Hans. From now on, when his body died, he would rise from the dead in a new one. The Lord of the East held his head. The guy raised his head. He was glad that he would finally get a semi-permanent body. Dave held him by the throat. He grinned. The guy didn't know that he was such a scumbag. By sacrificing people, he got an unclean, long-lasting body. Dave smiled with teeth. Meanwhile, there was a minute left before the self-destruction. The door was open. Harry walked in. He inserted the key, turned it to the side, initializing the self-destruction system. Self-destruction stopped. The monster exhaled. He wondered what was going on there. Someone burst into the room. It was Dave. He looked at him. Harry looked back at him. He didn't know who it was. Harry introduced himself. He was the director of the research institute. Dave was surprised. A notification popped up on the screen. The guys were standing in front of the director. The goat was looking at them. He explained that the leader was imprisoned because of him. He leaned on the chair to stand up. He stood in front of the guys. The leader should be released soon, as there is enough evidence showing illegal connections with the Crane Horse clan. Chase chuckled slightly. He did not believe that Professor Harry was right. Louise looked away from him. At least his voice was the same as Professor Harry, whom she had met earlier. Tom looked at him. He could not believe his eyes. The professor actually completed his full fusion with the monster without losing his mind. Harry put his hand to his beard. He was truly impressed. Leader Tom had succeeded in replacing body parts with an aura weapon. His gaze turned to Louise. She had come because of problems with her aura reservoir. Harry looked into the distance. It would make sense to resort to fusion ampoules here, but he could not guarantee a full recovery. Dave interrupted him. He was wondering what important the professor could tell. The guy looked at him. What had he been doing while all this chaos was going on at the research institute to show up like this now? Harry exhaled. His gaze was directed downwards. He had become the first fusion test subject. He believed that aura stimulation alone was not enough to combat the powerful monsters that were constantly crawling out of the portals. So he and the terminally ill Jake had decided to conduct an experiment to fuse a monster with a human. Jake's goal was to extend life, and he wanted to physically strengthen the body. The human was lying in a capsule under an inhaler. Their experiment had failed. Jake was panicking and trying to fix everything. An automatic hibernation switch had been set up in case of an unsuccessful experiment. Chase asked him to stop. Didn't the professor's current appearance mean the experiment had been a success? Harry thought about it. It so happened that as a result of the strong impact on the hibernation apparatus, his original body had died and the experiment had been a success. Chase glanced at the apparatus. Dave had turned his head away. Professor Goat doesn't know where the Hans Bastard's base is either. Tom looked at the guy. Chase looked at him too. He wondered who the Hans were. The guy exhaled and started explaining. They were like assholes from another world who create monster portals. Chase was surprised. Jake winced. He decided to relax. His arms were fixed. The guy was lying in the pose of an angel. He thought Dave was planning something. He wanted him to kill him already. Someone started sharpening knives. Jake felt uneasy. The man looked at him. He wanted to get down to business. He started twitching. He didn't understand who it was and what he wanted to do. The man continued to look at him. He explained that he wanted to enjoy separating his body from his soul forever. Jake was overcome with fear. The Khan's wormhole. It's somewhere on another planet. There were 4 people sitting at the table. The Lord of the East, Haim, sat with his arms folded. He reported that something unexpected had happened in the East. The Lord of the North, Valks, was surprised. He wondered what exactly had happened. The Lord of the West, Karina, sat with her hands folded. She told him rumors that Japanese hunters had recently conquered a high-ranking portal. The Lord of the South, Azar, was angry. He wanted to find out everything and start eating. Haim looked at the boys. Recently, in Korea, he had lost 2 powerful dimension operators. The boys were surprised. There was such a powerful person in Korea. Haim had requested that a high-ranking operator be sent to deal with that impudent man. Azar stood up. He wanted to deal with this. The Lord of the East still held his hands together. He glanced at Azar. He wondered if he knew why he hadn't gone there in person. The boy was a little irritated. He smiled. Did Haim really think he would lose to some awakened with an aura? He leaned on his hands. That guy wasn't an awakened with an aura. The boys were shocked. There were 2 men sitting in the room. Peter closed his eyes. He looked at the man. Were those guys in Hans kidnapping people and creating portals? James looked back at him. According to Dave, they were. Peter tensed. If others found out about this, it would be chaos. He ran his finger along the armrest. Just the smell of reporters gave him a migraine. He wanted the girl to do some undercover research. The man stopped him. The sun was shining on the building. James went out for a walk. He was calm. Louise was walking toward him. Tears began to form in her eyes. The leader approached her. He praised her for the work she had done. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear. She said that someone wanted to meet him. James was surprised. Harry drove up. He introduced himself to the man. James's mouth dropped open in shock. He started yelling at him. He knew he would get into something serious one day, but what the hell had happened to his looks? It didn't matter anymore. James held his head. This is what the professor's madness leads to. Harry wanted him to shut up already. They were definitely real friends. The boys were driving. James never thought he'd talk to a jerk. Harry would rather be a jerk than an ex-con. The area was illuminated by streetlights. The girl was walking alone down an alley. She heard someone's voice. A dark silhouette stood in front of her. The girl was scared. She wanted to know who he was. The guy was surprised that she didn't know him. His eyebrows rose. Someone waved a gun in front of him. It was Lucas. He covered the girl with his body. Finally, he caught the killer kidnapper. The guy looked at the girl. He told her to go away and asked the captain for help. The girl left. The guy bowed his head. He thought it was a trap. Lucas put his hand out. He didn't understand why the bastard was so relaxed. The guy stuck out his tongue. Lucas, as it turned out, was the same hunter who had stabbed his boss in the Red Square building. Lucas tensed up. After all, these guys and Flynn. He took off. The guy swung his hand with the gun. He should have killed Flynn. Flynn skillfully turned away from his attacks. He smirked. Lucas wouldn't have been able to kill Flynn with such skill. Lucas's eyes began to glow pink. Instead of Flynn, he decided to finish off this guy. Near the neck, he stopped the gun. He was surprised. The guy looked at him intently. He abruptly snatched his gun. Lucas's face was scared. He couldn't die there. In a matter of seconds, he was left without a head. The guy turned around to look at him. Realization suddenly came to his mind. Jake had ordered not to kill people with an association. A thought struck him. Jake was the one who had died in the research institute. He went from there. He wanted to find the girl. All the actions were displayed on the laptop. The man closed it. The criminal was filmed right before his death. The other man tensed up. They were facing each other. One was wondering if the killer had finally been found out or not. It was the boy, the awakened D rank who had been active 3 years ago. Considering the boy's attack on the hunters in the sea portal along with the remains of the Red Horse, as well as this incident, it could be assumed that the organization called Haunts had lured away decent hunters. The man was focused on what he was saying. The other man frowned. The one who was standing gritted his teeth. Apparently, the one recruited by the organization Haunts had joined the association by faking his status. As the leader had told him, he had died at the research institute. The man grabbed his tie. He wanted him to reveal Haunts' existence to the S-rank hunters. Frowning, he also wanted him to involve all the hunters in the association to catch and finish off those degenerates for good. Carl slammed his hand on the table. He hated beating around the bush, so he wanted to get straight to the point. Chase was a little confused. He listened carefully. The man folded his hands. He wondered if he had heard of the Fruits of Hope Foundation that he ran. Of course, Chase had heard of it. As far as he knew, it was a community that took care of children who had lost their parents to monsters. Carl smiled. This year, they wanted to build houses for children and start families. But due to the lack of portals, they were a little short on funds. Chase felt awkward. The boys shook hands. The leader could turn to him when he needed his power. Chase rubbed the back of his head. Nothing had been decided yet. He wanted to talk to Dave's hunter. Carl gave him a thumbs up. He wanted a decision to be made soon. Chase was left alone. Scratching the back of his head, he realized that Carl needed to donate $400 billion for the Northern Development Fund. The sun was shining on the city. The boy ran forward. He saw a man. The man was quite athletic. The boy asked who he was. The man thrust his fist forward. He wanted to hit Leo, but Leo dodged it. The force cut through the air. The boy looked stern. Half-hearted attacks would not work for him. He swung. The man just smiled. He pointed at him and said that he was cool. He continued pointing. He stood in a pose ready to attack. Leo could not lift his legs. The man swung. For him, he was cooler than everyone. The boy put his hands in front of his face. Dust flew from the force of the blow. The orphanage Hope. The boy sat with his arms crossed. In the first half of the year, they planned to receive financial support from the Deason clan to build housing for the safe life of children and caregivers. The girl was surprised that the Deason clan was able to donate such an amount. The man bowed his head. By clearing S-rank portals, a person makes astronomical amounts of money, so she did not have to worry about this. He noticed something out of the corner of his eye. There was a silhouette outside the window. The man quickly stood up. He ordered the children and volunteers to be taken to the bunker to get away from the monsters. The girl got scared. Carl shouted at her to hurry up. A muscular guy was walking down the street. He suspected something. Carl was flying at him with a club. The guy managed to put up a shield. Carl flew back. He landed on his feet. Irritation was evident on his face. The guy managed to block his blow. A spiral of magic appeared around the guy. Carl grinned. While there were no portals, he could warm up. It wouldn't hurt to sweat a little today. The guy directed his magic to the side. A wall formed. Carl blocked his magic. A spark of magic fell nearby. He became even more irritated. The girl was standing in front of the building. Anna was inside. She had a person in her hand. She finally finished. It was Dave. She hugged his mini version and was happy. Meanwhile, Dave felt strange. The girl standing at the entrance wanted to quickly finish and move on. The girl continued to stand at the entrance. Anna yawned. For some reason, she wanted to sleep. She closed her eyes. She fell to the floor and fell asleep. The doll began to glow. The door to the house opened. The girl stood behind the door. She went inside. A staff appeared in her hand. She held it in her hand. Now there was an altar of death. She walked a little further. She noticed something to the side. The doll stood up. The girl was embarrassed. This doll was a terribly ugly voodoo doll for her, as if it were from a nightmare. The doll licked its weapon. If you burn the medium cursor, the doll will disappear itself. The girl stretched out her hands and used the Colossus chakra. Furious flame. The doll caught fire. She ran forward. The doll began to scream. The girl used the Colossus chakra again, only this time it was a blessing. The doll jumped on her. She smiled. There was a fire from the impact. The girl was confused. Her barrier began to collapse. She was unable to stand on her feet. She was lying on the floor, and there was a doll on her. It was hitting the girl with her knife. Screams were heard from the house. The door opened. The man was talking to the girl. They suddenly started receiving reports of explosions. They were not explosions. Battles were breaking out in places all over the city. The guy sitting at the table began to explain. A battle between the leader and an unidentified mysterious force in the park by the Han River was identified, and a report of a group of Joseon clan hunters advancing was confirmed. There was also a report of a confrontation between another unknown and the leader at the Hope Orphanage. The man frowned. Could it be those bastards from Honsei again? Since the Joseon clan is based near the Han River, they will provide support to the orphanage. They should send a rapid response force there immediately. The girl responded immediately. The sun was shining on the mall. The man stood there thinking. He didn't know that the Korean hunters were holding up better than he thought. Leo had sent him. The man was about to finish him off. He decided to use the power of the Colossus, a magnetic storm. A wind blew towards Leo. Leo was shocked. This guy was pulling his body. He was gradually getting closer to him. It suddenly stopped. The man didn't understand anything. The girl ran up to them. She stretched her arms out in front of him. Why couldn't the world-famous Leo fight him back? The guy smiled. Now he was in his debt. The girl turned to him. They were all on call, but that guy, an entity from Hans. The guy looked at her. He didn't know what it was. Didn't he see the important notice from the S-Rank Hunter Association? The other guys ran up to them. The man got angry. He didn't want them to ruin his party. The wind blew towards them. The girl raised her hand. She used an aura skill, a shield of light. The magic went against his wind. The boys covered their faces with their hands. It was destructive power for them. Leo extended his hand. He asked to be given a weapon quickly. The boy gave him a weapon. Leo held it out in front of him. Now he was dead. The man put his hand to his chin. It seemed he had spent too much energy without even grabbing the real target. That was enough for today. He decided to run. Leo looked down. He was tired as a dog. The boy began to fall. He fell to the ground. It was a shock from the aura. There was one light bulb in the basement. Mothers with children were sitting on the cold ground. One of the children was worried about the director. His mother calmed him down. They should remember what he always says. The youngest hit himself on the chest. He is #1 among the hunters of Korea. The boys chuckled slightly. The light of magic spread everywhere. Carl parried the blow. He gritted his teeth. He did not see any way to respond. The enemy stood with his arms crossed. He wanted to finish Carl off as soon as possible. Raising his hands, red lightning appeared. Carl was irritated. The man looked up. He used the power of the Colossus, Bloody Rain. Lumps of magic began to fall down. Carl swung. He used the aura skill. He raised his hand up. Blue lightning flew towards the man. A cloud of dust rose up. The smoke began to disperse. Carl was standing inside. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. He couldn't die there. He fell to the ground. The enemy's hands began to tremble. He used all the power of the Blood Colossus. He clenched his hand into a fist. The man turned his head to the side, jumped up and disappeared. A woman's hand touched a pool of blood. Anna closed her eyes. She used blood memories. She sat on one knee. Afterwards, she smiled. The doll saved her. News was reported regarding the explosion that occurred in the park near the Han River. As it became known, the initial assumption about the portal rupture was not confirmed, and the scene of the incident is currently strictly cordoned off. The man on the news was giving all the information. They were also getting news about the incident at the Hope Orphanage, where Carl was the director. They would continue to give everyone every little detail. The woman was sitting watching the news. She started looking for her phone. Julie went out to her mother. It turned out that her mother had not gone to bed yet. She had been worried about Dave all this time. She turned her head in her direction. She wondered when Chase had contacted Julie. The girl rubbed her eye. She didn't know, and should she even know? There were screams coming from the building. It sounded like someone was beating someone. There was a man standing on the roof. His eye was glowing red. He licked his lips. He had to kill one and take the other hostage. It was dark inside. He stood by the window. The man smirked. He reached out to the window. He wanted to use magic, but he couldn't. The girl was lying there, sleeping peacefully. Her pendant began to twitch. The man looked at his hand. They cast a protective layer. Something hit the guy in the stomach. Blood poured out of his mouth. Something pierced him through. The hero stood with a weapon. The lady was sleeping. If he wanted an easy death, he should bite his tongue. The man was surprised. The summoning could appear even without Dave. The man wanted to explain everything. The guardian looked at him. The moon was setting. Something fell into the water. The sea monster came out of the water. It was the sea demon dragon quest. It was completed. The guy stood with his hands in his pockets. He smiled. He had brought back that self. His superiority. He caught the rats for trying to harm the lady. His gaze was indifferent. There was a huge building. There was a staircase inside. The man was kneeling and did not understand where he was. He was excited. The demonic beasts of the abyss praise Dave's superiority. He is celebrated as a demonic god. They celebrate the release of power. The guy stood with his back to him. What is it that draws these freaks to worship? They asked to grant them freedom too. The man bowed his head. He was afraid. Dave turned to him. He wanted to know who his master was. The young altar of Hans. The man was sitting on a chair. He looked at the men and wanted to know their goals. One got rid of the second S rank. The second one did it too. Almost. The guys looked at each other. If someone hadn't gotten in, the bastard from the first place would have fallen from his hands. The leader continued to look at them. One is dead, the other is missing. The guys looked at each other. The man took off his mask. The throne began to glow. He wanted to grant them the power of an apostle. His eye expressed madness. He ordered them to kill Dave. The building. Two men were standing near the entrance. Leo was gritting his teeth. The girl standing next to him was shouting to everyone that he had woken up. Everyone started shouting to call a doctor and quickly tell the news to Mr. Leader. The guy opened his eyes, asking where he was. The frightened girl asked the hero that he was feeling better now and that he was simply in shock from the depletion of his aura. Leo tried to get up, saying that it was a shame, but they answered that he couldn't move yet. The guy looked at his assistants, asking where Chloe was. They answered that she was not there now and that she was busy. The assistants exchanged glances. Leo calmly asked people if something had happened. The heroes looked at the floor with a sad, uncertain look. One of the guys looked at the boss and said that after a sudden attack from an unknown person, the leader's life was in critical condition. Leo looked away in surprise. The guy tried to get out of bed, asking where this boss was being treated. The girl tried to stop the hero, but he was angry. Leo, his eyes wide open, asked where he was. Voices about rapid regeneration were heard from the room. The man stood near the teleportation and told himself that the external and internal wounds had healed. The heroine, filled with power, answered her brother to wake up. The door began to open. Leo walked in and looked at the guy who was holding the unconscious man. The man was sleeping with his eyes closed and his mouth open. Leo stood near the man, who with a sad look said that he was in a coma and from a medical point of view, he was dead. The hero with an angry look answered that it was that group. The man answered that it was true and his people were doing everything to track them down. The phone rang in the jacket. The hero listened with a surprised look as they told him about the S-rank portal. The heroine looked attentively to the side. Leo listened to the guy. Everyone stood tensely in the office. A red portal appeared on the street. A huge number of people looked at the screens. Everyone was surprised by something. One of the men confidently looked forward, noticing something. The hero quickly began to shout to all the people, saying that from this moment they must declare a red alarm and create an order, which is a full mobilization of hunters registered in the association. People were talking on the phone. The man looked away, realizing that there was only one key to solving the current problem. The hellish building sparkled brightly with lightning. The man in teleportation looked up, from whose eyes magic was coming. Leo looked closely into the guy's eyes, asking to show all the memories. Various memories were shown in the memory. Magic continued to come from the eyes. Leo looked at all these memories, learning that the bug-eyed one is the boss. Many cars were in a traffic jam. The girl was talking on the radio about the situation and had gone out onto the highway, which was on the outskirts of Seoul. And at the moment, residents were trying to avoid the huge portal located high in the city sky and were evacuating its central areas. The heroine was looking at the cars and was talking about the large number of military equipment of the hunters leaving the second highway. The girl continued to look ahead and was talking about the fact that many were reporting unofficial sources and the two best S-rank hunters could not take part in the portal raid due to injuries, while the association had not yet made any statements regarding what was happening. A large and tall building. The suitcase was sliding on the tiles. The girl was holding the suitcase tiredly, and her friend was looking at her in surprise. Julie was confidently saying that they had to leave. The mother was looking angrily at her daughter, asking where she was going to go if Dave had not yet returned home. The front door began to slowly open. From the apartment came surprised conversations about the guy dyed his hair and changed something in it. The hero calmly looked at his mother and sister and asked where they were going. Julie looked at her brother and told him that they were preparing to evacuate due to the appearance of an S-rank portal. The guy began to look at his mother with a smile on his face. Dave lowered his head and told his mother to just sit quietly at home, since this place was the safest in all of Korea, and the guy ran to tell her all this. Dave smiled, looking at the family, and said that they would easily deal with the monsters. Mom and sister said that they understood everything. The guy began to glow with purple fire. The tank quickly drove to the hot spot. One of the soldiers waved his hand to get closer. A huge number of cars drove up to the destination. The red portal continued to grow larger and larger, slowly absorbing everything into itself. The buildings were covered in red. A guy was standing on one of the roofs. Dave confidently looked away. The guy was watching the situation in the city. The hero was looking at the portal, realizing that they were trying to lure him there. People in the building were watching the red hole. One of the heroes started hitting the table with his hand. The man looked at it all with anger and did not understand how ordinary people could create an S-rank portal. The girl looked at her phone in fear and said that one of the heroes had made a bet on independently clearing the S-rank portal. The hero started shouting loudly that he was able to do it. The man smiled and calmed himself down, saying that he was a little overexcited. The hero confidently looked ahead and told everyone to get ready for the break. The girl confidently said that she understood everything. The tanks did not stop driving. One of the people started looking at the groups of people, saying that the one who specializes in long-range attacks went to the rear and the one who defends the capital was waiting in front. One of the guys asked who was going to clear it at all. People began to notice a notification on their phones that they had to go and clear an S-rank portal. A huge dragon was flying in the sky, deafening everyone with its sounds. A strong stream of magic passed through the heroes. People confidently looked at the dragon, realizing that its owner was deaf, who would clear the S-rank portal. The workers watched the monster through the screen. The man confidently told Dave to try hard. One guy looked at Dave, who was flying into the portal, and said that they should go on the news broadcast. The dragon flew straight into the hole. The whole body was plunging into the portal. Dave confidently looked forward. The guy held his hands on his chest, thinking that in this place it was minus 70 degrees Celsius, if not lower. One of the evil heroes created magnetic storms, directing them at the dragon. There was anger and rage on the guy's face. Dave calmly told the hero to create the breath of death. Frosty smoke was directed at the guy from the monster's mouth. The hero tried to get away from this. Fear began to be red in his eyes. An explosion was happening all over the territory. Dave looked at the hero with bewilderment and asked him if he was running away. The hero jumped off the dragon with a smile on his face, heading towards the enemy. Dave flew calmly. The air was incredibly frosty. The main character, not afraid of anything, confidently looked forward. Dave began to shout in the air so that the king's breath would occur. The fireball flew into the snow, creating an explosion. The guy calmly began to watch all this. Dave, with a calm face, began to offer him to get out and not hide. The enemy stood confidently and looked through the frosty steam. A storm was starting. The enemy looked at the guy with anger, saying that he was too imbalanced for a hunter. Dave asked with interest if he had said everything. The enemy gathered all his strength in his fist. The t-shirt was torn at great speed. Hands with palms were filled with fire. The man became several times larger than Dave. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, told the guy that he had become stronger. The enemy shot firepower and told the guy that they would see how much longer he could remain so carefree. A huge fireball was directed with the force of a colossus. The enemy, with a smile on his face, directed a huge fire meteor at Dave. The hero held his head and, with a smile on his face, began to ask to tell him when he should use power. Dave, with admiration, began to use magic release. Incredible power and magic opened up around the hero. The enemy, in confusion, asked the guy where he got such power from. Dave looked ahead, not seeing that there was another guy behind him. The hero, with a smile on his face, collected a magic ball, saying that in impressive techniques there is always a weakness. The protagonist calmly looked back at the hero and asked him why he was going to the grave. The guy looked at Dave in surprise, not understanding how he knew about his presence in the first place. The meteorite was getting bigger. The main character took out his weapon with a smile on his face, using the fury of the Lord of Hell. The guy struck the snow with his sword with great force. The magic was quickly directed at the enemy. The man looked at all this with fear. The meteorite was falling apart into two parts. Dave looked at all this calmly. The man looked at the main character with anger, not understanding what kind of nonsense this was, since such a level of power was not available to many. The hero was held tightly by the neck. The main character held the man tightly by the neck, striking him with lightning. Dave asked the man with interest where the bug-eyed one was. The enemy didn't know what to do or whether he should talk. The man didn't say anything and just opened his mouth in pain. Dave looked away, saying that he had found what he was looking for. Dave stood surrounded by eyes with his hand outstretched. He grabbed the man by the throat and shook him hard. The hunter threw the unfortunate man aside. The eyes surrounded the guy and began to test him for strength. One of the monsters changed color and called for petrification. The eyes were covered in a red aura and lined up in a circle, raising a white aura above Dave. The man stretched his hand forward asking to stop, but began to turn into stone. He begged for help until the very end, until he completely turned into stone. Dave stood turned away from him and was silent. He put his hand with a sword forward and demanded his turn. The monsters changed color, covered themselves in aura and called for a bullet of fire right in front of the guy. Dave's eyes turned white as he waited for the moment to deal with the monster. Multiple projectiles were fired towards the guy. They exchanged electric charges in flight. The man blocked the projectile's path with a scream. An explosion thundered, raising snow into the air. Dave found himself alone in the area filled with smoke after the explosion. He lowered his head and stated that he knew that the monster was still alive. The eye flew above the guy and asked where he was from. The monster offered to exchange information, to which the guy persistently tried to get his way. The monster enthusiastically spoke of its genuine love for deals and looked at the guy. The eye itself expected to take the hunter's soul when he was not vigilant. Dave confidently declared the beginning of the dialogue and closed his eyes. The guy opened his eyes red and declared the call of ghostly eyes. The monster was confused by the lie he saw from Dave and began to lose his aura. The guy continued to pull the aura out of the monster, asking to show him memories. The creature's eye glowed purple, and a picture appeared. The aura formed a clear image of a place with numerous explosions. Two monsters looked at each other, preparing for battle. A burning part fell nearby. An explosion thundered, piercing the sphere from the inside. It was a portal from which a spaceship flew out. The arrival point was announced on board while the ship changed course. The main military man stepped onto the planet's soil and asked about survivors. Alien creatures with red eyes looked at him. A portal with a hologram of Earth appeared in front of the creatures after words about the revival of the portal cube on it. The creatures continued to look at Earth, while the main one called on them to fill the planet with ethereal energy. Landmarks of the Earth appeared in the portal. On the shadow side, a meeting of world leaders. In the hall, 6 faces sat at a round table and thought over the strategy of immortality. Someone entered the room, leaning on a blue scepter. It was a creature with blue eyes and a cut in the head. The alien took out a ball with the emblem of a yellow triangle, flowing with an aura. The small long-headed monster was examining the ball closely and commenting on its magical properties. The creature suggested the location of something in the nebula of demonic beasts. Dave stood in the snow and thought about the eye he saw in his memories. He assumed that it was the last boss in the universe. The guy continued to think about the revival of the Colossus, scratching the back of his head and looking around. Dave looked around and noticed that there was not a single monster in the portal. His gaze was drawn to something strange in the snow. These were the remains of the monster's eyes. Suddenly, a white glow broke through the snow to the sky. A red portal of high rank towered over Seoul. People were gathering in groups and did not realize what was happening while Dave was inside. The leader turned to Tom with gratitude for accepting the leadership position in the groups. The boss asked about the functionality of Tom's hands, to which he showed him the equipment ready for battle. The girl asked the leader how long ago Dave left to clean up. The leader calmed the girl down and promised to implement Plan B in case of failure. A disgruntled, surprised voice was heard from the side, to which everyone paid attention. Anna stood in front of the hunters, shifting from foot to foot. She wanted to defend the honor of her teacher and remind those present of his strength. The girl with a disgruntled face looked away and began to nag. Anna, with a confused look, admitted about the killer's visit to her. The hunters were surprised and demanded an explanation. The leader cautiously asked the girl where the killer was now. Anna crossed her arms and told about his battle with the doll. Tom asked about the doll that the girl always carries with her. Anna grabbed her forehead and said how much energy it took to kill the raider. She raised her fist and happily declared that now she needed Dave's power to return the doll. The workers looked at the portal and rejoiced at the change of its color. The hunters looked at what was happening with caution. 2 crystals were hovering in the guy's hands. Dave looked at the notification about creating an S rank for himself. He wondered how much he would get for the crystals when he left. The guy looked at the sky and decided to head to the portal. The joyful crowd rejoiced and greeted the hunter. A dragon figure from the aura flew out of the portal and headed towards the ground. His attention was drawn to his friends standing nearby. Dave looked at them, pleased with himself, and began to descend. While Drakov was landing on the ground, the crowd commented on his strength level. The guy stood on the ground and released his aura. The leader addressed him in front of the crowd. With a happy face, the man thanked the guy for the work he had done. The crowd supported the boss and also began to thank the confused Dave. The guy was in an awkward position and made it clear to everyone. Anna ran up to the confused Dave and started asking about S-rank monsters. Tom and the girl watched all this from the sidelines and shared the guy's feelings. Dave, looking back at the portal, told the student that there were no monsters there. The boss was confused by the guy's statement and decided to ask again. Dave, concentrating, answered about 3 guys inside, whom he had to defeat. Chloe showed extreme disdain for the tests inside the portal. The boss did not believe what he heard, claiming that such an outcome was impossible. He He decided to close the topic and sort everything out later. Tom approached Dave and showed interest in one of the guys in the portal. Chloe, furious, also wanted to know about him. The guy told the two that he ran away, leaving the rest to fight him. The boss continued to question Dave, to which he replied that he wanted to conduct further investigation. Anna intervened in the conversation with questions about the reward from the portal. Everyone's attention was focused on Dave. Those present wanted to know the contents of the reward. The guy ironically feigned a headache and asked to let him go rest. The guy waved and said goodbye to the hunters. Anna tried to bombard Dave with questions, but he had already teleported. Those present assumed the threat of Popeyes. All the media talked about Dave that day, admiring his strength and abilities. The reporter announced that she had cleared Portal S on her own and announced a major increase in South Korean forces in the future. After watching the news, Sam jumped up from his chair and shouted joyfully, supporting his brother. He started recording a video on a social network where he reminded everyone of himself and his brother. The guy opened a world map and began explaining the importance of clearing this portal. Sam, in euphoria, listed countries and bragged about the first time in the universe that he had cleared Portal S on his own. The guy said that his brother deserved first place in all world rankings and said goodbye to the viewers. He was insulted in the chat and the guy lost interest. He began to defend his opinion among the commentators, pointing his finger at the screen. Sam took the phone and dialed his brother's number, asking him a question. The phone was hung up on the other side of the line. The guy was upset and very scared. There was a phone call in Dave's building. The secretary was answering the phone and booking people to meet with Dave. The girl hung up and rested her head. She was tired after making so many calls. The phone rang again, making the girl angry. It was Chase on the other end of the line. He was desperately trying to get through to his friend. The guy was angry and sent a message asking for a press conference. Dave was sleeping off the purge. Chase was desperate and sighed nervously. He held his forehead and wondered why he hadn't taken someone with him. The main alien came to the altar of the Colossus. It was surrounded by huge statues. Elheim appeared behind the priest, greeting him. He reported to him about the problem on Earth. The priest asked in surprise. The eye told the priest about the Lord of Magic, who is now aware of all their plans. The alien thought for a moment and lowered his head. He slammed his staff down on the floor. The priest had ordered that no portals be created in Korea for now. He had ordered preparations for war. Elheim bowed to the stranger and left. WA headquarters. The desk was filled with news of the fastest portal clearing. The bosses were meeting at the main table. There was a tap on the microphone and the room fell into perfect silence. The head of the association, Douglas, began the conference by discussing the clearing of the portal. Douglas began the conversation about the closure of the S portal. The man asked those present to look at the slide on the screen. The slide showed a photo of a white-haired Dave. A man from the audience raised his hand, asking for an answer to his question. The director of the main Bureau of Hunters of Japan, Bob, asked how portals are rated. Douglas explained that so far only 6 countries recognize S-rank portals. The head of the Chinese forces said that passing through the S-gate is impossible. He assumed that their level was no higher than training. The man in the burgundy tie was unhappy with the provocation of the officials and demanded that they stop interrupting his colleague. The head of the Hunters of Korea, Peter, decided to join the discussion. Douglas explained that despite the non-recognition of the S portal by many countries, the case has already been sent to the International Commission for verification. The man offered to listen to Peter. The chief approached the microphone and spoke about the information received from Dave and offered to solve the problem. He drew the viewer's attention to the screen and asked them to turn on the video. The office of the KHA building. An expensive car pulls up to the main entrance. Reporters turn on their cameras and rush to be the first to film what is happening. The car stops at the porch. Louise asked Chase what to do next while he was holding his head. The guy was very tired from the recent influx of news and reporters. Chase opened the car door and got out. The reporters ran towards the car and began to ask the guy about the authenticity of the S portal. Chase stood there confused, but he was sure of the authenticity of the portal. Chase extended his hand and asked the reporters to wait for Dave's official statement on this matter. The reporters did not stop and continued to persuade Chase to show them the contents of the portal reward so that the news does not go abroad. Louise pushed the reporters aside and asked the guy to hurry to the office. Chase went to the porch. He turned around and thanked the girl. The journalists were already pestering Louise, asking for an interview and to tell her where Dave was. The girl firmly refused to give information. Dave's house is on a large floor. The guy's mother and Julie were approaching the house when they noticed the reporters. The people turned around and recognized them. The reporters surrounded Dave's family and started questioning them. The guy's mother was very scared, and Julie started to drive them away. One of the journalists came forward, handed over a tape recorder and asked to tell him about Dave. The mother was surprised to hear him talk about heroism. The reporter continued to press them. Julie said that Dave ordered them to evacuate, to which the man reacted. The girl continued to talk while people in the crowd were preparing headlines for the newspapers. A girl came forward and asked Julie to tell about the change in Dave's hair color. Someone called out to the girl from the side and she turned her gaze to him. It was Dave asking the family to go home. While the reporters abandoned them and ran to the guy, the sister took the mother away. The reporters ran up to the guy and started asking him questions while he stood quietly. Suddenly, the same man appeared in front of him. He held out a microphone and asked Dave to tell about the empty portal. The guy ordered the reporters to be quiet. The people apologized and asked about the general press conference. Dave put up 2 fingers on his hand and snapped them to create an electric shock. The reporters were shocked by what they saw. Their cameras were broken. Dave started to leave, but turned around and threatened not to film there anymore. The guy looked menacingly at the crowd and asked them to wait for the press conference. The reporters reluctantly agreed. Peter's private jet. The man is sitting on a chair with his eyes closed and thinking about something. The door opens and Patrick comes in. He does not believe the information about the independent cleanup and assures Peter about the need to check Dave. He seriously suggests calling Dave for a talk and finding out everything from him personally. Peter crossed his arms and explained to his colleague about the need to maintain relations with Korea in such a case. The man next to him agreed with his colleague's opinion and also offered to take the guy's testimony. Peter angrily replied that such an outcome was completely excluded. In the conference room, Douglas declares that 5S rank hunters support Korea for the World Alliance. He asks those present for their opinion on calling the hunter into the room. Peter cautiously assumed that they were only interested in Dave and not the other Alliance hunters. He met Douglas's gaze. Peter angrily refused to cooperate. Remembering this on the plane, he once again thought about the possibility of such a choice. The plane returned to the country. At Dave's headquarters, he asks Louise about her intentions to stay in her place. The girl thanked the guy for everything and agreed, causing him to feel embarrassed. Louise noted her unsuitability for work as a hunter but good daily activities. Dave asked her if she wanted to return. The girl bowed her head and told about her intentions to avenge her parents. Dave looked at her thoughtfully. Chase entered the office and interrupted the conversation. The guy handed his friend an invitation from the World Hunters Association with a smile. Louise began to read a letter from Darren to Dave, where he was congratulated on closing the S-rank portal on his own and if he had time. He was sincerely asked to take part in a meeting organized by the WA and would like to hear information about the S-rank portal personally from the protagonist, who had so much valuable experience. This meeting was a special event where only high-ranking hunters from all over the world were invited, and it would be an honor for him to welcome Dave there. During the protagonist's absence due to the meeting, he would take measures by providing Korra with 5 awakened S-ranks who could effectively respond to the need to protect portals, and Darren also dared to hope that interaction with other high-ranking hunters invited from all over the world would significantly help the protagonist. Louise showed the letter and asked again. Adjusting his tie, Chase said that Dave was entering the international level and high-ranking hunters from all over the world were invited there. He asked if they could fly too. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said he was out. Taken aback, Chase asked him to at least think about it. Crossing his arms, Dave said that those guys from Haunts were stronger than they looked and if he came while he was gone, it would be bad. Holding his chin, Chase thought that even 5S rank hunters would be worse than one protagonist. Sitting on a chair, Chase noted that then they would just say they couldn't. He asked how they would prepare for the press conference. Dave said about the press conference with a serious expression. He smirked and said that he had a plan. Many people were standing with cameras. Standing in front of the podium, Louise said that they were starting a press conference regarding the S-rank portal and first, the leader Chase would hold a clarifying briefing. Taking the microphone, Chase said that he was the leader of the Disung clan. There were multiple flashes of light in the room. Louise, looking serious, asked the reporters who wanted to ask a question to raise their hands and she would answer one at a time. People started raising their hands. She pointed and asked the reporter in the front row to ask their question. Louise stood up and said she was a reporter from the Weekly Hunter. She mentioned that she wanted to direct her question to the protagonist. Dave was looking at his comrades. She looked at him and noted that she had heard that he had told his family not to evacuate before leaving to raid the portal, and she was curious to know if he had any information about what was inside the portal and if not, why he had told them to do so. Standing at the podium, the protagonist replied that he did not know what was inside the portal. Dave smirked and said that he did not think there was a portal now that he could not close, which was why he had asked them not to leave. The people were delighted with his answer. Louise asked the reporter, who raised his hand and allowed her to ask him a question. The guy smirked and said that they said there wasn't a single monster in that portal. He asked what kind of enemy Dave had fought then. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said it was a tough one. Taken aback, the man asked who the tough one was. Dave added with a serious expression that there was tough ice and snow and he had fought enemies in a blizzard. He mentally noted that he had almost blurted out bug-eyed. Chase approached the microphone and said that the research team had confirmed that the temperature inside the portal was below 90 degrees and the protagonist had fought enemies in the harsh winter. He noted that the identity of the enemies was still classified, so he asked them to wait for an announcement from the association. The reporter smirked and asked if they had any proof, noting that there was loot that could disprove speculation about an empty portal. Dave put his hand into the portal. Looking at the people, he said that so be it, he will show them his loot. He showed the crystal and said that it was a trophy obtained from the enemies defeated inside the portal, adding that it was an S-rank awakening core. The people were stunned. Anna cried out that the core was very large. Leo and Chloe were watching TV. Surprised, Leo asked if this was an awakening core. Chloe noted that she had never seen one before. The chairman was shocked. The man noted that Dave had clearly said that it was an S-rank awakening core. Sam, with a satisfied look, asked all the fools who had written all over the internet about the empty portal to shut up. The protagonist held the core in his hand. Louise was surprised. Looking at the core, she turned to the deputy leader. Smiling, Dave asked if she was ready to return to the ranks of the hunters. He seriously asked her to use the awakening core right now. Louise, dumbfounded, understood what plan Dave was talking about for the press conference. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he had agreed with James in advance. He would use the core to restore her, and if he got out, he could use it as he wanted. The girl's hands were shaking. She touched the core and cried out that she would repay him for this favor. She was dumbfounded. A bright light enveloped the room. A message appeared in front of Dave, asking if he wanted to enroll the magic shooter Louise as his servant. He pressed that he wanted to enroll her. A bright light enveloped her body. Louise looked at her hand and mentally noted that she felt an aura. The sensations were different from before, but she definitely felt it. The surprised journalists began to ask a lot of questions. Chase watched her. He seriously asked in his thoughts if they were one step closer to the dream of founding the strongest clan in the world. Daylight surrounded the building. There were many stickers on the door. The sun rays reached the door. Carl was lying there looking exhausted. The children were standing over him and crying. The girl suddenly turned her gaze. Dave walked in. The surprised boy cried out that it was the protagonist. Dave smirked and said that he had come to give him something better than $400 billion for the Northern Development Fund. The reporters watched in amazement. Leo and Chloe tried to get through the crowd. Chloe looked at the core with a serious expression and turned to Dave. Leo was dumbfounded and asked if this thing would bring Carl back. Chloe said that she felt a huge aura power. The protagonist smirked and said that it was a show with an S-rank awakening. The sunlight enveloped the building. Anna was sitting in front of the doll. Looking at the doll, she said that in order to revive Chucky, a stronger medium of the teacher was needed. She stood up and said that she had to go now. Carl flew out of bed. A message appeared in front of the protagonist asking if he wanted to enroll the demonic fighter Carl in his service. Dave ordered to enroll with a serious expression. Carl's clothes tore. The reporters started taking pictures saying that this was a resurrection awakening and they needed to take photos quickly. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that today's event was over. Dave disappeared. Carl opened his eyes. He fell onto the bed. He frowned. Looking at Leo and Chloe, he asked if he had died. They started laughing and Leo said that he had been resurrected from a second S-rank awakening. He seriously noted that he felt changes. He closed himself off and asked why he was naked. Sunlight enveloped the building. Covering his mouth with his hand, Anna asked if Dave was home. Smiling, the protagonist's mother replied that he was at work at the company. Julie looked at the orange bag and screamed that these were top-notch shoes and bags. Taken aback, the mother said that this was somehow too expensive for a gift. Anna said with a smile that Dave had cured her of a fatal disease, so it was a trifle. The protagonist's mother was surprised. Julie took the sneakers and asked if they were a limited edition and exactly what she wanted. Anna asked with a satisfied look if Julie liked them. Grinning, Anna said that she had a problem and asked if she could talk to her. Julie asked about the problem with a serious look. Stunned, Julie asked again. Anna noted with a smile that she had already said it. They were looking at the wall in the house. Holding her finger to her mouth, Anna noted that she needed Dave's medium, which concentrated stronger magical energy. She began to whisper that there was often one in the men's room. Unhappy, Julie asked if Anna asked her for such a thing. Anna handed over the ticket and asked to decide after she looked at it. Julie was taken aback by what she saw. She mentally noted that this was a ticket to a fan meeting, which you can't get for any amount of money. Julie looked at the ticket, dumbfounded. Anna smirked and said that it was a world idol group of hunters and her favorite member from their clan, Fortress. Julie was shocked. Julie was confused and asked if she really wanted that dirty medium. She said that she agreed. Holding the ticket in her hands, Anna noted that if she could, the ticket would be hers. Covering her mouth with her hands, she thanked Julie, noting that she could feel her baby rejoicing in this world. She imagined her doll and asked her to wait a little longer. We are transported to the protagonist's office. Louise fired a gun. Many bullets flew to the target. Carl ran out of the dust cloud. He delivered a powerful blow. Louise jumped up. She appeared behind him. She was holding guns in her hands. Looking at the screen, Chase asked if Dave had any more awakening cores, adding that he also wanted to awaken. The protagonist asked who would take care of the office if he went out into the field. Chase looked at the boys and said that these two were now members of the Daesung clan and they had become the first clan in the Republic of Korea. The protagonist seriously noted that this was still not enough to fight the fools of Hans. Chase closed his eyes and asked why the portals had stopped appearing. Smiling, Dave asked if he should level up again. The evening sky enveloped the building. Julie asked the protagonist to come in. She pointed at herself and said that his beloved sister was meeting him. Dave asked if she was meeting him with a look like the monsters in the portal. She started to leave and asked what he was saying. Watching her, the protagonist wondered what was wrong with her. He was taking a shower. Dave was drying his head. Julie was watching him. She opened the door. She entered the room. As Julie walked towards the door, she wondered in her mind if S-Rank had noticed her, adding, "It's not like she had mysophobia." The protagonist appeared behind her and asked what she was doing. Turning around, Julie asked him not to scare her like that. Squinting, Dave asked why she was going there. Closing her eyes, Julie replied that her mother had told her to clean. The protagonist asked if they had told her to clean. She screamed that she could do chores around the house too. She slammed the door. She was standing in the bathroom. Frowning, Julie thought about how she had to do this for a ticket. Taken aback, she noticed that her wishes were not respectful. She wondered if she could do it. She pulled on her glove. Sunlight enveloped the building. The sun's rays began to glare. Holding a cup in her hands, Anna asked if Julie had brought it. Putting down the envelope, Julie asked her to check for herself. Anna looked at the envelope with a satisfied look. Sitting at the table, Julie reported that she had scraped everything in the bathroom, so there should be enough medium. Holding the ticket in her hands, Anna thought that with such a volume, Chucky could not just resurrect, but super awaken. Looking at the ticket, Julie noted that she would now be able to meet one of the hunters. They sat at the table and laughed. The evening sky surrounded the house. Anna sat in a magic circle. She asked the demonic god to show mercy to his child. He began to flow energy to Chucky. Dave, dumbfounded, asked what this creepy feeling was that gave him goosebumps. Pink clouds began to appear in the sky. Pink energy was coming from the doll. Chucky opened his eyes. Joyful Anna declared that her baby had come to life. She threw herself into his arms. Chucky hit her in the face. He stood over her and noted that if she had waited a little longer with the resurrection, he would not have been able to return. He started beating Anna and asked if she was in her right mind to pretend to be the owner of this body so brazenly. Chucky said that from now on this world would drown in rivers of blood. Anna, with a blank look, wondered what was wrong with him. A loud noise was coming from her house. Needles were sticking out of Chucky's body. Enraged Anna screamed that she had seriously neglected his upbringing. The protagonist called her. Joyful Anna asked if it was the teacher. Clouds of dust rose in the square. Dumbfounded Carl asked where they were and if the Daesung clan was doing this on their own. Anna looked at Dave and wondered what kind of terrible place they were going to now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that they were too weak. Carl and Louise looked away. Dave noted with a displeased look that they would raise their levels. Folding her arms, Anna said that she wanted to show him something. Chucky suddenly fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, Chucky asked why she was bothering him with a call. A joyful Anna cried out that it was their child. Carl and Louise were taken aback by this. Chucky looked at Dave with a joyful expression. He ran screaming towards the protagonist. Dave hit him and wished him death. Anna picked up Chucky and asked him to wake up. Holding his head, the protagonist mentally noted that he knew she was drawn to all sorts of horrors, but nothing could be worse than this. Carl and Louise stood with stone faces. Putting his hands in his pockets, Dave said that the Daesung clan's power was now increasing and ordered to load the Spider Queen's domain. A message appeared about the opening of the Spider Queen's domain. They were standing in a bamboo forest. Holding a gun, Louise said that there was hostility from everywhere. A notification popped up that the hellish interface was activated. Anna said with a serious look about the inspection. Projections with Dave's team statistics appeared. Holding his head, Carl said that the head of Daesung was not some kind of monster to jump between different places like that, and his brain refused to understand it. Anna turned around and said that they were in a hellish training camp and she advised them to prepare before following her. Louise held the gun in front of her. They saw spiders. The protagonist grinned and said that the training was to survive until the time ran out. Carl said with satisfaction that his hands were already itching and it was time to stretch his bones. Anna looked at Louise with a smile. Dave noted with a satisfied look that in that case they were starting. The spiders rushed at them. The guys looked at the monster. Someone was studying the news on the internet. On the internet, there was a phrase from the protagonist that there was no portal that he could not close. A voice began to come from the phone that the head of the department was asking for a personal meeting. The head replied that he could come in. The doors opened. The man bowed his head. Adjusting his tie, Peter asked what was the matter. Closing his eyes, the man said that there was an urgent call from the WA. He noted with a serious expression that the World Hunter Alliance had decided to hold a meeting in Korea and they really wanted to invite Dave to it. Peter's face was interested. Sitting at the table, he noted that they had recently invited him to their place. The man put the document on the table and said that this was a list of participants. He noted that Aslan would also be at this meeting. First in the world ranking. Stunned, Peter asked again. He asked with a surprised look if the head's younger brother would be there. We are transferred to the Blue House, the president's office. The blue sky enveloped the building. Smiling, the man said that he had not seen Peter for a long time. The plot introduces us to the president, Steve. Sipping tea, Peter asked how much water had already flowed under the bridge, how their clan had fallen apart. Looking at the wall, he wondered if it was worth it to be the president. Steve replied that it was better to be the president than the person in charge of the association, although chopping monsters left and right with his brother was much more pleasant. Putting down his mug, Peter asked to get straight to the point, noting that it was not a good idea to distract a busy man. Frowning, Peter informed him that they had been contacted about a meeting of the World Hunter Alliance in Korea. Taken aback, Steve asked if there would be a world event in the Republic of Korea without any conditions. Sitting across from him, Peter said that in exchange, they would keep quiet about haunts. Closing his eyes, he noted that Steve understood that the portals were a gold mine from the country's perspective. Steve put his hand on his chin and stated that for the safety of the citizens, it was the right thing to do to catch them. But given the country's economy, there was a dilemma, and right now, the loss of the ether cores would cause problems with demand and consumption. Frowning, Peter noted that he was Anderson and asked if they would take responsibility if they dealt with haunts and the portals did not appear, to which he could not answer. Steve thoughtfully said that he had also been informed through the foreign ministry and that this was the unofficial position of the states. Peter seriously noted that they still needed to develop the economy and take care of the safety of their citizens. Peter looked at him and told Steve to prepare an order of the highest rank. Steve was taken aback by these words and said about Dave. Pointing his finger, Peter noted that having only him, they could not envy even nuclear weapons. Steve smiled and noted that he was right, the states had Aslan, and they had the main character. He emphasized that in exchange he would have to attend this alliance meeting as a representative of Korea. Sitting at the table, he said that he would take care of it. The sunlight illuminated the tall building. Dave was drinking soda. He seriously asked about the order. Chase closed his eyes and said that they said it was first rank, but it would probably be the highest rank. Dave grabbed the back of his head and said he hoped it wasn't a dog collar, noting that he wouldn't accept it if it was. Sipping his soda, Chase noted that he had been told that the order came with tax breaks, benefits, and basically everything else that could be obtained from the country. The dumbfounded protagonist asked about tax breaks and benefits. Smiling, Dave noted that in that case, he should take it. Chase looked at him and said that they had been informed earlier that the meeting of the World Alliance of Hunters would be in Korea. Frowning, Dave asked what kind of meeting exactly. Smiling, Chase said that it was a festival of hunters to announce their world rankings and that the protagonist was a representative of Korea. Crossing his arms, Dave asked if he could skip it. Chase noted that the awarding of the order would be at the same alliance meeting. Frowning, the protagonist said that in order to receive the order, they had to go to the meeting. Chase was confused and asked where the other hunters had gone. Dave looked at him and said that they were in the middle of a long level up. Blue lightning was shooting through the forest. Anna sent streams of energy at the monster. She smiled and applied a massive slowdown. The spiders stood in front of her. Chucky rushed at them with a knife. He jumped on the spider. He held the knife in his hands and screamed that the insignificant bugs deserved to die for baring their fangs at His Excellency's alter ego. His face was furious. The spider threw him off. He flew to the ground. Louise held the pistols in her hands. She began to fire multiple magic bullets at the monster. The monsters were stunned. They were covered in ice. Carl swung his fist. He delivered a powerful blow. Gusts of wind swirled around him. The spiders flew into the air. He used a discharge and hit the monsters with a powerful stream of mana. He continued to beat the spiders. The monsters were lying on the ground. Carl crossed his arms and said that he was surprised by the effect of the cold attack. Louise smiled and said that the leader's destructive power was much higher. A message popped up that this was a successful defense and that they needed to defeat the boss of the domain, the Spider Queen. Anna, holding Chucky in her hands, said that a message about the boss had appeared. The old man held a computer mouse in his hands. Putting his hand on his face, he thought that there were very few portals in the country at this rate. Sam ran to him. Excited, Sam said that they had decided to hold a meeting of the World Alliance of Hunters in Korea. The old man asked what good this would do for their clan of collectors. Putting his hands on the table, Sam said that if they promoted them as an exclusive clan of collectors of the Decent clan, they would receive a sea of requests to collect loot in portals, including foreign ones, and this would be an opportunity to reach the international level. The old man asked about the international level with a serious look. Sam smiled and noted that the Decent clan would be at the center of this alliance meeting where Dave's ranking would be announced. Sam raised a finger to emphasize the fact that it would not only be him who would be attracting attention, but also his clan of collectors. The old man grinned and said that this was a chance to occupy niches abroad. Sam folded his arms and asked if the old man was close to Chase. He crossed his arms and said that he would ask Chase for a favor. There was a cup of coffee on the table. The fireplace was burning. Douglas said with a serious expression that, as he had requested, it had been decided to hold the alliance meeting in Korea. Red eyes were glowing from under the girl's hood. She was sitting on the couch. The girl took the box. Douglas looked at the box with a dumbfounded expression. He asked with a surprised expression if it was a portal cube. She stood up from the couch. Pink energy was coming from the cube. She gave the order to Douglas to take his organization and hide inside the portal. Douglas looked at her and asked what she was planning. The girl answered with a serious expression that she was planning what they really wanted. She disappeared. She said that there would be population control. Douglas was scared. He closed his eyes. He got up from the sofa. He took the phone. Douglas held the phone to his ear. He seriously ordered to gather the members. Standing in the room, he noticed that a disaster was coming. The plane was flying in the air. It landed. The wheels of the plane were shaking. The plot takes us to the arrival hall of the international airport. A crowd of journalists stood in the room. People entered the hall. The girl reported that now S-rank hunters from all over the world were arriving at the international airport one by one, and no one had ever seen so many gathered in one place. Holding the microphone in her hand, she noted that, as the experts say, their goal is to see Aslan, the first in the S-rank rating. The dumbfounded people began to shout that it was Aslan. Turning around, the girl said that Aslan was just spotted at the airport checkpoint. Many people were taking pictures of Aslan. He began to pose. Smiling, he said that he was the only chosen one. Dave's mother asked with a smile who he was so handsome from. Looking away, the protagonist noted that no one knew that his mother would be so happy. Dave began to walk away from her. The protagonist looked at his phone. A call rang. Chase said on the phone that the car was coming. His house was enveloped in sunlight. Hunters were depicted on the posters. Smiling, Sam said that he was now at Sky Dome Road, where the World Alliance was holding a meeting of hunters, and the strongest hunters from all over the world had gathered in this place. So the tension was chilling. Holding the camera in his hands, he noted that he promised to show them the most striking shots. Folding his fingers, he noted that in return he wanted likes, comments, and subscriptions. The lamps were on in the hall. Many people were sitting at the tables. The main character was sitting next to his mother. His face was serious. The guy watched him and wondered if it was Dave. The man stood up on the stage and said that he was glad to welcome hunters from all over the world, and he, Michael, from the World Association of Hunters, was responsible for holding this meeting. Looking away, he said that before the beginning, Mr. President Steve decided to personally award the National Order, and he asked to greet him with applause. Dave's stunned mother said that it was the president himself. Steve went on stage. The guy held the microphone to his mouth and asked the main character to come up on stage. Dave started walking towards the stage with a displeased look. He walked towards the president. He saw the order. Steve hung the order around his neck. Shaking his hand, he asked Dave to defend Korea. The protagonist, taken aback, asked if he was being asked. Steve, smiling, asked him to just play along. He raised Dave's hand. The protagonist, smiling, mentally noted that it would be better to think about tax breaks and benefits. His mother began to cry. Julie declared that she now fully acknowledged him as her brother. A dumbfounded Sam assumed that they were entering Dave's era. The protagonist began to leave the stage. Aslan, smiling, congratulated him. Dave, dumbfounded, asked who it was. Aslan struck a pose and said that he was the only chosen one. Aslan, grinning, mentally assumed that the protagonist was probably in shock, because he never thought he would hear congratulations from the #1 in the world rankings. Dave walked past him with a displeased look and said that some weirdos were pestering him again. Aslan looked at his watch. The dumbfounded guy cried out that there was an S-rank dungeon in Tokyo. The hunters were surprised to see portals appearing in their cities. The boy stood on the stage, confused. A stranger approached him. The boy was surprised to tell Michael that suddenly S-rank portals were appearing all over the world. He frowned and noted that it looked like the Alliance meeting would have to be cut short. Dave was sitting at the table with his eyes closed. Pink energy began to emanate from him, and he wondered in his mind if the fools had finally started acting. Molly greeted Dave with a smile and closed her eyes. He frowned and asked her to open the sky shop. Shelves appeared in front of him. The boy stood in front of the shop with the fairy. He looked and decided that he wanted to buy a future diary. A piece of paper and a feather appeared in front of him. He crossed his arms and read that portal ruptures would occur in 90 countries around the world, excluding Korea, and a third of the world's population, and then asked why excluding Korea. He raised an eyebrow and asked if those fools were avoiding him. The plot takes us to a city in the USA. Cars and buses were driving along the road. A man got out of the car and said goodbye with a smile. A huge monster appeared behind him and broke through the ground. People looked at it in fear. A monster with glowing eyes stood in front of a screaming man. A crowd of people ran away from the monster with an axe, screaming. Many more monsters appeared behind him. The man looked at him in fear and screamed. A portal appeared in the sky from which monsters were flying. Meanwhile, an explosion occurred in a business center in Tokyo. Many white wolves were running along the street. A guy looked at them from the roof and gave the signal to blow up. The monsters stopped in front of the smoke. They growled, and blue smoke was moving towards them. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the city. The wolves screamed, surrounded by smoke. The man frowned and said that it was time to move forward. The archers fired arrows. Hunters fired at the monsters from the rooftops. The wolves in the smoke screamed in pain. One of the monsters lay on the ground and bared his teeth. He quickly jumped up. The wolf jumped up, pushing off the buildings. He rushed bloodthirstily at the hunter. The guy screamed in fear. The man frowned and swung his sword. He cut the wolf and lowered his head and told him to leave. The monster's head flew over the frightened guy. The guy bowed behind Nolan and thanked him. The leader, holding the sword, turned around. He looked at the portal and thought that the monsters were constantly climbing out of the portal. At this rate, Tokyo was doomed. At the same time, in the United States and Washington, people were lying on the rubble of buildings. The monster was advancing on the exhausted guy. He crushed him and blood flew. The orc raised his hands and screamed furiously. A laser appeared in front of him. The hunter cut it in half, and there were people standing behind him. The man turned to the boys and said that there had to be a gap when Aslan flew away, and the woman replied that while they retreated, they had no choice but to join him and look for an opportunity to counterattack. The man, in the middle of the crowd of hunters, gave the order to retreat towards Philadelphia. The leader was watching the recordings through the screen in the office. He frowned, put his hand to his chin, and thought about why the gaps broke out during an alliance meeting, and everywhere except Korea. Laura approached the thoughtful man and told him that they had a whole stream of requests for help from different countries around the world. Apparently, they realized that only Korea was in a situation without portals, and he was thinking about the fact that if they had a portal gap while providing support, they themselves would face a difficult situation, and if they refused, but everything was calm, they would be accused from abroad. He scratched his chin and asked if they could send their hunters or not. He crossed his arms and looked at the girl and asked what the S-rank hunters who had arrived for the alliance meeting were doing now. She adjusted her glasses and looked at her tablet and replied that hunters Tetsuka Light from Japan and Kayla from China had already joined the combat units on military aircraft, and hunters from the US and Europe were also expected to join the battle soon. The man's phone in his jacket rang. He looked at the phone in surprise and said that it was the leader Chase. The man put the phone to his ear and listened in shock as he said to gather all the S-rank hunters, the Dave clan wanted to hold a meeting. The plot moves us to a street in Korea. Aslan was holding the phone and closing his eyes happily shouted that everything was fine. He raised his hands and said that this was the best photo straight from the traditional village of Bukchon. The surprised guys walked behind him and said that the guy looked like Aslan, but what was he doing there if the US is now a nightmare? The guy was taking a photo and turned around, happily calling out to the guys. He handed them the phone and, closing his eyes, asked them to take a photo of him. The guys smiled sheepishly and agreed. Aslan smiled and made a heart with his fingers and sincerely thanked them. We see an office building. The S-rank hunters and the manager were sitting at the table. More hunters were sitting opposite. Dave was sitting at the head of the table with his arms crossed. O stood up, leaning on the armrests. The guy looked at them and said that they were starting a meeting on how to gut those alien fools. The hunters on the right side were sitting with their eyes closed. The rest of the hunters were sitting opposite. Chase looked at him in surprise and asked if they were talking about reviving the Colossus. The manager frowned and replied that their goal was to revive the Colossus by sacrificing people to it, and that was why they were causing portal ruptures. The protagonist crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said that the portals themselves were the altar. He looked at Leo and said that people are like offerings that are placed on him. The guy raised his hand and said that when there are enough offerings, the Colossus will be reborn. Chloe sat next to him and said that even if they tried to prevent it, they could only help one country. After all, factors such as time and physical distance cannot be ignored. The man put a box on the table. Tom held it in his hand and said that this object is called a portal cube. Carl looked at him in surprise and said that the portal cube was like an absolute protector. Tom looked at the cube and said that it was a means for opening the portal altar. He received it from the hunter Dave and together with Professor Park Dong-hyuk researched the principle of use. He introduced a man in a military uniform and said that they had succeeded in turning the portal cube into a teleportation cube, which makes it possible to move between the continents of the Earth. The leader Doc meanwhile traveled, installing it in key locations. Louise, with her eyes closed, sat next to Carl, who was pounding the table, and said that he had recently mentioned the need to visit many countries on important business, and the guy replied that then they also cannot sit here, they need to run around like crazy, cutting off the heads of monsters. Leo, covering his mouth with his hand, sat next to Chloe and thought that Dave was looking very far ahead, and the girl suggested acting in a team of elite hunters from each clan. Tom turned to the upset girl and said that it would not work. The teleportation portal does not yet allow a large number of people to move. The maximum number is 7. The leader looked at him and asked if it really means that there is no particular use for him unless all the S-rank hunters go. The man was surprised and cried out. Dave lowered his head and closed his eyes and said that everyone present here will be moved, including himself. The leader hit the table and shouted that this is impossible because then Korea will remain virtually defenseless against portals. The protagonist frowned and looked at the notification screen. The system told about the ghost replacement. It swaps the user with a shadow ghost placed on a specific target. However, the greater the distance, the higher the mana costs, and the longer the recharge time. Chase raised his finger and closed his eyes and said that he remembered how he suddenly appeared at the research institute with the help of some strange ability. Dave folded his hands and answered with a smile that if you send the leader of Chase to the problem area, he will be able to return immediately with his movement skill. The hunters looked at him in shock, and Leo thought that he had such an incredible ability, and Tom thought that he was definitely on another level. The guys on the other side looked at him in shock, and Louise thought that Dave's abilities truly knew no bounds. The leader closed his eyes and thought that based on the words of the hunter Dave, it is possible to both help other countries and protect their own, essentially killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The man slammed the table and turned around shouting that then they begin the operation. The main character closed his eyes and clapped his hands, and Anna stretched out her hand and called him. She put her hands on her knees and asked with a smile if they still need to choose a name for the team, like the Avengers. Chloe crossed her arms in front of the angry girl and told her to say more, that she had been thinking about nothing else the entire meeting. Dave put his hand to his head and closed his eyes and said that there had to be a name, so let her say it if she had already thought of one. Anna raised her finger and said that since K was trending now, how about K Hunters or Kid as K? Louise clenched her fist and was embarrassed and thought that Kodaki K even sounded cute. The girl happily raised her hands and screamed. In the building, the main character said that anything would do, it was time to move on, and the girl replied that then they would be Kodaki K, he himself had given her permission. The plot moves us to China, to the Shandong province. Many monsters filled the street. The military pulled arrows and launched a cannonball charge. Many arrows rained down on the monsters. The Minotaur ran forward furiously. The monsters stopped in front of the army of soldiers. The armed men held their weapons angrily. The guy, frowning, shouted that contact was beginning. The Minotaurs ran bloodthirstily toward the frightened people. The monster swung its axe. The shells flew off the heads of the soldiers. A girl with a spear jumped into the air. She pointed the weapon down and activated the style of the celestial dragon. The girl delivered a powerful blow and threw the monster's back. Kayla stood surrounded by smoke in front of the monsters. She looked to the side and shouted at the surprised soldiers not to retreat. The warriors ran forward furiously and shouted that they were following the leader. The monsters ran bloodthirstily toward them. Patrick stood indignantly and said that this could not be. He watched the Minotaurs fighting on the screen in the office. The man looked at the screen and thought that the People's Republic of China would disappear like this. A girl with a tablet came in behind him and called him. Patrick turned to look at the girl who was saying that the Korean Hunters Association promised to provide support in the form of 7S rank hunters if they agreed to the condition. And the man asked if it was Korea, even in a situation where the World Association could not. On the screen was a message from the Korean Hunters Association, which said that in response to portal ruptures, the Korean Hunters Association can send Hunters K to help. A necessary condition is the full recognition of the ownership of the etheric cores and the loot from the monsters they kill. In case of their positive response, we hasten to notify that thanks to the teleportation portal, immediate assistance is possible. The workers in the office turned around and told the manager that the Association of China, Japan, and India accepted the conditions for support. The man, with his eyes closed, stood next to a happy Laura and asked her to report on the situation with requests for support from Hunters K. He frowned and thought about the fact that Kittens K. This is a ridiculous name and is no good. Minotaurs stood in the city in front of the corpses of people. The monster turned to look at Kayla, who was sitting on the ground. The girl frowned at him and shouted that he should attack. She was a hunter of the central districts. The monster ran at her in rage with an axe. Kayla thrust her spear forward. Someone cut the monster in half. The girl looked at her in surprise. She stood in shock and watched as the Minotaur flew apart. The team of hunters stood in front of her and Anna, crossing her arms, said that the K-Kiddas had arrived. Dave smiled and said that there were crowds of beef coming out of the portal. A quick restoration had occurred in the middle of the destroyed city. Kayla stood surrounded by energy and asked if this was the aura of restoration. Dave quickly ran past her. The girl turned around in shock, thinking that he was fast. She watched in surprise as Chloe walked past with her eyes closed. The girl turned around and said that now they should leave everything to them and they themselves should rest. Anna raised her hands and activated a super-scale curse. She created a swamp of glue under the Minotaurs. Louise stood and crossed her arms and shot at the enemies, activating the magic bullets of the extreme yin. The monsters screamed in pain, coming under fire. Leo frowned and ran forward. He rushed and dealt multiple blows with his sword, activating the tiger claw. Carl swung his fist and screamed. He gritted his teeth and dealt a powerful blow using a storm discharge. The monsters were struck by lightning and screamed in pain. The bodies of the Minotaurs exploded and flew apart. The street was covered in debris of buildings and corpses of monsters. A mechanical beetle crawled onto the body of a monster. It pierced the chest of the corpse and took out a core. Tom stood with a phone near the tank in which the beetles put the cores. He looked at the phone, thinking about the need to try to solve the problem of demand and consumption of ether cores at the local level. The man turned around at the explosion behind him. The S-rank monster, the Minotaur King Ugnos, appeared in front of the guys. Leo stood next to Carl in fear and asked what kind of flaming brute it was, and the guy answered that it was very creepy. The boss hit the ground with his axe and caused an explosion. Leo shouted at his friend to escape the flames. Ugnos ran forward and hit the ground with his axe. The girls dodged the light and Chloe stretched out her arms and created a shield. The guys stood behind Louise's shield. Carl and Leo covered their mouths with their hands and said that this was good timing, almost flew away from the battle. The girl holding the shield turned around and shouted at them to prepare an attack. Kayla frowned and stood behind Chloe and asked to retreat. That monster mowed down an entire battalion. The girl ran forward in surprise, raising her hand. Dave threw his sword over his shoulder and grinned, asking if that collective farm cow really throws fire. Kayla looked at the guy in shock and thought about what Dave said. The protagonist quickly ran forward with his sword outstretched. Ugnos looked at him in fear and moaned. He struck with an axe, and the guy held him back with his sword. The monster released fire from his hand, and Dave activated flame absorption. The guy looked at the furious Minotaur and asked if he was flying at him with flames. What a fool, it only makes him stronger. The guy looked at the monster in surprise. The Minotaur swung his paw and threw the protagonist back. The monster launched a flame beam at the building. He raised his axe and said that he was Ugnos, the true master of demonic beasts, and he was just a pathetic bug to him. Louise frowned, put out her hands and fired from her pistols. The bullets flew straight at the formidable monster. The shells disappeared in front of the fire. The girl looked at him in surprise, thinking that her magic bullets were burning before they even reached him. The Minotaur was engulfed in flames and screamed that he would melt them all. Dave looked and activated the territory change. The monster and the guy disappeared in smoke. Leo stood next to Carl in shock and asked where they were, and he answered that the main character took that cow. The Minotaur screamed furiously. He stood in the vacant lot opposite Dave and asked where he was. A notification about the release of magic appeared. A full release of the magic of his superiority occurred. Dave took the sword from behind his back and grinned and said that this is a cow, she will just die, but still makes her sweat. The guy swung his sword, creating a flow and activated the fury of the Lord of Hell, Black Flame. An explosion occurred around the vortex of flame. Ugnos dissolved and asked what this is. Black Flame, it can't be. A notification appeared that the Minotaur King had been defeated. Dave had received the core, Ugnos' flame tongue, and merit points. The guy looked at the notification and thought that it looked like he needed to release the demon god before the Colossus was reborn, but he had to spend his accumulated merit points on it. There was a man standing in front of a portal in the middle of the street. The guy stood holding a bowl in front of the portal and said that he had never collected so many offerings in the bowl of souls. Maybe now he would be granted an immortal body. A sword pierced him and the guy coughed in fear from the pain. Dave stood behind him and grinned, asking what they were giving him. A stupid traitor. He was squeezing the bowl of souls. The guy screamed in fear for the Colossus to accept these offerings. The protagonist looked in surprise. He watched in shock as a large hand appeared from above. The guy looked to the side. There was a huge palm above Dave and the guy with the bowl. The hand was reaching out to take souls from the bowl. He clenched his fist and grabbed the souls. The fist disappeared into the darkness. The protagonist looked ahead into the darkness in surprise. He frowned and said that he should eat later. First they would talk. Dave swung his sword. The blow missed the guy who was kneeling with a bowl. The protagonist looked in surprise and wondered if it had gone wrong. The hand appeared again, reaching for the guy. He happily raised his head to the finger above him. The guy, in tears, thanked the Colossus for his mercy. The bowl fell to the ground. Dave stood in the city and looked ahead. He frowned and thought about how their territories had changed the moment he accepted the offerings. The protagonist stood with his hand on his hip in front of the monster. The monster leaned over, turned around and asked how he dared to attack it, a piece of the Colossus. The monster screamed and called him a despicable nonentity. The monster ran at the protagonist. He swung his sword and the guy disappeared in front of him. Dave ran past the monster, who was grinning and insulting him. The guy grabbed him by the face. He violently pressed the Colossus piece into the ground. The protagonist smiled, clenched his fist and said that he would first fix his mouth with his fists. Dave beat the monster lying on the ground with all his might. The monster, swollen from the blows, made sounds. The monster lay on the ground and said that it was a piece of the Colossus, so even after death it would return to him and be resurrected. The guy lifted him by the hair and asked if he expected to revive by returning to the Colossus. Dave grinned and said that he ruled the place where fools like him were kept, so he should get ready. The guy imagined the enemy lying on the table in front of the executioner. The masked man with the hook turned around. Anna stood next to Louise and joyfully called Dave, who appeared in front of them. The guys were standing behind him and Louise was saying that they had sorted out the portal rupture situation here. Carl smiled and hugged the disgruntled Leo and said that what was he worried about? After all, there was no need to worry about the leader Dave, and the guy replied that the real monster here was not that one. Kayla looked at him in surprise and thought that he had really dealt with that monster seriously. The guys were standing in the city and Chloe was asking if he was injured, and Anna was angry and told her to take care of herself. The main character put his hand on his hip, closed his eyes and said that from now on the strategy was cancelled. Mobility was the key to survival, so while he would get rid of the portal boss, they all should focus on saving the hunters. Tom was surprised and thought about the need to focus on saving. Leo looked at him in surprise and thought about the fact that he wanted to go against the boss alone. Dave frowned and decided that they couldn't allow that fool to be revived. Sam put his fingers to his forehead and winked as he greeted the viewers on the stream. The chat was saying that the apocalypse had begun. Someone had a friend in Tokyo and they were in chaos and evacuation. The team of hunters in Arizona had been wiped out and someone else had no portals. The guy crossed his arms, showed 2 fingers and shouted that he had important news. The chat was asking for no drama and asking what news could be more important than the end of the world. The guy was clicking on his computer mouse and saying that he had managed to get special information from Dave's clan. Sam brought up footage of minotaurs, Kayla, the guys fighting, and the main character standing there smiling. The chat was surprised that this was China. Was there a bull, the Demon King, what their hunters were doing there, and why they had united. The streamer showed 2 fingers with his hands and, closing his eyes, said with a smile that the Republic of Korea urgently formed a special unit of Kodaka K to save the whole world. In the chat, they discussed the name of their team and said that they cleared China, India, and are now working on portals in Europe. Sam looked at the computer in surprise and asked why not Kodaka, but hunters. He received the information personally from the leader of Chase. He looked in shock at the news broadcast, where they said that Hunters K, formed to close S-rank portals around the world, have already cleared them in China and India, and are currently switching to Europe. All S-rank hunters of Korea are involved in this operation, led by Hunter Dave. The plot moves us inside the portal, Darkseid's hideout in a tent camp. The truck arrived at the hideout. A head appeared from the portal. Aslan walked out of the portal, his head down and his hands in his pockets. The military saluted him. The man turned to the gentleman. Aslan looked at him and asked where his brother was. A man and a girl in masks were laughing at a party in a club. A military man approached a surprised Douglas with a glass. The man turned around and asked if Aslan was there. The guy held the glass and thought that other dimensions could not be called beautiful. The man entered the room. Aslan sat on the couch with his eyes closed and called his brother who came in. He looked at him and said that if they did not come out soon, it would be bad. No. Douglas looked at him and clarified in what sense. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, many buildings were exploding. Corpses lay in the street among the rubble. Nolan sighed and held his sword, standing in front of the hunters. He turned around and frowned and shouted into the crowd that the Suicide Squad was covering their backs while the rest retreated to the third line of defense. He passed by the guys who were carrying the wounded. The man frowned, thinking that this was where his fate would end. The girl carried an ally and cried for the leader. The girl was kneeling in front of a priest praying to a statue. The hooded girl addressed the head priest, saying that the altars they had created were quickly collapsing. The lord of the demonic beast Nebula was on the move. The monster turned around and asked how. She sat on one knee, leaning on her hand, and said that it seemed he had transformed the spatial altar into a teleportation altar. The priest looked at her silently. He began to stand up. Holding his staff in front of her, he told her to send the Lord of the South, Azar, to the altar that had not yet been destroyed, to buy time. As soon as the Colossus finished its meal, that man would also end. People ran along the street in fear and screamed. The girl looked ahead in fear and held her ally on her. She looked in surprise and cried. A portal opened in front of them. Leo and Carl came out of it. The guys and the girl were standing by the portal and covering their mouths, saying that they were going to puke. Louise was holding her stomach next to Anna, who raised her hand and said that the world was spinning and spitting. Tom was holding his head next to Chloe, who was holding back her nausea and saying that the spatial ripples in the teleportation portal were making her sick. Dave was walking indignantly with his eyes closed and saying that they were weak. What should he do? Reassemble the deck of auto hunters. The girl looked at him in tears, surprised, and realized that it was Dave, that very man. They said in her earpiece that Korean Hunters K would arrive at the scene to provide support via a special teleportation portal, and they repeated this twice. She quickly ran to the surprised guy. The girl was anxiously calling the main character. She bowed and asked for help in Japanese. Dave looked at her in surprise next to Anna, who, with her mouth closed, offered to turn on the translator and added that she was asking to save the leader of Nolan. The protagonist frowned and said nothing. A flash occurred in front of the girl and she covered her face. Anna smiled and gave a thumbs up saying that she was lucky. Mr. Dave was very strong. The girl closed her eyes, cried and thanked her. The partner screamed, being in the wolf's mouth. The guy watched as the monster ate his ally. He sat on the ground, exhausted, and said that it looked like the transformation was cancelled due to aura depletion. The guy frowned and tried to catch his breath. The monster was approaching him. The wolf stood bloodthirstily over the exhausted guy. The guy closed his eyes and sighed. The monster opened its mouth and rushed at him. Suddenly, the wolves' heads flew off. The guy looked forward in surprise. He saw Dave swing his sword among the corpses of the monsters. The main character approached him, throwing the sword over his back. The guy frowned and recognized him. Dave stood next to the guy sitting on the ground and asked if he could move, and he thought about the fact that the translator was broken and he did not understand what he was saying. The guy screamed in fear. The protagonist turned around in surprise. A train was flying at them. It was moving towards the ground and exploding. The train landed and left a powerful explosion. The guys were standing in front of the flames. A ball was flying quickly towards them. The protagonist looked warily at the approaching projectile. He kicked it away with his foot. The ball flew into the sky. The orc was flying in the air and grinning. The protagonist frowned and called him a fool from another world. He pushed off the ground. The guy, surrounded by flames, jumped into the sky towards the monster. The orc swung his fist. Dave was flying rapidly upward. There was an explosion in the sky. They landed and the explosion became even bigger. The guy was standing on the ground and coughing into his hand. He opened his eyes and looked in surprise. Dave and the monster were standing in front of him. The protagonist frowned and decided that he was a strong pig. The monster was running at him with its mouth open and screaming that it would eat him. He clenched his fists and shouted that he was activating the power of Heket. Dave watched tensely and used the territory change. A notification appeared that the territory change was impossible. The target's body size exceeded the norm allowed for the territory change. The protagonist was very surprised. The monster stretched out its head and almost completely absorbed Dave. He returned his head to its place, trying to swallow him. The monster returned to its previous appearance and exhaled. The guy looked at it, holding his stomach, and thought about the fact that the monster swallowed the leader Dave. What should he do? The monster angrily turned around and tensed up, and the protagonist said that he should die. The monster opened its mouth and released a stream of fire. He looked at the explosion of the building ahead and said that it was difficult to attack the stomach inside. It was difficult to hold back. Clara ran among the destroyed buildings. She stopped to inspect the area. The girl was looking for Nolan. Behind Clara stood one of the hunters with long black hair and called her to him. The guy drank the soda and justified himself by saying that he bought it. Clara was confused when she saw the guy. Other hunters joined her and started questioning him. Tom asked where the monster from Hans had disappeared to. The guy confidently replied that it had eaten its fill and disappeared. Leo and the girl suggested dispersing their forces for a more productive search. Anna calmed the hunters down, promising to find the monster. Someone poured wine into a glass. The man tasted the drink. Douglas drank the wine and looked at the guy sitting opposite. The guy was dissatisfied with the man's calm reaction. Douglas removed the glass and teased the guy with irony. Putting the glass on the table, the man began to say that the guy did not understand the true strength of those he had messed with. The man was surprised by his boss's statement. Douglas put his hand to his chin and explained that even the super strong Dave would not help them here. The guy jumped up from his seat and, with a satisfied look, made it clear that he considered himself right. Douglas calmed the guy down and promised that the problems would not affect him. Looking the guy in the eyes, Douglas showed his trust in the plan. The girl continues the dialogue with a question. Anna holds a small doll in a red aura in her hand and laughs. The explosion and smoke hide the silhouettes of the girls. The doll asks in a displeased voice what is wanted from her. Anna kneels and tells Chop about the disappearance of the teacher. The hunters standing nearby look at the dwarf and express their disgust towards him. Chop jumps up from the ground and declares that only a madman could kidnap his father. He turns around and drops the topic. Chop stood turned around and assured that he felt his father's anger. Anna was confused and did not understand what he was talking about. Chop points to the side and declares that his father's indignation comes from there. Tom and the guy look in that direction and ask the dwarf again. The brunette furiously declares that it is there. Mount Fuji is visible behind the houses, an abandoned entrance to the tourist area, a volcano crater right at the top. The hole is too deep and smooth for a volcano. The friends approached the crater and Chop looked inside. The dwarf assured everyone that their father's anger was coming from there. He jumped straight into the crater, which causes confusion among the others. Carl and Leo stood in bewilderment. They were afraid of such a height. The guy was surprised by the presence of such a strange crater in the mountain. Louise decides to release a signal flare before jumping after the dwarf. The flare flies out into the open sky, leaving smoke behind it. The other hunters notice it. A man's voice is heard among the stones and blocked passages. It was Dave standing with a sword in his hand, surrounded by a magic circle. Lava began to flow down the stones onto the floor of the cave. It began to get closer to the guy's feet. Dave calmly commented on what was happening. The guy caused the release of magic and lit up. A large energy field engulfed the cave. At the bottom of the cave sat a creature that was muttering something under its breath. Chop headed towards it with a knife, muttering something. Behind the dwarf stood Leo and Carl, who also witnessed this scene. The guys discussed the order of the attack. The dwarf breaks away and starts running quickly. He holds the knife in front of him and shouts demands to release his father. The monster notices Chop approaching. The doll jumps on the creature with a knife. The monster is angry with him. He repels the attack without moving. The guys pull the doll by the collar from the next blow. At this time, Leo hits the monster with a sword with no effect. Leo warned Carl about the strength of this creature while Chop tried to break free. The fat man got to his feet and turned to the guys, saying something with an accent. The monster took a deep breath, gathering fire around itself. After a short roar, the fire was released from its body and headed towards the hunters. The guys had absolutely no idea how strong this monster was and chose to flee. The fire was catching up with them from behind. Leo jumped high and activated the Tiger Claw skill, swinging his sword. The monster opened its huge mouth and prepared to swallow the guy. Leo realized everything too late. Leo was flying straight into the monster's mouth with a sword in his hands. The brunette snatched it from the enraged creature's mouth at the last moment. The guys fell to the ground, and the monster turned around and began to head in their direction. Louise called on the magic bullet skill and pointed the barrels at the monster. He did not understand what fate awaited him. Right before Louise shot, Carl swung in front of her, running towards the monster. The guy called a storm discharge and made a through hole in the monster. The fat one roared throughout the cave with a bloody mouth. An aura began to erupt from him while the hunters watched. Something was flying in their direction. It was acid that could burn through flesh. The girl managed to summon a shield in front of her at the last moment. She tried to resist the force of the acid blows. The Urads were too strong and pushed the girl back. Anna promised to kill the monster and went to meet him. Her friends asked her to stop and go back under the shield, but she did not want to listen to them. Anna took a hairpin out of her hair and picked up the doll. She pierced the doll's knitted head with the hairpin. A notification appeared about the disproportionate forces, and only a consciousness shutdown would be used. The monster began to throw out an aura and roar at the ceiling. The fat one fell to the ground with a crash. The other hunters were shocked by what they saw and did not understand how such a fragile girl could hide so much power. The doll praised Anna for her work. The girl was surprised no less than her friends and stood with her back to them. In Philadelphia, there are a lot of drug addicts on the main street. Many people are standing, lying, hanging and continuing to use, losing their human appearance. A crowd of monsters is walking along the road and sees what is happening. An orc asks his partner why they are not touching them, to which the second replied that such people will not become pure souls. Red electric threads stretched along the street to the ground. Suddenly, all the drug addicts lined up along the road and rose from the ground. They acquired red eyes and terrible pain, from which they screamed. People began to move along the street as a single mechanism. The monsters accepted the challenge and began to fight them. An orc, swinging a scythe, cuts off the heads of drug addicts. Having scattered a couple of dozen people, the orcs did not calm down. One of them sensed the power of the ether that controlled the drug addicts. A fiery hand extended a burning projectile to the monster's stomach. The orc did not feel the pain right away. The man was all on fire and felt hellish pain from his movements. He screamed with all his might, but the unknown moved him against his will. A battle of burning people began in the crowd of orcs, to which the main monster turned around. He grabbed a club and ordered to find the hunter who controlled them. The drug addicts under the control of the unknown continued to go to the slaughter. One of the orcs received severe injuries, due to which he was torn apart. The main one turned his attention to the side. Aslan was standing there, waving his arms. He had red eyes and a whole army of drug addicts whom he controlled. The monster pointed his subordinates at the guy. The orc jumped high into the air. In flight, he swung his scythe at the guy. Aslan was 2 seconds away from death from a crushing blow. The orc screamed that he would kill the hunter, to which the latter called on mental threads. The orc was dumbfounded and froze in place. The guy stood right in front of him. The monster stood obediently and could no longer cause harm. Aslan approached him point blank, being in a blue aura. He ordered the orc to kill all his partners. A roar was heard on the roof. The fat one was lying on the ground, while the hunters were trying to figure out whether he was alive or not. Carl pointed to the hero of the occasion, Anna, so that you tell them what happened to the monster. The girl explained to those present that the fat one was unconscious because she did not have enough energy to kill him. Chop climbed into the monster's mouth, causing a violent reaction from the hunters. The doll claimed that Dave was definitely in his stomach. Anna was shocked by Chop's idea to climb into the monster's stomach. Tom interrupted the conversation and offered an idea. The monster was tied with a chain and began to wake up. After a few insults, the monster woke up and tried to break free. The fat one wanted to kill the hunters. He could not break free from the embrace of the chain. Leo took the sword in his hands and ordered everyone to fight together. A red portal rose above the ground. Anna was glad to have the opportunity to leave this place. Dave came out of the portal with a doll on his shoulder, praising his friends for their work. The guy calmly looked ahead, saying that now they were all. The hero abandoned Chop and quickly ran away. All the people looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding his actions. The whole group began to do the same as the teacher himself. The chains were gathered into a knot. One monster quickly broke them. The guy, gritting his teeth, began to ask one girl to hold the monster's legs. The heroine looked away in surprise. The legs quickly stopped. The girl directed all her strength at the huge monster. The heroine opened her eyes wide in fear, directing ant poison at the guy. The legs were trampled into the ground. The monster did not understand why the sand was carrying him away. The monster looked angrily at everyone, saying that they would not be able to escape. The guy confidently and quickly ran forward. The hero asked Dave why they were running away without a fight. Dave calmly replied that they couldn't fight because it wouldn't end well. The monster continued to look at the guy angrily. The huge hands were trying to grab at least something. Blue light was coming out of the hole. Huge streams of energy were directed straight into the ground. The dragon was quickly rushing upward. The monster was screaming furiously. Dave and his company were calmly sitting on the monster. The main character began to jump off the dragon, getting into a stance. One of the girls looked at Dave worriedly and shouted at him. The hero had already teleported to one of the lands. The guy calmly looked ahead. Dave understood that someone would get out now. A huge hand was coming out of the sand. The monster looked at the guy angrily, trying to quickly kill the hero. Dave began to ask the monster with a grin why he had such a big belly. His legs quickly landed on the ground. A monster several times larger than the guy stood next to him. His group stood next to Dave, looking at such huge sizes. They looked at the monster in surprise, not understanding that he really was that very monster. One of the heroines realized that things were bad and that they needed to go to the headquarters faster. Dave was gaining strength and magic with the help of her release. There was a stream of energy behind the hero, which went with the hero to the monster. The monster looked at the guy in surprise. The monster looked at the guy carefully, trying to do something. His mouth began to open wide and his hands reached out to him. The employees saw all this through the screens. One of the men clenched his teeth, not understanding what it was. Bob looked at his assistant, who was saying that the Korean hunter Dave had joined their battle. The man angrily began to look forward. A sword filled with power. Dave flew with his own power and, waving the sword, tried to wound the monster. The alien land did not give up and opened its mouth wide, screaming about the power of the Hekaton. Dave accurately directed a huge stream of his magic straight into the monster's mouth. All the magic was directed to his mouth with the power of gluttony. The dragon began to fly away quickly. Dave showed his finger with force and looking at the monster asked him to try something else. Everyone began to notice that the dragon was returning with force in his mouth in the form of a ball. The magic was condensing into a deadly laser of magic. All this energy passed incredibly quickly through the throat of the monster. The monster opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. All the people hid their faces in their hands. The monster itself was covered with magic balls. A huge number of different bodies fell from it through the wind. The system window began to tell Dave that he got rid of the Lord of the South of Azar from the Kegaton of the Colossus. Dave stood next to the wind, thinking that it was all about the pig that was covered. The guy looked forward carefully, directing his magic again. The cells condensed among themselves. Organs appeared. One of the guards rejoiced at the arrival of the Colossus. There was a small child in the womb. The baby was lying quietly, doing nothing. The guard looked at it all happily, not understanding how such a small heart could beat so fast. Streams of magic were directed towards the child. The guard looked at it all attentively, shouting to his son. The energy was quickly absorbed into the veil with the baby. All the magic penetrated inside. The baby immediately widened his eyes, looking forward. Volcano. The heroes looked into the distance, not understanding that everything was really over. One of the girls began to ask where the teacher had gone, but no one answered her. Anna immediately began to remember how the guy had answered her that he would go to the pandemonium on business, and they could calmly wait for him with the others. The girl began to turn to everyone, saying that the teacher had answered that they should have fun until he returned from his business. All the people began to be indignant and say that where they were, they couldn't have fun. One of the heroes started shouting with a smile on his face to let him take care of everyone. A guy from the group held his head with a slight smile, asking the leader if there were any hot springs here. Dave was standing near a beautiful golden place. The hero looked ahead attentively, saying that he needed to sell all the unused items and ether cores from his warehouse. The system window said that it understood everything. Dave calmly looked ahead, saying that he needed to invest all the points into the implementation level. The system window showed many messages, and the last one showed the implementation level of 99.6%. Dave thought about it and realized that he was missing 0.1%, which meant that for the demonic god transformation skill, it was enough to kill just one Velitica. The hero started asking the system window to connect with Chase. A few seconds later, the man with a smile on his face praised Dave for his work. The guy calmly asked the hero where they should go next. Chase covered his eyes, saying that the World Hunters Association was sending hunters en masse to all points of the world. The hero was angry, not believing all this. Dave turned away, not understanding how some objects could be more important than people. Chase looked at his friend in surprise, who was asking what the Kitties member was doing. A neat building. In the middle of the entrance was a sign that showed that it was a male hot spring. The guy was holding alcohol in his hands. The man was pulling the bottle up, shouting that he had not had a rest for a long time. 3 guys were sitting in the water. One of the heroes asked the leader in surprise if it was necessary to wear a mask even in the bathhouse. The leader looked at the guy in surprise, saying that the mask was like skin for him, so he forgot. His hand was reaching for the mask. The guy looked at it in surprise. The man, with his eyes wide open, was also watching the leader. The attractive hero with a smile on his face held a mask in one hand and said that after the attack of the monster he had plastic surgery on his face, which he did not like, and because of this he wears a mask. The water began to bubble. Anna with her mouth wide open came out of the water. The girl lay calmly and rested. Louise slightly closed her eyes and asked with interest what Dave was doing in the pandemonium. One of the heroines asked in surprise what it was. A wave with a splash of water passed through the water. Anna stood naked in front of the girls and laughing said that the pandemonium was the guy's secret base. The heroine still looked at everyone in surprise. Louise answered that for Dave it was a subspace training center, which was run by Dave himself. Anna pointed her finger at the girl, shouting that she was now her rival since she awakened the ultimate skill in her. Louise asked the girl in surprise if it was dangerous to use it here. The girl screamed with a mad smile that it was safe. Anna was creating a replacement for the doll. The 2 heroines looked at the girl with interest, but at the same time with fear. One of the assistants told Dave with a smile on her face that his mail source was on the right. The hero walked carefully through the building. The guy began to see an inscription with a man's door. The hero's robe fell to the floor. Suddenly Dave began to notice something to the side. Some kind of explosion was happening from the other side. A doll filled with magic was falling to the floor. The heroine angrily screamed that Anna was crazy. Louise covered her mouth with her hand in fear. The girl herself smiled and said that they were in a bathing suit. A naked Dave stood next to the heroines. The guy looked at the girls in fear. The news said that a month had passed since the worldwide portal rupture incident and many people were mourning the loss of their loved ones, jobs and property because of it. But thanks to the efforts of the Korean hunters, they were now seeing a quick, stable situation. The TV presenter sat next to Ron, asking them to look into the files on that portal rupture. The hero, with a smile on his face, began to talk about how the portal rupture that had engulfed the entire world on the day of the meeting of the World Association of Hunters a month ago was in its final stages. Fortunately, the portal ruptures had bypassed the Republic of Korea, which is why it was possible to send a team of hunters. The TV presenter answered with interest that there was a large flow of complaints from associations of all countries to the World Association of Hunters, whose delayed reaction led to enormous damage. Ron looked at the man with incomprehension. The hero continued to look at him in surprise. One of the men began to shout loudly for the head of the Darjan to resign. A huge number of people began to ask for something. One of the journalists started talking about how she was currently at a protest in front of the World Hunters Association building, and that the association was facing a serious crisis due to the latest incident of ruptures. The heroine asked the guy standing next to her to introduce himself. The man, with tears in his eyes, started shouting loudly about why this association was needed. The hero calmly looked out the window. He looked down and said that they had followed his word, but in the end they had only received shame. The silhouette calmly said that they were keeping their promise. Many objects began to move on the floor. The hero looked at them in surprise. The silhouette looked at the stones, saying that this was the flesh of a colossus and that by eating it one could become immortal. The hero looked at them in surprise. The silhouette calmly replied that soon the whole world would turn into a new one. The unknown hero looked at the guy and said that if he wanted more flesh, then he had to make sure that it did not get in. The man was left alone with the flesh and his thoughts. The hero confidently decided that he needed to meet Dave and understand who he was. The sky above the hot springs building was getting dark. The guy bowed and asked to express his gratitude in action. Those present were incredibly happy with the free cocktails. The hunters sat down at the table and tucked their legs under themselves. Dave praised his friends for the work they had done and offered them a drink. There were calls in the hall to drink as much as possible. The girls were sitting on the other side and were also drinking drinks. Anna asked her friends if they had seen anything. The girl made a dirty joke about Dave and laughed. The hunters were shocked by such a statement. The girls continued arguing about such jokes. Clara, with irritation in her voice, asked Anna her thoughts on Dave. The girl showed the size with her hands, which caused genuine shock and surprise among her friends. A man's hand grabbed Anna by the back of the head. The girls were scared by what they saw. Dave was standing behind Anna and holding her head. The guy emitted an aura and announced the girls' further training in hell. Anna tried to get rid of her words. Dave summoned a teleport and took the girl with him. Carl and Leo watched what was happening and did not understand the guy's intentions. An offensive expression for its residents was written on the window of the house. The phone on the table rang and showed the subscriber's number. The plump girl at the laptop picked up the phone and introduced herself. The words spoken on the other side of the line surprised the girl. Old man Dave asked the girl to pass the phone to him for an important conversation. The old man took the phone and introduced himself. The building was filled with a joyful cry of a man. He was offered to collect loot in Japan. Dave hung up. The girl asked the boss if he would accept the offer, to which he thought about it. The old man arrogantly stated that the girl would stay in the office. Tom and Dave stood among the energy and discussed the portal club. The guy suggested that they were unable to bring him back from the mountain, and he ended up buried below. Dave crossed his arms and offered to fly home on a dragon. Leo and the others present wanted to fly. Two guys stood next to the car and offered to take the car. The hunters ran to the car, preparing to leave. Dave stood next to Louise, aware of the danger of flying on a dragon. The girl inquired about Anna's well-being. She turned away and walked to the car, confirming her words with guesses. Many monsters are heading towards Anna. The girl and the doll stood in a defensive pose and tried to drive the monsters away. The guy with black hair once again offered everyone a cocktail at his own expense as a token of gratitude. The guy next to him talked about his brother's cooking skills. A discussion about Dave's cocktails erupted in the stream chat. Sam moved away from the table and amused himself with the name. The phone rang on the shelf. On that line, old Dave notified the guy about Japan's invitation to collect loot. The old man told Dave about Korea's help with cocktails, and Sam supported him. Old Dave invited the guy to go with him and shoot a video, which surprised him. There were only a few people at the Hansa airport. The large board showed flight information. The plane pulled out onto the runway. The hunters were sitting inside and doing their own thing. Dave stood there confused by the first-class services. Douglas called out to Dave with telepathy. The guy clearly didn't want to start this conversation. Douglas introduced himself to the guy and told him about his job. Dave was confused that he had met a man capable of telepathy. Douglas continued to spin the conversation with his thoughts in order to offer the guy something. Dave looked at the man with distrust and asked him again. With the help of telepathy, Douglas told the guy about the imminent devastation in the world they were used to. The man continued to talk about a new world that would be rebuilt from scratch. Dave propped his chin and thought about the words he had said to him. Douglas continued to assure the guy that he was worthy of being the head of a special world. Dave immediately refused the offer, which caused confusion in the man. Douglas assumed that he did not trust his personality. He continued to persuade Dave to visit the association, to which he refused. The guy explained that he had already lived in such a world and did not intend to repeat it. Douglas got up from his chair. The man went to another place, explaining the guy's refusal by his immaturity. Dave called out to Douglas with telepathy. The man was shocked by what was happening. He clearly did not expect to meet a telepath. The head approached the guy and asked where he was from. He headed to the cabin, saying that he knew too much. Dave and Leo continued to remain in their seats. The guy remembered that he had the man's coordinates. Douglas was standing in a room with a large table, at which people in masks were sitting. One of the members of the community was eating a raw colossus intestine. The others, too, praised the taste. Liquid began to drip from the man's hand. She flowed to the floor, remaining on the carpet. The community members were amazed by the effect of the meat and felt the power within themselves. The man left without meat was unhappy. Douglas approached the man and asked for permission to use the legacy to obtain flesh. The half-man put the money on the table and demanded that he get flesh at any cost. Douglas bowed to the master and went to fulfill the order. He kept his aura under control, clenching his fist. Before leaving, the man promised himself that he would finish off the old people if he received the legacy. Dave's apartment. The guy sat with a satisfied smile and announced the official closure of the cat activity. Chase sat nearby and thanked those present for their work. The girl sitting nearby turned to Dave. She asked his permission to use the training center. Leo asked to fulfill his request. Dave looked at them and thought about how to get them there. The guy announced his intention to open a club for the sake of those present, but only after a week's rest. Everyone was happy with the guy's initiatives. Chase spoke about the need to collect loot throughout Eurasia. Tom suggested dividing the regions they would loot between their friends. Carl was surprised by Tom's speed of decision-making, to which Leo supported him. Louise asked where Anna was. Dave reluctantly answered about a possible victory over the boss, after which the girl could return home. Somewhere at a conveyor port in Japan. Old man Dave inspects containers from a ship. The old man admired his future wealth. Sam approached Dave, scratching the back of his head, and asked when he would be filming the content. The old man confidently and quickly walked down the road, calling for them to follow him. Mountainous terrain, covered with snow at the top. Sam began broadcasting to the internet and showing where he was. The chat demanded to see the cave. The guy began talking about Mount Fuji, where his brother fought. The old man noted that they were exploring the remains. The friends said goodbye to the viewers to move on. Old man Dave asked if the viewers noticed his clan's signature protective suit. The old man began to advertise his protection, listing its functions. Sam was amazed at the old man's impudence. While Dave continued talking about the suit, the guy pointed the camera deep into the crater and jumped. The old man hurried after him. A red aura raged among the wasteland and growths. A man was running along the ground. The guy was clearly running away from someone. Turning to the side, he found himself in a cave. Behind him stood a huge monster with glowing red eyes. The guy thought about dying for a better place to respawn. Dave was pleased with himself. He got up from under the umbrella and realized that he had been sleeping. While the girls were playing with the waves in the distance, Dave was indignant. Mom offered the guy to dive into the sea, to which he hesitated. Children came up to Dave and called out to him. One of the guys asked the guy his name, and the others just looked. Dave reluctantly agreed with his name, hoping that the guys would leave him alone. The children began to admire the guy and asked to show the dragon. The people around heard the guy's name and also turned their attention in his direction. Dave was in despair. He remembered Chase's words about the recognition of his personality. The guy was confused and did not understand how to respond to the fans' compliments. After a short gratitude, requests for an autograph were heard from the crowd. People admired Dave and asked him to give them strength. The guy squeezed his eyes and realized what popularity was. Light was shining through the stone pillars into the cave. Sam was climbing through a narrow cave, talking to subscribers. Someone donated on the stream, and the guy thanked him. Donations began to come in the chat with demands to go deeper. While Sam was complaining about losing strength, the chat offered a large sum of money for the guy to climb further and look for the monster. The old man called out to Sam, and the guy shone his phone at the ceiling of the cave. The voice called to him and reached the surface. The old man stood and stared at something. The guy continued filming while Dave examined the portal. A discussion began in the chat about the rank of this portal. The old man drew the guy's attention to a cube standing nearby. A donation of 100 million won came into the chat. Sam was shocked by such money and could not say a word. Leo and Clara stood in a long corridor and looked into the distance. The guy asked about a secret training center that was no better than the usual one, to which the girl was surprised. The door to the street opened behind them. Other hunters entered the building through it. The friends turned to each other and informed each other about the imminent arrival of the teacher. Anna took the doll in her hand and promised to call him if he was late. A man's hand fell on the girl's head, which caused her surprise. Dave stood behind Anna and called on his friends to start training. The guy looked at Leo and Clara and declared their possible unsuitability for training. Dave snapped his fingers to transfer the friends to another place. A large pink portal appeared in front of the hunters. Those present showed curiosity. The friends found themselves in a large vacant lot surrounded by smoke. Carl examined the area and admitted that it was spacious. Louise said that she had heard about this place somewhere, to which the guy was surprised. Anna looked into the distance and talked about her previous training in this arena. Clara joked with Anna about her accident in Japan, to which the girl ordered her to shut up. Dave stood with a confident look and suggested moving on to special training. The girls thought about the words and were slightly surprised. Dave turned around and noted that the hunters were not ready for a strong boss. Leo said resentfully about the ease of destroying ordinary monsters, unlike portal ones. The sword cut the air. Dave ordered the hunters to fight him instead of the boss. The friends were shocked by such a statement. The guy arrogantly asked if they were ready. After the spell, the area was covered in fire, and an explosion thundered. In the cave basement of the temple, the portal was shining not high above the ground and changing color. Old Man Dave climbed out of it and looked around. Sam wanted to get out, but fell due to the sharp movement of the old man. The partners watched a large elevation in the distance. Sam took out a camera and asked the old man where they were. Old Dave was looking into the distance and complaining about the pitch darkness. The guy offered the old man to leave, but he refused, not wanting to disappoint the viewers. Sam stood behind his partner while he was pondering the appearance of the monsters in Portal F. A fountain of red liquid began to break through from under the ground. The friends were amazed at what they saw and continued to watch, doing nothing. The liquid turned out to be sticky slime that stuck to the ceiling. The old man asked the frightened Dave to be quiet and not to give away their location. The slime continued to come out of the hole and stick to the ceiling. The old man asked Sam not to go far from the portal. Dave went to meet the strange slime, leaving the guy alone. Approaching the cave, the old man stopped. Dave looked inside and covered his mouth with his hand, not wanting to smell it. The old man was surprised by what he saw. There were many red heads on the floor of the hole. The creatures were asking for help and moving. The old man looked at what was happening and thought. Dave wanted to offer Sam to go back. The old man turned around and hit his head on something solid. In front of him stood a 2-meter-tall creature in armor. The strange man asked Dave how they got here. The old man ordered the guy to run back into the portal. The creature turned around and looked at Sam. The guy stumbled toward the portal. The monster took off and ran toward him at great speed. Sam managed to run into the portal, and the creature's hand was stopped by a force field. The man continued to look into the portal. He stuck his hand in there, but could not get into the normal dimension. The man commented on the gate in surprise. He turned around, but Dave was no longer there. The creature was amazed at the impudence of the lower creatures. Sam flew out of the portal, hiding the camera from damage. A discussion began in the chat about the jackpot he earned for this trip. The guy looked at the camera and tearfully declared the horror of his viewers while they argued in the chat. Sam turned off the stream, and in the chat, people did not understand what happened. The phone vibrated on the table. Chase took it and looked at who was calling him. The line asked for urgent help. Chase heard Sam's voice and was surprised. The guy continued to talk about their director being captured by a portal with a monster. Chase was horrified by what he heard. Leo swung at Dave. The guy raised his sword and reflected his friend's attack. Carl decided to use an electric shock on the teacher. Dave reflected his attack with his hand. Louise was holding a gun behind the guy. Dave liked the girl's mood. The guy fenced himself off with an aura, which disappointed Louise. Dave clenched his fist and summoned a volcano. He stuck his sword into the ground, and an aura rose from below. A layer of fire formed around the guy, which held back the hunters. The friends looked at what was happening and were surprised. The fire rose higher and smoke filled the surface of the earth. Clara crossed her hands and summoned an energy shield. Dave stood in the epicenter of the energy hurricane, while his friends tried to escape from its embrace. The guy lowered his head and pulled a sword from the ground. He noted that the hunters had improved their coordination and were already able to withstand one blow. Leo turned away and said that they were not giving it their all. Anna and Clara tried to pick up the curse skill to defeat Dave. Chase sent a message. The guy stood in confusion and looked at the contents of the letter. The guy on the screen asked Dave for urgent help. He wondered what happened. Dave's building was now his personal one. A car slowed down at high speed. The car stopped at the porch of the building. It was a convoy of operatives who ran out of vans. The crowd ran to the door. In front of the entrance, a team of operatives lined up in 2 rows and waited for the commander. The squad leader opened the door of the van for someone inside. A girl got out of the car. There was a pink aura on the ceiling. The hunters looked at it in surprise. Anna jumped up and ran to the toilet. The girl accidentally bumped into Chase, who was walking towards his friends. Dave asked irritably why the guy couldn't be left alone. The guy explained that he had taken on the responsibility of collecting loot in Japan, which made Dave angry. Someone clapped their hands and attracted the attention of the others. The guy said that he was taking a vacation to go to Japan. While the friends were talking, the rest of the hunters did not understand what they were talking about. Dave noticed people approaching in the distance. They were operatives and a girl in glasses. Chase was scared when he saw her. The girl slammed her heel on the floor and attracted the attention of the others. Nia introduced herself and turned to Dave. The girl demanded to follow her as a witness, which caused confusion in the guy. Chase said that this was not an order of the association that must be followed. Dave assumed that she was ordered to catch him. Nia corrected the guy, to which he made a confident face. Clara did not know that the association did not have compulsory powers. Nia crossed her arms and said that one of the hunters was suspected of opening the gate. Carl and Louise prepared their weapons for battle to defend their interests. Chase turned to Mia and offered to leave them for a while. The girl reached for the earpiece and reported on the difficulties of the operation. She ordered to activate the legacy. The operative stood nearby and accepted the order for the legacy. The man pulled the lever and moved it. An energy field appeared around the box. The sphere engulfed Dave's building and sealed it. Louise and Carl were outraged by what was happening. Leo realized his inability to use the skills in the sphere. Dave looked at what was happening and thought. The guy frowned and commented on what was happening. He understood that if he destroyed the seal, the entire building would be destroyed. Mia stated that it was impossible to use powers and asked to obey her. Dave agreed to go with the girl, which worried Chase. The guy dialed someone's number and started calling, arousing Mia's interest. Anna was on the other end of the line and asked what was needed from her. Dave asked where the girl was, to which she said she was leaving town. The guy laughed and asked about the skill Anna had recently acquired. The girl confirmed the guy's words. Dave smiled happily. He asked Anna to use it right now. Dave demanded that Anna use this skill right now. Anna was confused, but refused. The guy was perplexed by the girl's answer. She was afraid that Dave would scold her and asked not to interfere. The guy began to persuade Anna to use the skill immediately. The girl hung up, and Dave despaired. The guy put the phone away and started scolding Anna for disobedience. Mia asked the guy to go with her. Carl and Louise objected and refused to follow them. Leo and Clara demanded that the operatives leave their building peacefully. The soldiers slammed their boots on the floor. Mia said that their lives were their choice. Dave put his hands in his pockets and refused to follow the operatives. The guy called on magic. There was a bang in Dave's place and the guy disappeared. Chase was shocked by what he saw. Clara suggested that he used a skill, which was followed by questions from Carl. Mia transmitted information over the earpiece about the need to inspect the area. One of the operatives passed the information to the others. Mia said that the hunters would have to stay with her until their subordinates found Dave. There was anger on the friends' faces. Peter received a sealed letter from the association. The girl stood over the chairman and listened to his clarification. She handed the letter to Peter, to which he showed interest. The letter stated that Dave was suspected of participating in the attack on the Gate of the World. Peter was shocked by what he read. After what he had done, he was set up like that. The man ordered his secretary to call someone. Dave stood outside and looked into the distance. Anna stood in front of the guy and asked him to eat her ice cream. Dave took the cone from her hand. He tried the sweetness, and there was a pause. The guy began to swear and resent Anna's ability to read people's moods. Dave headed to the side and called the girl to come with him. Dave's apartment building, midday. The operatives crowded at the entrance to the landing and discussed the search plan. Ron called out to the soldiers and asked what they were doing on foreign soil. The operative explained that they were carrying out a mission for their superiors. Ron accused the lead soldier of being insignificant. The other operatives paid attention to what was happening. They extended blades from their wrists and glared at the guy. The commander demanded that Ron behave and not cause trouble for himself. The boy ordered the cavalry to prepare for battle. Behind him, men with electric swords stood in a fighting stance. There was a flash between the commanders of the two special forces. Dave found himself between them, rising to his feet. The operative demanded that the boy be taken. A group of soldiers headed towards Dave. He snapped his fingers and called for a territory substitution. The operatives were stunned by the movement. Ron watched as so many people disappeared. The boy could not believe his eyes. The soldiers found themselves in a mushroom garden. The crowd did not understand where they appeared. A man with chains on his hands stood on the ground. It was Dave's army of monsters. Armed creatures stood in front of the soldiers and prepared to attack. The operatives ran to the attack, calling for all the creatures to be dealt with. Both groups moved towards each other. The first blows were delivered by Dave's creatures, defeating the first row of attackers. Giant tentacles appeared behind the soldiers, causing them to fear. An unknown squid grabbed several operatives, squeezing them tightly. A soldier who was dying demanded that Dave show himself to them. The creature threw the soldier a decent distance away. The man was covered in dust, holding his shoulder and trying to get to his feet. The guy approached the soldier lying on the ground. Dave stood motionless, looking the man in the eyes. He called upon mind control and changed his own color. The soldier fell to his knees and asked him to stop. His eyes became large and his mouth involuntarily opened. Dave lands near his house. Ron watches the guy in the vortex flows. He turned to Dave and asked where all the operatives had gone. The guy said that he had taken the people prisoner. Dave turned his attention to the top floors of his house. An explosion thundered above, engulfing half the building. Mia flew out of the window, followed by Leo and Louise. Dave was outraged by what was happening and shuddered. Louise with one eye swung at the girl with the desire to finish her off. Mia turned into a robot. She covered herself in a protective suit that imitated the appearance of a robot. Leo was flying down to the girl and swung. Mia parried the guy's blow, but it did not save her from falling. The robot sensed the speed of the fall and managed to despair. When the guy pushed the girl to the ground, there was a hard blow to the ground. Louise and Leo landed without injuries with the help of skills. There was a through hole in the asphalt where Mia ran. Leo was furious at the missed target. Dave teleported in front of his friends while Ron talked to Leo. The robot quickly moves along the city street. Mia in armor notified the authorities about the seal failure and the further retreat of the operatives. Suddenly, the girl heard Dave's voice offering her to go with him. The girl was not ready for such a meeting. A blow to the neck followed from behind, causing Mia to fall. The robot was lying face down and trying to get up. Dave looked at the girl's body turning into a human. Mia was lying unconscious in front of him. Dave said that he was wasting his time, he needed to get to Japan. Sam was sitting in a cave on the other side of the portal and waiting for help. The guy and Clara were watching the guy from behind a rock. They were discussing whether he could be left alone here. Dave landed on the ground from a great height. The friends were happy to see the guy. Sam started crying with happiness. Dave assumed that his brother was causing trouble. The guy ran towards the savior with tears in his eyes. He asked for help on the other side of the portal. Dave pushed the guy away from himself and told him to tell him what happened. Sam said that there was an alien in the portal, and the old man sacrificed himself so that the guy could escape without consequences. Dave assumed that there were a large number of strangers in the portal. 2 hunters offered the guy reinforcements. Dave refused and asked to take Sam away. The guy wished him luck without turning around and went into the portal. Sam started crying again, and the hunters were interested in Dave's skills. Old man Dave asks for help and covers his mouth from the unpleasant smells. He has been hiding in the pit with the dead for a long time. The old man suggested that they should wait for help, which would definitely come. Gas began to rise from under the ground, which caused extreme excitement in the man. The remains of the dead began to release slime, to which Dave could not help them. Even more bodies began to spew slime. Dave's sword cut the tongues of slime. The guy was perplexed by the sight. The old man began to ask Dave for help from the pit. The alien quickly ran towards the hunter. The guy did not expect the attack and did not have time to repel it. The alien threw him back several meters. The creature was satisfied with Dave's arrival. A faceless female silhouette rose into the air. She ordered the guy to die. The creature released several large appendages. She landed and approached Dave. The guy was sitting on the ground and complaining about the unfriendliness of his enemies. The alien asked the creature to gain strength, to which she responded that her powers were limited in this place. Dave rose from the ground and shook himself. The guy smiled and asked if they were ready for battle. The girl put her hand towards the pit. The contents began to splash more vigorously. The old man was sitting at the bottom and praying for his life. The girl guessed about the guy's inclinations. Dave insulted her and prepared for battle. Dave gritted his teeth and used Mana Release. A huge stream of magic appeared. People covered their faces with their hands, trying to stay on their feet. One of the heroes was surprised that the guy had so much power hidden in him. Dave held a sword in his hands, looking at the floor. The guy gritted his teeth and decided that there was no need to feel sorry for everyone. The hero looked ahead, opening the way to oblivion. The guys were still trying to resist the guy's magic. The girl and the man looked away in fear and displeasure. There was a huge body in the womb. The hero's eyes opened sharply. Many souls rushed towards the destination. The heroine and the man fought with the sword in quick movements, trying to kill all the skeletons. The girl looked at Dave with displeasure. The hero, with a sly smile on his face, told them to feel the pain of their flesh being torn apart and their blood being sucked out to the last drop. The man gritted his teeth, looking at Dave. There was magic to the side. One of the guys was kneeling. The man was at the bottom of the womb. The hero, looking at the floor, replied that it looked like something sinister was coming to this dark continent and the guy in the womb needed to be removed for a while. Large hands pointed forward. A tornado was appearing in the distance. A laser beam began to fly from the man's finger. The force was directed toward the ground, creating an explosion. The man, gritting his teeth, screamed about the glory of Hexaton. The hero's face angrily screamed for everyone to die. Many magic arrows were aimed at the guy. The hero continued to scream loudly about the glory of Hexaton. A strong stream of magic began to fly toward the girl. The laser was quickly directed toward the ground. A golden hoop began to appear near the heroes, flying above them. Dave looked at the people with a calm face, telling them to come out. Various bodies began to come out everywhere. Many wolf-shaped monsters looked around with anger. Something fell to the ground. The wolf boss held onto his sword and watched everything closely. The pack of monsters looked at the heroes, holding their swords tightly. Dave looked ahead and shouted forward. The silhouettes quickly headed towards the people. The boss of the monsters, waving his weapon, ran at the girl. The heroine propped up his weapon with hers and shouted, "Don't you dare do that." A large foot stepped on the ground. The hero opened his mouth wide. The man looked at the floor, shouting at the Colossus. The hero looked at the huge monster, shouting that it had not yet fully recovered. The Colossus continued to look around, shouting loudly. Feet stepped deep into the ground. The villain quickly rushed forward, leaving air behind him. The hero looked ahead, calling for the Hexaton. Dave took out his weapon, shouting that this was the end. The magic began to approach again. All the heroes stood in the place where it was flying. The man looked at the sky in fear. The huge monster held his fists tightly. Dave looked at his black flame with confusion. The monster was standing in one of the places, holding some kind of magic thing. The hero was screaming in fear to his assistant. The monster was waving his hand. The flock was quickly heading towards the hero. An explosion was appearing through the ground. Dave was calmly standing next to the explosion. One of the heroes was screaming in fear for some reason. The stones were rising high up. The main hero was looking at the guy, realizing that his abilities were not working on her. The main hero was looking towards one of the men. Dave was looking at him attentively, saying that he thought that was all. An explosion was appearing across the territory. The man was looking at him with one eye in confusion. The hero was surprised and at the same time scared, asking himself what it was. Dave was looking away. The man was screaming in fear to the guy, asking what he was doing. The hero with a sword approached the passenger so that he fell. Something began to fly to the ground. The man was looking away with confusion and fear. Dave was answering with a sly smile that he had understood everything anyway. The red portal quickly took the hero. The hole was slowly closing. Smoke was rushing across the entire area. Dave quickly ran as he was told, and the second man tried to succeed. The main character said that such a giant was already too much. A large building. Two men looked closely at the car. One of them quickly moved its wheels. The man adjusted his cap and said that it was easier to ask to do something else. The other agent watched the car. Suddenly Dave began to look forward in surprise. An empty corridor. The investigator's office was written on the inscriptions. On the chair was the silhouette of an unconscious girl. The heroes were sitting opposite each other in the yard. One of the heroes looked at the screen and did not understand why the man wanted to arrest Dave for the fact that he simply did not exist. The door opened. One of the heroines quickly ran into the director's office. The man looked at this askance, saying that this could not be. The hero shouted louder and louder in Russian. Aslan stood next to the director, taking pictures of him and asking to take a picture. Someone from the room shouted for them to stop. Aslan laughed, shouting at the girl that Dasha had become a pathetic little person. The director looked at the floor with interest and asked if he was not here to free him. The man opened his mouth angrily, shouting that it was very rude. Aslan stood calmly next to the children. The hero clenched his teeth, shouting that she should not be released. Aslan, with a smile on his face, held his hands up and said that she had come to her. The handcuffs were removed from the pipe. The hero looked at everyone with displeasure and replied that they were causing great disrespect by not performing any procedures. The fists clenched tightly. The man quickly flew at the hero, asking to check his number 1 in rank as the director was gathering a ball in his hand. The fists and hand were trying to reach each other. The other hand was in the way. Aslan stood between the two people, spreading his arms. The hero with a smile on his face asked them to behave cleaner. The man looked away in surprise, realizing that if the powers were gone. The director looked at the guys carefully, saying that the power that Dave possessed was very strong and they needed to explore it. The man with a dissatisfied face shouted that he did not agree. Aslan thoughtfully said that Dave had done an excellent job. The hero looked at the guys, asking them to check all the data. The heroes with calm faces answered that this was not a problem. The man looked ahead with dissatisfaction and said that they would discuss it within their association, and then provide an answer. Aslan said that he would take his subordinates with him. The hero and the director went into the room. The man asked the director with confusion why she was all performing so poorly. She answered. The hero asked the guy with interest if he could stop them, if he could just stop first. The man looked ahead and was angry that he could do nothing about it. The door opened. The director stood next to his troops, saying that they all started from the first sheet anyway. The heroine shouted loudly for everyone to return to the recreation center and not leave there. Many soldiers answered that she did not mind. New system windows appeared, where it was said that rest was needed due to exhaustion. Dave thought with incomprehension about how he could waste his strength without doing anything. Two guys cried loudly and hugged each other tightly. The girl looked at Dave, not understanding what kind of gate it was. The hero, looking into the distance, answered that it seemed that the teleportation gate that he left was strange. Dave, with a smile on his face, said that they were directly connected to the base. The main character kept his hands on his chest and said that they would not come here right away. Two guys bowed to the hero, thanking him for changing and giving life. The hero turned to the guys and looked at them attentively, answering that they had an income. The boy looked at the floor. The protagonist looked away in confusion. The guy bowed, asking to hold a fan meeting. Dave looked at the heroes in confusion, not knowing what to tell them. One of the men answered with a sly smile on his face that the number of fans all over the world had increased due to the incident with the broken gate. The surprised guys heard Dave agree about the meeting. The guy asked the hero in surprise if it was true. Dave with a fake smile began to say to do it together. The protagonist smiled, saying that all the participants were there. The guy opened his mouth wide. Steam came from the monster's leg. He swung his hand. The monster struck the ground. He grabbed many people in his hand. He crushed them. The monster's eyes were glowing red. The priest was kneeling and saying that the Colossus was resurrected ahead of time. There was not enough blood for it yet. The monster looked at them and said that he was thirsty. Dave frowned. The man was sitting next to him. The protagonist asked him with an angry expression if he wanted to say that Aslan's power had overcome him and taken away all the prisoners who were in his way. The man looked away and apologized. He folded his arms and said that Aslan himself, by coincidence, had asked the Korean Association to test his awakening power. Dave asked again. The furious protagonist asked why he needed to be tested. The man replied that the behavior of the World Association was beyond his comprehension. Dave folded his arms and asked what they, the local association, should do. The man adjusted his tie and said they had not yet come to a conclusion due to a number of overlapping issues. The protagonist, looking displeased, suggested they just say no. Laura pointed and noted that the WA was pressuring them to license the ether core fusion technology. She added that since fusion technology was used throughout the energy industry, they could not simply refuse the WA's demands. At the table, Dave asked if the World Association had the copyright to the fusion plant. Laura replied that he had understood correctly. Looking around the room, he called them a bunch of overpaid fools. Frowning, he said it was time to act. The man, taken aback, noted that the association would take immediate action then. Dave noted that a fan meeting first. Stunned, Laura asked about the fan meeting. Evening light enveloped the desert. We are transported to Iraq, Mesopotamian ruins. There was a purple glow from the ruins. The light came from the quarry. We are transferred to the dungeon of the Tower of Babel. A bright glow came from it. Robots were mining crystals. Purple light came from the robots. The man watched what was happening and thought that this was an ancient legacy of Babylon. Holding the stone in his hands, he noted that Babylonian ore could neutralize enemy forces. Douglas presented the gate cube and emphasized that it was also made of this stone. The guy approached him and addressed him. The dumbfounded guy said that the Korean Association contacted him and the protagonist agreed to undergo the test of the World Association, but there was one condition. Douglas asked about the condition with a serious look. Holding the back of his head, the guy said that Douglas and Aslan should visit the protagonist at his fan meeting. Dumbfounded Douglas asked again about the fan meeting. Sam greeted the subscribers with a cheerful look and stated that he had returned from hell and was there to say that they were welcome. The old man noted with a smile on his face that he had also survived. Sam bowed and thanked the donor. He saw that his number of viewers was over 300,000. Sam was taken aback, and in his mind he wondered if this number was real. He saw how the number of viewers was growing and noted that this needed to be dealt with. Sam remembered how he and the old man were scared and said that if it were not for the main character, their companion in the hunting trials, they would have died. Sam, dumbfounded, asked for help. He imagined Dave and stated that he showed up on the morning of the third day after he was trapped and told him about the situation at the gate and freed him. The old man sighed. He remembered holding his head and noted that it was a terrible place. He imagined red streams of energy and said that the first thing he saw was a bunch of people in a pit and there were children, women, men, all races. The child hugged his mother. The dumbfounded old man said that their blood was being sucked in by gravity and he could only watch because he was so helpless. The old man said with a serious expression that he heard people screaming, heard their thirst, their pain, and they were all dying. Frightened, Sam thought about the more than 300,000 crazy viewers on the air. Clenching his hand into a fist, the old man said that he barely survived this time of suffering. He swung his fist and screamed that at that moment Dave said bang. Sam was holding the phone in his hands. He was looking at the phone and screaming that it was the main character. Looking at the microphone, Sam clarified if Dave wanted him to turn on speakerphone. He brought the phone to the microphone and noted that the main character was on speakerphone. From the phone came Dave's voice, who greeted everyone. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist suggested that they were interested and could ask all their questions at the fan meeting in a week. He noted with a serious expression that the venue was the World Hunters Association building. A pause sign appeared on the screen. Sam, dumbfounded, assumed that the server had crashed, noting that they were off the air. Holding the phone in his hands, Sam heard Dave thank him for his work. A tearful Sam noticed that the protagonist had called his name. Dave took the phone away from his ear. Purple energy was coming from it. He thought that before he destroyed the otherworldly fools, he would first remove the extraneous trash. The plot takes us to the World Hunters Association building. The building was enveloped in a bright light. The guys were discussing how they could not believe that they were holding a fan meeting there. Holding his hands to the back of his head, Aslan said that he had never been to a fan meeting before. Putting his hands in his pockets, Douglas asked if they were ready to trap the beast in a cage. The girl said that she had covered the floor with the Babylonian stone that they had managed to scrape together. Turning around, she emphasized that even an SSS ranked hunter would turn into nothing if the magic circle was activated. Closing his eyes, Aslan asked if they had given up on the idea of locking him up and using him. Douglas's eyes began to glow and he said that if they could not feed on his unknown powers, his meeting with his fans would turn into a funeral. We are transported to the Hunter's Hall. Daylight enveloped the building. James grabbed the cube and announced that everyone was there. He tried to crush the cube. A portal opened in front of him. The protagonist stepped out of the portal. Dave closed his eyes. He noted with a smile that the teleportation gate was convenient. Louise saw James and was taken aback. She took his hands and asked how he was. James replied that he was fine thanks to her. He looked at the protagonist and stated that he owed him too much and was always grateful to him for guiding their younger students. Putting his hands in his pockets, Dave asked how Dr. Goat was doing. James said that he was excited about the research on the dimensional gate that he had recently sent him and that the doctor said that he would have significant results soon. Aslan raised his hand and greeted the big star. The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression. Anna and Louise were surprised. Aslan approached him and told him that he had learned that if you translate the meaning of the word Disung into English, it would be a big star. The protagonist pointed at him and asked who said that he could capture him at will. Taken aback, Louise wondered if this was okay. Raising his hands, Aslan stated that he was just doing what he was told. He smirked and said that President Ryong was the darkness of the world and that he needed to be beaten. The boys were taken aback by what they heard. Dave wondered with a serious expression what this fool was trying to do. As he walked away from them, he said that he had a room for them at the 7th hotel anyway and asked them to follow him. The boys watched him closely. A bright light was coming from the building. Douglas was studying the documents. The girl came up to him and informed him that the protagonist's group had gone to the room prepared by Director Aslan. Sitting at the table, Douglas gave the order to strengthen the perimeter around the hotel where he was staying and to thoroughly check everyone he came into contact with. Smiling, the girl asked why he was trying to catch Dave at a fan meeting when there would be so many people tomorrow. Grinning, Douglas asked if it was true that the more people, the better for them. The day of the meeting arrived. The blue sky surrounded the building. A crowd of people had gathered outside. Many people were walking to the meeting. The line moved along the corridor. Holding the microphone to her mouth, the girl said that she was in the Hunters Hall of Fame in New York and that today there were a lot of people gathered around the Hall of Fame. She gave the microphone to the guy and asked him to tell her where he was from. The guy said that his name was Harry and he was an A-class hunter from Chicago. Harry said with a serious look that he had lost 2 family members during the last incident, and that today he was going to get information about the aliens and go to their base. The girl walked away from him and wished him luck. The plot takes us backstage at the Hunters Hall. Dave looked at his comrades. Closing his eyes, he noted that he wanted to say something before the event began. The guys listened to him with a serious look. Bright lights came on the stage. Sam came out on the stage. He noted with a frightened look that he was more nervous than when the monsters were chasing him at the gates of Tybalt. He held the microphone in his hands. He raised his hand and introduced himself, noting that he would be hosting a fan meeting with Dave this year. The guys were shouting loudly. Raising his hand above his head, he announced that they were starting a fan meeting with the most powerful hunter in the world. The main character's mother was sitting in front of the TV. The girl was sitting in front of the laptop. There was a bright light in the hall. Douglas was watching what was happening. Taking his hand away, Sam announced that he would now call Dave and asked him to greet him with applause. The main character walked out onto the stage. Anna began to look around. Dave took the microphone in his hand. Standing in front of the people, the main character asked how they were doing. A loud scream began to be heard in the hall. People looked at the ceiling and asked if the power was out. The stage was blue. Harry was shouting loudly. Dave stood with a serious face. Frowning, the main character asked if he should have time for an opening speech. Louise assumed with a serious expression that the enemy was up to something. Flashes of energy appeared on the stage. The protagonist saw a red portal. The girls stared at the portal. A huge orc came out of it. The frightened people started shouting that there was a magic circle and monsters. Many monsters came out of the portal. Dave closed his eyes and said that he hadn't thought of that and that he was already using a new trick. The protagonist put his fingers to the earpiece and ordered the magic circle to be destroyed. Tom stood next to the soldiers and accepted the order. He said with a serious expression that they were in business. A blue light was coming from the tank. The girl watched it. Adjusting her glasses, she ordered the etheric core to be replaced. The soldiers started replacing it. The soldier watched her. He picked up the chip. He inserted it into the device. Everything lit up with blue light. The girl turned around and saw the soldier. The gates started opening. Many people's eyes were glowing red. The girl was stunned. She began to transform and asked what was going on. Tom rushed at her. She blocked his blow. She jumped in front of him. She kicked him. Tom flew into the wall. He held his hands in front of him. She looked at the soldiers. The girl rushed at the army. The girl dealt many blows to the soldiers. Turning around, Tom declared that they would start with the ceiling circle. Frowning, the soldier declared that he would stop him. The monsters began to scream. The people ran away from the crowd of orcs. The protagonist stood on the stage. He He smirked and asked if it was faster than he thought. Turning around, he said that the seal was broken. Anna screamed with a smile that this was a cool fan meeting. She used ant poison and red energy began to flow from her. Mana began to bind the monster. She dealt a powerful magic blow to them. Louise began to fire her pistols. The monsters were furious. People started watching what was happening and asked if Dave had opened the portal. They watched as the main character and his comrades killed orcs. Dave was holding a blade in his hands. He smirked and suggested that they stretch a bit. Douglas slammed his hand on the table. Dumbfounded, he asked what had happened. The girl opened the door. She ran into the room and said that there was a traitor inside and the team with the sealing device had been captured. She looked at the door. They turned around. The soldier had been electrocuted. The corpses were lying on the stairs. Holding the blade in his hands, Leo noted that this was the only place without an elevator. Carl said that it was hard to see the commander. Pink energy was flying at them. Frowning, Chloe used a shield of light. She repelled the attack. Clutching his head, Aslan said that his skill was not working. Leo grabbed his blade. Frowning, he said that he would take care of him and that the two of them should go to the president. Aslan thoughtfully asked if they were going to take Douglas, noting that he would have let them go, but Leo lunged at him. Aslan sent pink threads at him. Leo was tied up. Aslan turned away, saying that this guy was too strong and the other two couldn't stop him. Chloe, stone-faced, asked if he meant to tell them to leave. Carl cast Lightning Storm and channeled the energy. Looking at the door, Chloe asked what happened, noting that attacks weren't working on that door. Carl, looking serious, asked if that was absolute protection. Chloe turned around, looking dumbfounded. They began to knock on the door. Looking at Douglas, she suggested that they take cover, noting that if they couldn't block Dave's power, even Aslan wouldn't be able to stop him. Taking the cube in his hands, Douglas stated that they would take the stone later when the time was right. The blade pierced their door. Dumbfounded, Douglas mentally asked if he had the strength to break through the barrier. A powerful explosion was heard. The girl and Douglas were dumbfounded. The protagonist stood in front of them. He smirked and asked why they had to ruin his fan meeting. Aslan tried his best to hold back his blows. Leo gritted his teeth and held two swords, activating his aura. He dealt many blows, using Dance of the Night. The opponent put out his fist and frowned, activating his web armor. Leo continued to strike, but could not break through the armor. Aslan angrily approached the frightened guy. Leo quickly jumped up, raising his sword. The opponent stood in front of him, clenching his fists. The man smiled, wiping the blood from his face and asked what was wrong. He was quite strong, right? Leo frowned and said that he was ranked first in the world. Aslan licked the blood from his fingers and talked about the world ranking. He smiled and said that he was actually number 2 in the world. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what he was talking about. The opponent closed his eyes and raised his head and said that if the two of them fought and died together, then he could really become number 1 in the world. He opened his eyes and looked at them in surprise. They looked at the crowd behind them. Many people were running, and Louise and Anna were asking everyone to evacuate outside. The hall was dangerous. Let them move if they did not want to die. People were running anxiously and shouting that they needed to get out of there, move forward and run immediately. Aslan looked at them thoughtfully. Douglas adjusted his tie and said that he was surprised that he managed to break through the absolute barrier. Dave smiled and frowned and said that if he was going to pull a prank, he chose the right person. The man stood in front of the guy with the guys and asked if he was a real person. He did not see much difference between him and otherworldly entities. The protagonist was angry and asked why he was dealing with the otherworldly. Douglas looked at him and asked if he hadn't made a deal with them and received their power. He introduced many monsters and said that ordinary awakened ones might not feel it, but the aura waves emitted by his minions were perfect for the monsters coming out of the gate. The man looked at the aggressive Dave and asked how he would explain the monstrous auras emanating from his body. Was he sure he couldn't use the auras that awakened ones use? Chloe covered her mouth and told Carl that it seemed like Dave had stopped him. The guy ran and asked Douglas to wait. The man looked at Carl in surprise and asked what he wanted. The guy put his hands on his hips and smiled and said that he was the number 1 hunter from Korea. He looked at him and said that Dave was the universe's number 1 hunter, not like their Douglas. The guy extended 2 fingers towards him and indignantly said that he didn't recognize him because his eyes were rotten. Douglas closed his eyes and said that he must have been too shallow. The man got angry and said that he was insulted by such a worthless scum hunter like him. Chloe calmed down the furious Carl, who clenched his fist and shouted that he really called him a worthless hunter. Did he really mean him? The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled and said that this place was no different from hell. He had met fools like him in hell more than once, but after his beatings they always told the truth. He frowned and said that the same thing awaited him. The man looked at him in surprise. Douglas got angry and, shouting, activated the super awakened paladin. He acquired a new form and a hammer with a shield. Carl and Chloe covered themselves in shock from the shield of light. Douglas swung at the protagonist and used a condemnation blow. Dave extended his hand with mana and activated aura skill compensation. The opponent struck, but the guy managed to hold it back. Douglas looked on in fear and thought that this was the power of the aura. The man flew back to the wall. The protagonist swung his fist furiously and asked why he was so surprised. He thought hunters were supposed to use auras. He hit his opponent in the face with all his might. The guy furiously beat the man. Douglas flew to the side. There was a powerful explosion. The man lay powerless on the ground. He opened his eyes. The opponent stood up in front of the protagonist. He looked at his hand in surprise and saw blood. The man clenched his teeth and called the guy a fool. Dave covered his mouth with his hand and activated the aura skill Stealth. The man watched as the guy disappeared into the vortex in front of him. He stood in surprise in front of the energy flow and thought about the aura skill Stealth. Douglas was struck by the energy flow and coughed. He knelt down, covering himself with a shield. The opponent created a dome around himself and activated a holy shield. The protagonist stubbornly tried to break through the shield. He struck the shield with his sword. The man, gritting his teeth, looked fearfully through the crack. Dave stood in front of the man, cutting the shield in half. He raised the sword and bit his lip, activating a strong aurora strike. The man held the handle of the hammer with all his might. The weapon flew up. Douglas stood with his hand raised up, and his hammer landed on the floor. The protagonist frowned and asked what kind of paladin is a godless fool. The man looked at him fearfully and clenched his teeth. The sword pierced his chest through and through. The opponent coughed. He looked at him and lightning came out of his eyes. Dave looked menacingly at the enemy and activated the wrath of the King of Hell. The guy held the sword inside, and the opponent screamed, burning in the flames. Douglas was surrounded by fire and he screamed loudly. The protagonist pulled the sword out of him and a huge flame appeared. The man was burning out and saying that it was so futile. A notification appeared that the guy had killed the Colossus flesh. The materialization level was 100%. The first level demon seal was opened. The protagonist was enveloped in flames of energy and his hair stood on end. A stream of fire pierced the building and passed through the clouds. The guy's energy enveloped the planet and moved into space. Dave stood in demonic armor and exuded energy. He raised his hand and said that he did not know the seal was broken until he hit the ground. The guy frowned, put his fist on his chest and activated soul imprisonment. Many fiery chains appeared from his body. Douglas was enveloped in chains and clenched his teeth. A notification appeared that successful demonization greatly increases the capacity of the soul prison. This soul is imprisoned. The guy watched as the man knelt down and activated resurrection at his command. Douglas closed his eyes and asked the master to give him an order. The protagonist looked down at him arrogantly. The CNN news anchor was saying that there had been a gate breach in Hunter's Hall last night. They would be sending them an interview with President Douglas, who was at the scene. The man was adjusting his tie and smiling as he said that thanks to the heroic efforts of Hunter Dave and his colleagues, the gate breach had been successfully stopped. He was convinced that Hunter Dave was a treasure for humanity. 3 old men were sitting at a table and looking at the screen. One of them folded his arms and said, "Didn't Douglas say he had more flesh? Can't believe he was messing around." And the other replied that the flesh eaters were having a party. The door to the office opened. The old man turned around. The protagonist, throwing his sword over his shoulder, smiled and asked why there were only 3 of them. The old man called for security in fear. The men ran through the building. Many people surrounded Dave. He stood calmly in the middle of them. The old man looked at him and shouted that each of them was better than an S-class hunter and he didn't know how he got here. Fire chains appeared. They enveloped the frightened people. The men watched in shock as their bodies were bound by chains. Dave stood in the middle of the chained people. He threw the burning chain on the floor. The guy yawned and asked if that was all. The old men looked at him in fear. It was getting dark near the building. Douglas watched as the protagonist walked towards him. The man knelt down on one knee and called him his master. The guy frowned and asked why there were only 3 of them. The man closed his eyes and replied that the flesh eaters wouldn't come here anymore. They were hunting them as an organization. If they realized that 3 out of the 6 were dead, they would hide in the corners even more willingly. Dave turned his head and said that it was inconvenient. He couldn't do anything about it. Maybe he should hang up a few more warning signs so that they would be more stealthy. There was a powerful explosion in the building behind them. The main character passed by the man and, smiling, called him to follow him. The building was burning with a huge flame. The plot moves us to a night city. The bar sign was glowing. The bartender was wiping a glass. Aslan was drinking at the bar. He pushed the glass away and frowned and said that he was such a fool. He hoped he would die soon. He turned to the girl behind him. Aslan looked at the girl in glasses and asked if she had escaped successfully, and she asked about the current president. The man, closing his eyes, poured himself a drink and said that he was not the president, but just a puppet controlled by Dave. The girl looked at him silently. She sat down next to him with her arms crossed and asked what they should do now. She sat and said that President Douglas was the one who had taken care of her, an orphan, all these years. The man clapped his hands. Aslan brought the glass to his face and told her to pretend that there was a car accident and move on. Dave's auras are a different world than theirs. The girl bit her lip and said that it can't be. The door to the bar opened. The guys turned to see a man who had fallen face down. Aslan looked at her in fear. All the people at the tables were dead. The man frowned and thought that he had never felt this aura before. Susie from the third rank of heaven appeared in front of them and called them small people. The girl said in fear that something was wrong with her body. Aslan watched her fall from her chair. He looked at the girl lying down in fear. The man clenched his teeth and did not understand what was happening. Susie walked around the bar and looked around, saying that the creatures of this star were really strange. She stood and said that they were such small vessels of life, but their desires reached the edges of the universe. Aslan got angry and asked if Dave had sent her. She came up and told him not to be afraid. She had come to save this star. The corpses were sitting at the tables. Susie raised her head and said that the source of this star wanted to banish her. Aslan was gritting his teeth in fear and thinking that it was too dangerous. He would crumble to dust if he touched this creature. She extended her finger to the head of the frightened man. Susie smiled and said that this star had a beast of chaos and an iron beast. She poked her claw into the forehead of the frightened Aslan and said that she would give him a sign they would meet again soon. The plot moves us to the blood of the horde, where the Colossus was reaching for his hand. He grabbed his shoulder surrounded by lightning. The monster tore his hand away. Blood flew onto the floor. He stood in the smoke and held his hand. Monsters rose from the ground. The creatures came in a crowd towards him. The Colossus looked at the monsters and said that his left arm was injured. He needed more blood. He looked at the ground and asked Ramesh to open the dimension. The monster looked at him and said that this star is a breeding ground for cattle filled with ethereal energy. Destroying them now will ruin their grand plan. The Colossus furiously shouted for him to open the gate. Ramesh looked at him and thought that he had no choice. He would ask the bishops to hold back those who could be bred. He sat on his knees and said that he understood him. It takes time to open many portals, so they must be patient. The monster turned to the sitting bishops and asked them to prepare the portal. A notification appeared about the tail of the demon. It is necessary to bring the skills of hell to this world. Demons can create demon apostles. Dave's team stood happily and Anna stretched and said that she was supposed to have a party, but she was skipping. The protagonist crossed his arms, smiled and said that they had arrived. Anna looked at him with confusion and asked why he was smiling so sinisterly. The guy raised his hand and happily replied that he would make them all 10 times stronger than they were now, so they should train. Carl looked at him in surprise and clarified what he had said. The guys were covered with flames, from which they covered themselves and screamed. The fire enveloped Carl, who had his eyes closed. The guy watched as Louise covered herself from the fire and laughed. Dave held out his hand, holding the flame and telling them to imagine that they were in a hot pit and they just had to hold on. They would become 10 times stronger than they were now. Anna screamed in the fire that he was even crazier than she thought. The guy frowned and thought about the fact that they had 72 hours before the enemy invaded the world. The plot moves us to the building of the Hunters Association. The girl entered the chairman's office and said that he had to go. Peter straightened his tie and, closing his eyes, said that he would go. The old man walked along the corridor past the employees. All the employees followed him. He entered the office and sat at the head of the table. There were 9 icons of people on the screen. The man was sitting not far from the old man. On the screen was Douglas, who introduced himself with his eyes closed. The president of the Chinese Association, Wang Wei, turned to him and said that he had to give up the chairmanship since the meeting on the occasion of the end of the world had already been announced. Douglas, with his eyes closed, smiled and said that after the conference dedicated to the end of the world, he would naturally step down as president. On the screen was Douglas and the head of Japan saying that they supported the reappointment of the man as president. Someone answered that they in Europe also supported his appointment. The president of the Russian Federation, Mikhail, looked displeased and asked what they were talking about. They were violating the laws of the association. The Apocalypse Congress is the highest authority that gathers hunters from all over the world. They, the Russian Federation, will be held accountable in accordance with the results of the Apocalypse Conference. Peter was angry and thought about these fools playing politics with the Doomsday Conference. Will they never get tired of it? He slammed the table and told them to shut up, asking Douglas to just tell them why he called the Doomsday Conference. The man folded his hands and thanked Peter for the opportunity to speak, saying that the reason for calling the Doomsday Conference was simple. He looked seriously and told them that in 3 days there would be a massive alien invasion all over the world. The leader looked at the screen in surprise. Ron clenched his teeth and turned around. Michael frowned and asked if they could handle it. If there was no invasion, the world would suffer huge losses in human and material resources. Douglas clasped his hands and said that the source of the information was Hunter Dave. He trusted his information 100%. Peter looked at the screen and wondered what had happened to him. The leader closed his eyes and thought that something must have happened at the last fan meeting. Wang Wei looked down anxiously and said that if it was Dave, then he was the brother who saved Shandong from destruction last time. Bob frowned and said that Dave was the hero who saved Tokyo. Mikhail brought his fist to his face and closed his eyes and asked if it wasn't Dave who took care of the Moscow S-Class gate. A lamp was shining in the office. Douglas looked at the camera and said that he would make public all the resources of the World Hunter Association. He wanted the national associations to prepare for an apocalyptic war. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.